Good morning, folks. Welcome to the Knecht Cup Regatta here in downtown Pennsauken, New Jersey. We are high above the mighty Cooper River.
Which, by the way, looks more like a lake today.
Is exceptionally flat.
Compared to yesterday. I mean, come on. We wanted the race yesterday, but the weather had a little something else to say, didn't it?
Well, the wind had a lot to say.
Sure it did. It was howling all day.
No, my hair was 3 inches longer yesterday. It just kind of blew away today. So.
See, I thought you put some more gel in it today.
I did.
Yeah, we learned from yesterday.
Just in case.
The wind means business, right?
Don't mess with the wind.
Yeah, so, you know, it was interesting. So yesterday, part of the reason why things had to get postponed was the wind direction. It was coming in from the northwest. It was fighting the current, making things choppy, particularly at the finish line, which was the main issue. Today, the wind direction, when we actually get some wind a little bit later, will be from a different direction, which is actually the same direction, I understand, as the current.
Yes. Today will be a headwind, a slight headwind. Why do we know all this? Drew Anderson, what do you do for a living?
I just might do the weather right here locally on Fox 29.
There you go.
So when the wind was kind of posing issues yesterday, and look how gorgeous it looks right now as we take a live look. You know, folks were coming to me like, come on, Drew, can't you put a little word in here to make better weather? Well, I said, sure, I'll do it today. And look at the trees, by the way. Notice what you don't see. The trees, they're not moving right now.
No, they're not, but they're blooming.
Beautiful.
What a time of year. This regatta is just awesome. The time of year, the spring, the blooming. The occasional wind.
Well, the wind definitely steps up later today. We do get some stronger wind gusts as we head later in this afternoon, particularly between about 3 and 6. But the goal today is to have everything wrapped up by the time the wind steps up.
Well, that depends on the rowers.
Sure does.
And how fast they row. And we have some good competition today. I'd like to thank Laura Knecht Branch for allowing me to come out and play and for throwing this whole regatta together again. Laura is the daughter of Bill Knecht and Anna Knecht, and the regatta is the Knecht Regatta. Anna, Bill being the gold medalist from the 1964 Olympic 8, rowing out of Vesper Boat Club in Philadelphia. And Anna was, I think I was told, 14-time world champion.
How about that?
Out of Romania.
So all in the family right there. And by the way, a lot of history right here at the Cooper River. Part of the reason why we have this here today, and it goes to show you just kind of how there was a big push to have this as a spot for rowers.
Well, that was all done by Bill.
Right.
I was just relating my first experience here, which actually was probably a lot of people's first experience here. I think it was 1970. And yeah, for a guy that's, you know, I'm only 28 years old, but yeah, I was here in 1970. And they had the first time national rowing championships here. First time here, not first rowing championships.
And you were part of that.
I actually was, yes. I was racing the 15-year-old single and also the Tyro 8. Got my butt handed to me by a familiar name, Danny Knecht, son of Bill and Joan Knecht. When I say I got my butt handed to me, he beat me by a solid 25 seconds.
But that's all it takes.
Well, hey, third place was 25 seconds behind me, so I was fairly happy.
There you go.
We did lose the Tyro 8 by less than a foot, so we were kind of upset with that, but I'm kind of almost over it.
Almost.
Yeah.
Hey, so going back to that day, or maybe some of the other days you've done some different races, do you remember what the emotions were like before the race started? Did you have any rituals? Did you have any kind of butterflies in your stomach? What was it like?
Butterflies. Every single person that races in rowing gets butterflies. I mean, to the point you could digest a tin can. I mean,
wow.
you get nervous. oh, the first race is off.
Here we go. Look at this.
And this is, I'm not ignoring you. Drew, I'm sorry. It's the women's singles. And in lane 1, we have Gordon.
Then you got LaSalle, right? Two.
LaSalle University, my alma mater. Lafayette Beak Boat, Carnegie Mellon. Lane 5 is Lafayette A, and lane 6 is Dominion. Why am I telling you that when it's up on the screen?
Well, because you know what? It comes full circle. That's the whole idea of having something on the screen. Walk us through it.
Yes. Looks like lane 2, LaSalle, is out in front, way out in front. That young lady is rowing the boat exceptionally well.
Tom, how majestic does this look? I'm just looking at this and taking this in from a beautiful shot, and it's just gorgeous.
I got to hand it to the Five Tribes folks here, the people that run the video, the drones. It's just magnificent the way these folks just run the video part of the regatta here. It's amazing. There's a little course correction out in lane 2, LaSalle. LaSalle University from Philadelphia being chased down out in lane 6 by Dominion.
I'll tell you what, though, from my vantage point here, looks almost a little neck and neck here.
It does. I'd say LaSalle might be out by about a length.
It feels that way.
Tapping the boat along nicely.
I love seeing the ripples just left over, right? That really shows you about the strokes.
Yeah, you can look at what we call the puddles. Oh, look at this shot. This is out of the one of the launches.
And the sun glistening on the water, just like that, absolutely stunning.
Wow.
And you know firsthand the strength it takes just to train, let alone just get on the water right now. And they're making it look easy, but it's not, is it?
No, it is not. Sorry, folks. I'm really, really watching this. Both these scullers are rowing very, very well.
Oh, and look at this. It looks like we got some ducks in the race now here. Do they get the medal if they end up winning? Across the line first?
Well, if they paid their entry fees, they get a trophy.
Because that's all it takes.
That's it.
Well, this really gives you perspective on the difference between the folks in each lane, have that vantage point, and then this really puts this all together to see these folks right here just rowing with all they got.
Yeah, and it looks like looks like the young lady from LaSalle way out in front, length and a half open water. Tapping the boat along nicely.
And then I believe in the other lane that we're seeing is the person from Gordon College, right?
That would be lane 6, I believe, Dominican.
Oh, okay. Got it.
All the way on the other side.
I switched my lanes. Got it.
Well, yeah, it's kind of I'm going to make something up here. It's a mirror effect on the computers.
Oh, it's the camera. I know that firsthand when I do weather. It's everything's opposite.
See, I was trying to make something up.
But it's a true story.
Well, yeah, we got Drew over here who actually knows what he's talking about.
Well, it depends on the day.
And they're coming by us right now.
We'll send a wave out.
Yo!
There they are.
Hello, folks.
Oh, good. I can test your mirror image sort of theory right there. Yeah, I can see it.
And I'm going to try and see if I can get a stroke rate.
Beautiful.
Nope. Missed it, folks.
Hey, you were trying, I saw that on your phone right there. You were trying to time it and eyeball it as they went right past here.
That says 19 strokes a minute. Seems awful low. I guess if I knew how to use this app on my phone, it'd be a different story.
Well, generally speaking, what would you think it would be if you had to just kind of eyeball off the top of your head, or from your experience, how many strokes per minute would you expect?
College women's, I'd like to see them up around 30, 29, 30 strokes a minute. And let me see if I can do this again, folks.
You know, I've been really impressed here as we look at the two different lanes.
No.
Is how pretty
24.
much in sync they've been. Right at this point, this is when your endurance is really kicking in, and I would imagine it's getting pretty tough. And the pace seems to be pretty similar between the two. I could tell from my experience, the first half hour out there, I think I'd kind of be slowing down a little bit. But this is why you train.
Well, and this is the third 500 of a 2,000-meter race. Most rowers will tell you that the third 500 is the toughest.
I bet.
You've already got 1,000 meters in. The lactic acid is building up in your whole body, not just your legs, but in your back and your arms.
So you're feeling that pain everywhere is what you're saying.
Everywhere. Then when you hit the 500-meter mark, something in the brain, and it happens to just about everybody, like 500 meters left. Let's go kick some butt. So at the 500-meter mark, a lot of crews will take the stroke rate up, and then you'll see the buoy color change to red. Look at the wildlife getting out of the way. So when the buoy colors change to red, that's 250 meters left. So it's theoretically 25 strokes to the finish. A lot of crews it'll be closer to 30.
Hey, it looks like things are tightening up here as we look at these two folks.
LaSalle still has a very comfortable length lead.
Now I do see on the tip of that one little spot right there, the number 2.
That's the ballot number. That's what lane she's in.
Got it.
Yep. And you can see that.
Yeah.
I cannot see that. I'm looking right at Drew, I'm looking right at it. But she is sculling the boat exceptionally well. Good catch there. Nice finishes. Strong. And it looks like lane 6 might be walking up. Walking means getting a little bit closer, step by step, stroke by stroke. So, yes, it looks like Dominican has closed the gap a little bit, and they're well into the last 500 meter.
You know, I'm curious, just kind of looking at everyone right there as they continue to stroke. Oh, look at the birds again right there.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, you know, at this point, is this when you have to really reach down and just try to catch whatever energy you got just to keep going and to really keep that pace? Because we're close to the finish.
Well, you can see the buoys just changed color to red, so there's 250 meters left. Theoretically 25 strokes. And you'll watch both oars persons, both ladies, bring the stroke rate up just a little bit. And they're going to do that by pressing harder with the legs and squeezing those oar handles into the bodies.
Wow.
And look at Dominion walking slowly.
Well, I've always heard the saying, slow and steady wins the race.
Well, it's a good theory, but there's 4 other crews behind.
Right.
A little bit slower.
Well, you know what? You're onto something.
Look at this. It's coming right down. Look. Dominion might be out in front. Look. Dominion's going through the buoys faster. Here's the finish line. Dominion. That's not the finish line.
We're getting close.
And the young lady, here's the finish line. I'm sorry, folks. Oh, gee, she stopped. Oh, no, it's the camera.
All right. We call that freeze frame.
There's the back. Oh, the Mez is off, too. By off, I mean they're racing. So lane 2 is George Mason.
I know a good friend of mine went to this school there.
A very good friend of mine did. Well, his kids did. A kid did. Lane 3 is Gordon. Lane 4, Dominican. Lane 5, Oklahoma City. Lane 6, Lafayette. Lafayette out of Easton, Pennsylvania, I believe.
Sure is. And Oklahoma City, how about those folks traveling up here?
We got folks coming in from Seattle, all over the country for this regatta.
Which is incredible. The amount of different schools we have represented across the country, it's just something special here. As we watch these guys, it looks like someone's really kind of jumping in front so far.
I'm not sure if that's Dominion. I think it is, in lane 4, is way out in front.
Boy, this is just the picture so crystal clear, HD, to give us the perspective. I'm looking at the trees and just looking how beautiful it is. Obviously, the athletes just going with all their might, but just if you take a second and look around, gorgeous this morning.
Oh, it is. This time of year, the trees are budding. And everybody, oh, my allergies. You know what? We're lucky to be able to see trees budding. Sneeze through it.
You know what? It doesn't happen too often, that is for sure.
Yep. So this looks like Dominion's A sculler out in front, way out in front. Nice and relaxed. And that looks like it's Gordon.
Yeah, I was just looking up Gordon, so it's out of Massachusetts.
Yes, they're right outside of Boston, I think.
I always like Boston. Reminds me a lot of Philadelphia. Kind of same vibe, same sort of architecture look when I think of those two cities. As we look at the high bird's eye view right here of the Cooper River.
Oh, this is awesome.
Look at
So, yes, Dominion in lane 4 is way out in front. And it's nice to see the sculling events. You don't see too many sculling events at college level. But one of the things that is about to change for the head of the Schuylkill Regatta, they are going to have sculling events for college level rowing. I mean, there's a lot of sculling events at the head of the Schuylkill, but they are specifically going after singles, doubles, and quads in the college level.
So, why the change? What's pushing that forward?
Well, there's a voice in the U.S. rowing that compares rowing to, say, track and field. If you go to a track and field college event, they have every event in the track and field, from shot put to 100-meter dash to relays and pole vault.
Got it.
And with college rowing, like I said a few minutes ago, it's been sweep rowing has dominated college rowing until the past few years, where regattas like the Knecht Cup have set the standard by this kid from Dominica. Is really stepping it up.
Yeah, tearing it up for sure.
Yeah. So the thought is, especially with track and field and the Olympics, everything that the Olympics have in track and field, colleges have at their meets. Think about that. So there's a voice in rowing saying, why don't we do that with rowing and include sculling events? So more and more sculling events. Wow, he's really taking it up. He's in the last 500 meters now. I'm sorry, the last 250. So, yes, the thought is if track and field and other
here we go.
Other sports can do it right to the finish line, then maybe rowing should do it also.
Wow, all done right there.
So, yes, more and more regattas are going to include.
I could always see him taking his breaths when he stopped. I could hear him just breathing in all that air right from up here.
He's
wow.
And not to take away from the other folks. I mean, everybody here is rowing quite well.
Yeah, they're great competitors, no question.
And everybody will be sucking up the air over the line.
All right, there's our next person coming through.
And it looks like Oklahoma City, followed by Gordon.
So when we're talking sculling and that type of boat that we're seeing, what makes that unique, by the way? Just the shape in particular, or the length?
Sculling, everybody in the boat has 2 oars. So singles, doubles, and quads. Single is 1 person, double is 2, quad is 4 people. Each person will have 2 oars. Sweep rowing, pairs, 4s, and 8s. Each person has 1 oar.
Got it. got the different subtleties. And now that we're on to our third men's signal, a signal that is, so this is the same sort of boat, right, what you were just talking about?
This is a single. Each person, one person per boat, 2 oars. So lane 3 we have Dominican B, 4 Marist, 5 Carnegie Mellon, and lane 6 is Stetson.
Crooks when we see those birds flying every time, just in that shot, the top of that shot. The birds are getting out of the way. Watch out.
Yep. Looks like we got a little battle here between Marist and Stetson.
Yeah, look at that.
Look how strong. Right from the catch. The catch, Drew, is when the blades go into the water right there. That's the catch. So theoretically, we want to catch the speed of the boat and drive it. Using the legs. Watch the legs, Drew. Look at those legs. Drive that boat across the water.
Yeah, so in sync with the rowing, with the oars going in.
Yep. So we drive with the legs, then we use the back and arms to finish what the muscles in the legs have started. So we keep the pressure on the foot plates. We have foot plates that our feet are attached to, and we drive against those foot plates. And we keep that same pressure on the foot plates from catch to finish. Catch is where the blade goes into the water.
Yeah.
Finish is where the blade comes out of the water. So we keep the same pressure that the legs put against the feet and against the handles of the oars from catch to finish. We want that same pressure all the way through.
And I'll tell you what.
Does that make sense?
Sure does.
Well, there you go.
I was just thinking that person right there in the lead.
Yes, sir.
Looking right from that school in New York area. It's just really, really pretty, even from this vantage point. And like you mentioned right here, I'm just watching the form.
Yes.
Impressive.
So what's that, bound number 4?
Yep.
I can see that.
That's our New York school right there.
5 tribes, I can see that, which is important to me. Look how straight this guy from Marist is going. I don't have his name. I apologize, Marist. And the kid from Stetson's tapping the boat along nicely, too. So the nice thing about having the lanes marked like this is you don't really have to turn around to see where you're going.
So what do you mean? You just because you know it's a kind of a straight line? So
well, if you didn't have, yes, the course is buoyed in a straight line. But if you didn't have buoys and you were just out rowing, you need to turn your head to see where you're going. In sculling boats, pairs also, sweep rowing pair, but 4s can be with a coxswain who does the steering or without a coxswain, and 8s always have coxswains, so the coxswain steers the boat. That's their #1 job.
We're going to be getting close to the finish, I would imagine.
Well,
at this point.
I'm tired just watching. This kid's strong.
No doubt about it.
I'd like to see his time, and I probably will, but won't remember to check his time against the time of the gentleman from the previous heat.
And so from that, you'd be able to get a feel for the strokes per minute. Is that what you were thinking?
No, just to see how close he is to, time-wise, to that person.
Got it.
So, yeah, folks,
I'm just looking at the buoys in the meantime. More ducks. Yeah, get out of the way right
so
there.
he's in the last 250 meters because the buoys changed to red. Does he need to bring the stroke rate up? No, he's way out in the front. So I got him at around 29 strokes a minute, which is pretty nice. And he's not being pressured. Folks, and I don't mean to take away from anybody else in the event, but this kid's out there.
So pretty seeing the sun glistening off the oars as we get closer to the finish line.
Look at the puddles. By puddles is when the blades are extracted from the water, you can see the circular motion back in the water, and you can follow his puddles. He's across the line.
All right, here we go. Her second place.
And that would be Stetson, I believe.
Yep. I believe those folks are from Florida.
I wrote everything down on a piece of
Got a
paper,
little cheat sheet to you.
and I tried to print it out off of but it wouldn't print where they were from. DeLand, Florida.
Yeah, I'm not sure where DeLand is. I want to get that.
North of Orlando, I believe.
You sound like someone who goes down to Florida for vacation.
No, not at all. A good friend of mine runs a rowing camp down there. Actually runs it internationally, All-American Rowing.
Yeah. So it looks like in between Orlando and Daytona Beach, in case you're curious.
Yeah. Okay, we are women's varsity pair. Lane 2 is Pittsburgh. Lane 3, MIT.
So that's the one we see right now on the screen.
Yes, sir. Lane 4, Carnegie Mellon out of Pittsburgh. 5 is Pittsburgh. 6 is Penn State.
Oh, I have to say we are. I'm a Penn Stater.
Are you?
I just might be.
There you go.
Just slips right off the tongue as soon as I see the word Penn State.
I say I was LaSalle University.
I like that. That's pretty good. We'll give you that one.
Yeah.
So tell me, for these two folks, right, when you have the two people kind of both rowing at the same time, I can imagine it's so important to be in sync when the oars are going in. Is that the case?
The timing has to be, especially in a pair. Now, the pair is technically a sweep boat. And this looks like MIT way out in front here.
Mm-hmm.
The pair is technically a sweep boat. Each person has one oar.
Hey,
but it's also a sculling boat, because if you try to outpower the other person, you're just going to slow the boat down. So everything has to be the timing in the water, out of the water, the timing coming up the slide. Everything has to be perfect.
And just be in sync.
Otherwise, the boat goes crooked. Now, that being said, the bow person probably has a rudder attached to their foot.
Huh. To kind of help
you can
control.
see they're coming way close.
Sure are. So we're looking at number 2 here. So we're looking at, I'm assuming, Pittsburgh A.
That's what it looks like. Pittsburgh A. Here they come past us.
All right. We get to look from our perch, as you mentioned, high top.
Boy, they are.
River.
Yeah, they are.
You know, this looks a lot closer.
That hit a buoy.
Seeing these folks kind of between second and third.
This is MIT, I believe.
Look at those guys.
So without the timing, one side can pull the other boat, pull the other person around and just make the boat go crooked. So it's crucial. Got to stay buried a little more there, stroke seat. Stay buried.
So that's a good point. I mean, is that part of the reason why the other team may have gone closer to the buoys? They just weren't quite hitting it in sync?
Well, that's possible.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we could see it here.
The rudder may have been stuck a little bit.
Got it.
Or the person in the bow seat steers. The stroke seat, the bow seat is the seat closest to us here on this, and then the stroke seat, that person sets the stroke. You can see how the boat is turning just a little bit.
Sure.
So somebody may be getting tired, or it could be a function of the rudder.
I love that we get to see the trail of that. If you look straight down the line, kind of right up the gut right there, you can see how they've kind of moved just a little touch, and it's not perfectly straight. But I'm with you on that one. I'm kind of getting the vibe just from this vantage point that, getting a little tired. And it makes sense. At this point, you're going to be huffing and puffing. This is really when you got to dig down and pull in everything you got just to keep it moving.
No, these young ladies are tapping the boat along very, very nicely. They're strong. Their technique is pretty good. Every once in a while you can see some timing issues, but you know what? That's part of rowing a pair.
And I just saw that one person, she was kind of looking behind a little bit, kind of looking to her back, and we were just talking about that.
She's looking for a buoy for the 1,500 meter mark, I can bet you. They're past the 1,000 meter mark. So she's looking for the 500 meter mark. I'm sorry, 500 meter mark. and then she'll probably count in her head how many strokes to the orange buoys, the red buoys,
Right, so the
with
one's
250 left.
toward the end. So you said at 250 is when we switch over to that different color.
Correct. Look at that, it's just tapping that boat along. Oh, I love it.
Pretty far in front, it looks, compared to some of the other folks.
Yes, they're strong. They've obviously practiced this event.
So you know what's interesting to me, just based on the last couple of races that we watched, it seems like there's been some folks that just kind of dominated compared to some of the others. And now, listen, I know everyone's kind of close and everyone is ready to go and just a great athlete, but it seems lately a couple folks have been jumping out in front from the get-go, and they maintain that.
Well, and that comes down to a lot of that comes down to experience. Look, they're bringing the stroke rate up a little bit.
Yeah, I noticed they're getting closer to the buoys. That doesn't matter if they're, as long as they're in between the buoys, they're in good shape. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter
their oars can go over the buoys.
Okay.
I don't recommend it. You get an oar knocked out of your hand, the boat's likely to turn over.
Wow.
But I'm sorry, you had said something before, Joe. And
Oh, yeah.
Inside.
I just thought it was interesting that, we've been watching some people that kind of really pull in front right from the beginning and maintain that lead.
Yeah, so like an event like this, these young ladies, to me, have practiced this event. Some of the other crews, their coaches may have put them in because they didn't have seats for them. They're in their last 250. Seats for them in another boat to give them a race. This is just me speculating, folks. Don't.
We're not going to take it to the bank, is what
Yeah, don't don't go thinking I really know what I'm talking about. Look, they're bringing their stroke rate up, and they're just tapping the boat along.
It's smooth, very smooth.
Yes. Oh, little backsplash. Little backsplash. Oh! That was just a bad stroke on the stroke seat side.
How'd you see that?
Did you see the boat go like that? Just whip a little bit?
Got it.
Yeah. The stroke seat's blade got caught. It's like a slight crab, what they call a crab.
Oh.
Somebody's blade gets caught in the water. Here's the finish line. And it can stop the boat. It can eject the person out of the boat.
Oh, wow.
It can turn the boat completely over.
And so what would cause that? What would happen just at being out of sync?
Just slightly out of sync, or digging the blade in a little bit too deep, not keeping the same pressure on the oar handle all the way into the body from catch to finish.
Oh, interesting.
There's a bunch of things that can cause that. Here's the men's varsity pair.
Yeah, this lane's all stacked up.
Yeah, Pittsburgh, lane 1, Lafayette A and Lafayette B. There's 2 and 3. Fordham, Oklahoma City, and Stetson in 6.
There you go. Pittsburgh, I always think of that as the land of putting some French fries on the sandwich. That's what they're known for in there. I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, but they put coleslaw in there too, don't they?
Yeah, you don't like the crunch?
Oh, no.
Oh, I like the crunch. Oh, I'm a big fan of that.
No.
So you tell me, when you get a pulled pork barbecue sandwich, you're not going to put any coleslaw on there for crunch?
Nope.
Got it. That's the thing in parts of the country.
I was expecting scrapple sandwiches this morning too. What do I know?
Bring them in. I think they're in my car, actually.
I'll
get that during the break.
Yeah, but they'll be warm later on.
Yeah.
So, anyways, where are we?
All right, so we're looking at our full stack here of the
It looks like lanes 5 and 6 are way out in front.
So we got 2 Lafayettes. We got Pittsburgh. We should ask the Oklahoma City guys what their thoughts on barbecue.
Oklahoma City rowing has come a long, long way in the past 20 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it looks like lanes 5 and 6, Oklahoma City and Stetson, are out in front. Ooh, how's that for a guess? Stetson out by 3/4 of a length.
And that looks pretty competitive too. Between
yes, in a pair. No, they're well within striking distance, as they just went by us here, high atop the Cooper River.
So Florida and Oklahoma battling.
It looks like Oklahoma. It looks like they're past the 1,000-meter mark, and Oklahoma is trying to make a move.
Look at the one that's not even staying in the right lane. it seems. See that in the middle of your screen?
Yes.
Almost. I mean, it almost looks like they're about to
cross over.
Yeah,
they're hugging. They're hugging the
see that? Now we have
lane markers on the port side. Oh, they're turning the boat.
Yeah, now we have 2 in the 1 lane.
Yeah, that's never really good. No, I think they're just both hugging the same buoy line.
Oh, you think? Okay, just
yeah,
from a vantage point. Got it.
Look at, I'm sorry, Oklahoma City is slowly walking on Stetson. Stetson trying to hold them off.
Yeah, this is neck and neck right here.
It is. And out in lane 2, you have Lafayette, followed closely by Pittsburgh. And Lafayette B and Fordham bringing up the back end. Mm-hmm. And here comes Oklahoma City. Both crews rowing very well.
Boy, I would imagine this is where that competitive nature between the two really kicks in. When you know you're neck and neck, you know you got some time right now because the buoys haven't changed color. And so is this, at this point, kind of just conserving your energy? Or would you, if you were competing, would you just want to ratchet it up and just try to take it away?
This third 500 is, like I said earlier, considered the toughest part of the race. Mm-hmm. Once you hit that 500-meter mark, there's something that goes off on the head, and here we come into the 500-meter mark. It's like, all right, we got 1,500 meters down. We got 500 to go. What are we going to do here?
Yeah, you want to finish strong.
Oh, do we ever?
Oklahoma
So
City,
I have Oklahoma City at 28.
Strokes per minute, as you did the math, right?
Whew. What?
And look at them, by the way. When you look at the path in the water, looks just perfectly straight with Oklahoma City.
No, you can tell these two crews have practiced this event. Oklahoma City widening the margin by a length.
It was pretty interesting to see them be neck and neck, and now kind of Oklahoma City, as you mentioned, taking off just a touch more and really finishing strong as we get close to the end here.
Into the 500, into the red buoys, the
250.
250. Whew. I have trouble with English once in a while, True. Thank you.
Hey, I'll tell you what. You know, speaking at Stetson, though, they're not out of this by any means.
1, 2, 3, 30 strokes a minute. I have Oklahoma.
I love that you're just counting this and doing the math on the fly.
I'm not doing math. I have an app on my phone.
Don't give away your secrets. This is the magic of TV.
No, Drew, I have a hard enough time with the app on the phone.
I love it. So coming up here, our next is going to be women's double, but still, this is beautiful to watch these
for
guys.
Stetson. These Oklahoma City's really tapping the boat along nicely. Yeah. Approaching the finish line.
They're glides.
Here it is. Bang. Through.
And here comes Stetson here to round it out for number 2.
Yep.
There you go.
They're over. Nice. Excellent rowing.
Wow.
And
I was impressed by the form with both those teams. I was just watching. I was watching how they're moving, how straight it was, and just everything. When you mentioned in the last competition how we had that little sputter, you didn't see any of that. They made this look easy. They really did.
And that's kind of a telltale sign of a good crew. If they make it look easy,
sure did,
then they're doing it right. So here, I'm sorry, the women's double.
Georgetown.
Event 31.
Thinking about going down to that area. I haven't been down that way in forever.
My wife is in Alexandria as we speak.
Right up the road.
Yep. Wow, we got Georgetown in lane 2, Gordon B boat in 3, Penn State in 4, MIT in 5, and Jacksonville in lane 6. And it looks like Georgetown is out in front. I'm going to say MIT over there. Is that lane 5 or lane 6, Drew? Way out there. That might be 6. That might be Jacksonville.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get the bird's eye view here in just a second to kind of get that feel and get that clarification.
This is where my patience comes in.
I just love seeing the sun glistening right there in the corner.
Isn't it beautiful? Just gorgeous.
And I'll tell you what, it's good that their backs is toward the sun, right? You don't have to squint. That's a big help.
No, this is a very very good weather-wise for.
Sure is.
I almost got that out. Jeez. I got a translator here, folks. Thanks, Drew.
You say the word weather, my ears perk up.
Drew is also an expert in earthquakes.
Yeah, natural disasters. I teach some classes at Penn State for the local Penn States, and we just had an earthquake around these parts. If you're watching from a different part of the country, pretty rare to get earthquakes here, and but it does happen just because of some leftover cracks in the rock from when the Appalachian Mountains formed. But because the rocks aren't actively pulling apart here, the earthquakes aren't generally as big as you would see out west.
That's a beautiful shot.
Mm-hmm.
And this is off of one of the referee launches.
So now these are the guys that got to squint a little bit as they look toward everybody.
Yep.
But they got good shades. I've been seeing them with those polarized sunglasses. They came to play today. So we're here in Camden County in New Jersey, and just gorgeous to see this park. So many nice parks. All right, so here's your view you're asking for.
There you go. So this is actually the next event.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Radcliffe, lane 2, Boston University A in 3, Pittsburgh B in 4, Wisconsin C in 5, and New Hampshire in lane 6.
The land of the White Mountains, that name for the Appalachians up that way.
And it looks like Boston.
So I'm just looking at the form.
And Wisconsin are out in front.
I'm assuming Wisconsin are the folks we see kind of the closest in the front right there, just because I'm looking at the colors and I feel they're very, actually both of them have the reds on. That's a very Wisconsin
They do,
color.
yes.
I was just actually in Philly last night walking by, and someone had a Wisconsin flag flying above their helmet. I thought, interesting, of all places, in Philadelphia. Someone's alma mater.
So now, once again, this is a double event, so each person, there's 2 people in the boat, each person has 2 oars, as opposed to the pairs. Look at the timing.
All right, so what? Right now it's between Boston University and Wisconsin?
It looks like that to me, yes. Boston University A boat is way out in front and just kind of walking away from the rest of the pack, nice and relaxed.
How far behind would you say Wisconsin is? Maybe 2, 3 boat lengths?
3, maybe more.
Okay. Well, and that's increasing, it seems, because it seems
Yeah, they're
like Boston University is really starting to kind of move farther ahead.
Yeah, and they're sculling the boat exceptionally well, tapping the boat along, pressing. Look at the timing. Look at the hands go away from the bodies.
It's precision.
And it's folks, it's just practice.
Oh.
Mile after mile after mile.
That's how you get that precision. I mean, look at these two. It looks like it's robotic, actually. It looks like it's the exact same person front and back, and it's not. Beautiful. Well, great competitors.
Yeah, and believe me, folks, they're breathing hard. Look at that boat. Look at bang, bang. As they go by us here.
Oh, yeah. We're sitting on a wave.
That's a 3. So it's Boston University A. So you'll have A, B, and C boats, folks, all from the same, club. So Boston University A would probably be their 2 fastest, or their fastest double. B would be their 2nd. C would be their 3rd fastest. But everybody's getting a race today. Because of yesterday's, well, they were going to get races yesterday too, but because of the wind, the regatta officials here did a heck of a job getting the schedule rearranged so that everybody that showed up gets a race today.
Yeah, and to that point, I'm looking at our rundown of the schedule, and I see it dated 10:15 last night, so they were working up even into the night to get everything all set for
I
today.
had 2.5 hours sleep by then.
I'm actually on equal ground with you.
There you go. We had a long day yesterday. Look at the technique here, Drew. Just bang, squeeze, press. Look. Yes, I do get excited about this.
As you should. To see that kind of work and to know that that's so much practice paying off and so much work that went in ahead of time to get them here to compete, to be in that sort of sync and rhythm. It just goes to show the dedication.
That was a very good shot.
And I like seeing it from kind of the front end to watch the oars on this side.
It looks like Radcliffe right there. Folks, don't get upset with us if we don't mention your crew. We're not doing that intentionally. Nice. Bang. So the blades go in. The legs drive the boat. The legs are what makes the boat move. You watch the oars. The oars pretty much stay in the same position. Once the blades are in the water, they lock in. The boat goes across the water. The oars don't go through the water. They just lock in. Make sense?
Sure does.
There you go. I'm getting good at this.
It's almost magnetic when you talk lock in. It's almost like just like that.
Yep.
But all the athletes here, when we look kind of farther back, everyone's not too far apart. While these folks kind of really took things off, when you look farther back, it just goes to show you everyone came ready just to really tear it up.
Well, they did. The folks further back may not have the time in the boat that these folks here obviously have.
And then give me a little feel for what it means with the person that you're with competing with. I imagine it's so important to have the camaraderie and really kind of both be on the same page, because that's going to make a difference too. If you're just going to hop on a boat, someone you maybe don't practice or compete with that often, I think that would make a huge difference. When you're with someone that you just kind of really feel and have that friendship, I would imagine that really helps propel things.
There is a bond for people that row like this, that row this well. These two young ladies are probably very, very good friends.
I was thinking the same thing.
They count on each other. They probably show up. They show up at the same time to the minute. One's holding the door to the boathouse for the other, and teasing. You're 10 seconds late. But by the same token, I've known people that have rowed doubles and quads that couldn't stand each other off the water.
Do they win, by the way? Okay, all right.
Yep.
Well, I guess, it all works. There's different recipes to make the same
yeah. So here's the finish. There you go. Okay. Over the line.
Well, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with all the athletes
I'm
here.
going to say that's Pittsburgh. Am I right?
So coming in next year, that we're looking on that.
Who did we say that was? Wisconsin? Where am I on my program?
So look at Wisconsin. We're in the second line of the women's doubles. So we're in the H2 for our little cheat sheet here.
No, that would be Pittsburgh. That came across the line first.
All right, so there we go. Some more folks kind of wrapping it up.
There they go. But once again, yeah, the rest of these crews rowing quite well, but may just not have the miles that the first place oars persons have.
And we still got a couple more just to kind of round it out right here.
Yep. So we still have. Come on. There you go.
You got them through the
So you can
line.
see the different stroke rates. The rest of the folks may just not have been training.
All right, next up.
Here we go. Oklahoma City in lane 2. Thomas Jefferson out of Philly. And 3, Wisconsin A4. The Maritime Academy. Merchant Marine Academy. Lane 5 and Boston B in 6.
So there we go. We're looking at Team 2. We're looking right there at that boat.
So lane 2 is Oklahoma City.
Yep.
Tapping the boat along nicely. Oklahoma City has built a nice racing course out that way. And they've embraced rowing. Oklahoma City is
by the way,
a mecca for rowing at this point.
They just filmed a new Twister movie.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so remember from the late 90s, that movie? They just did a sequel, and they filmed it in Oklahoma City. It's my understanding they made Oklahoma City look like New York City.
Here they come, right past us here. And it looks like lane 6, Boston University B, out in front. That's from me looking out the windows, folks. Not at the screen.
You got an eagle eye at our windows here from the boathouse.
Yeah, I rented it. It's a Craftsman eagle eye. Anything ever goes wrong, I can return it.
I don't think Sears is around anymore. I think you're dating yourself there a little bit.
I can't make anything up here.
You know, the news is a fact business.
So here's the 1,000-meter mark, the big red buoy, orange buoy, orange. And it looks like Boston University is out in front by length open water. Followed by Wisconsin. And in lane 4, U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. In lane 5, I'm sorry, that's Thomas Jefferson on lane 3.
So look at the perspective there. It seems kind of different paces as we look all across. And I'm assuming, by the way, who's on the other side right there on the right part of our screen, the folks that are going the opposite direction?
They are heading to the starting line.
Got it.
So down just past the finish line is where all the trailers are for the competitors, and they launch their boats from just beyond the finish line and row upriver to the starting line. So on the right-hand side, they are off the course.
Okay, so they're far enough away where they're not making any wake or anything.
Well, theoretically, as the boats go by them, they're supposed to stop so that there is absolutely no wake.
Okay. I'll tell you what, just look at the water between yesterday and today, night and day. So yesterday, you were pointing out to me, we were seeing some little white caps, that the winds were churning things up enough that we'd see a little bit of white on some of the waves. Well,
and we were seeing those here at the mobile digital
command center?
The command center at just short of the 1,000-meter mark. And if there's white caps here, and this is kind of sheltered up here.
Right, because of the trees. The trees help to block the wind.
Yeah, and as the crews go past here and head into that last 500, the wind really picks up.
Yeah, because see here, look, there's a lack of trees right there, and that's why there was the concern yesterday, is because it was much windier right here toward the finish.
Oh, it was a mess down towards the finish line. That last 250, I didn't say it, but from what I understand, was a mess.
And we're getting.
And we hate
that,
to
right?
we do hate to see them postpone races like that. But folks, safety first. I mean, especially with the smaller singles and the doubles and the pairs.
All right, so those boobies I saw back there, I'm assuming that's marking 500, and we're getting close to 250?
Yes, sir. Exactly.
So we'll be seeing the boobies change to mark that 250. See the change in color.
So that's Boston University B way out in front. But, yeah, you can see their trail. Look at the trail. Oh. Thomas Jefferson, I don't know if they scratched. And that looks like Oklahoma City in lane 2, but I don't see anybody in lane 3. And Boston University coming into the red buoys.
All right, that finish line in sight almost. You know, they were looking
So
the opposite way, of course.
No, but they'll see the red buoys
Right.
out of the corner of their eye.
And they know.
And the bowman, the person closest to us in the boat, will say something to the stroke man, 250, let's go.
Cool perspective. Look at this.
Yeah.
Wow. Oklahoma City really pulling it in. And there's your Boston right there.
There's Boston across the finish line.
Boom. Wow.
Nicely sculled. That's a British term. Nicely sculled, mate.
Hey, Oklahoma City.
All right. Now I'm crossing that event. We still have one more heat in the women's double. And here we go.
So we got Wisconsin back for more here.
Wisconsin B boat, Gordon A boat in lane 3, Boston University C boat in lane 4, Dominican lane 5, and Pittsburgh lane 6.
So I learned from you talking about A, your assumption that that's usually your fastest, B, second fastest, C, kind of the third fastest. I'm kind of curious to see how Boston does compared to some of these other teams that have A and B after their name.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I understand that the results will be shown. This is lane 4. That's Boston C there.
Okay, so there you go. So, you know, here's the thing. That C for one school or university could still be faster than, say, an A or B because, you know, each person and athletes and teams have different skill levels.
Correct. They could be.
But this is kind of all neck and neck when you see this triangle of all these competitors right here.
Yeah. The coach will make the decision on who's in which event, and will sometimes, and I'm not saying this is happening here, folks, will sometimes put their, try to get their A boat into a slower heat in order to win.
Oh, I get that. That makes sense. That's strategy.
It is. But once again, folks, I'm not accusing anybody's coach of doing that here.
Well, no, you're just kind of adding some thoughts and different perspectives. It's not related to what we're seeing.
Right. So this looks like Boston University C, Gordon A, and Wisconsin B in lane 2.
I love this perspective where we really get to feel what the athletes are feeling. And then this helps us kind of guide us to see, you know, where everyone's at in terms of the competition. Just some great camera work.
Yes, Wisconsin B is hanging in there nicely.
This is competitive.
Gordon A just made a slight turn in there. Okay, they're coming back. Bang. Look. Bang. Drive. Squeeze. Drive. Squeeze. Nice.
There really is an art here. No question.
I've taught a lot of people to row. And it is an art. And how do I say this? Rowing isn't as difficult as we make it out to be. Until we're actually in a boat. Well, keep in mind that the boats are round-bottomed. So their center of gravity in the boat is upside down.
So I'm trying to think about that. So in other words, it bows down a bit? Is what you're saying?
No, it's round. It's a round-bottom boat.
Huh.
It's round.
Got it.
So the boat wants to rock back and forth. If the oars persons were to let go of their oar handles, the boat will look to find its center of gravity, which is upside down. Hitting the buoy, get away from the buoys.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Now straighten your boat out. So, which makes, you see people, at the gym on the indoor rowers, and they make it look easy.
They sure do.
If you go to a college and winter training, everybody's on the indoor rowers, the ergometers, and they're making that look easy. Once you get into a boat, all of a sudden the boat is very tippy, and all the balance in the boat is in your hands on the oar handles. You let go of those oar handles, the boat will turn over.
Wow. And you were mentioning earlier that same deal. The oars hit a buoy and you really hit it hard. That can also be an issue.
They can knock the oar handle out of, especially in a single, out of your hand and cause the boat to turn over. Oh, they're tapping along nicely here.
Oh, so I just saw that 1750 right there. That I wonder if that's something different.
26 strokes a minute. My app might not be right. I'm going to blame the app, folks. It can't be me.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah. Whoever designed the app.
All right, we're getting close to the...
Yeah, we are. We're shortening up a little bit here in the boat. There we go. Now we're lengthening out again.
Well, these guys have held the lead since the start, right? We were talking at Boston University to see that group from the start, and here they are delivering as we finish.
Over the finish line.
Boom.
See...
All right, so Wisconsin, number 2 right there.
Was a lot closer than we thought. Folks, I apologize to the Wisconsin crew.
And Gordon A. There you go. Beautiful. Just really nice.
Okay, this should be the men's double.
Sure is.
Whoa.
We got a stacked lane here all across the board from 1 to 6.
We do. Dominican, lane 1, Gordon 2, Pittsburgh 3, Oklahoma City, lane 4, Penn State 5, New Hampshire 6. And looks like Gordon.
I really like those colors.
Yes.
Kind of reminds me of the new Philadelphia Phillies colors. Our baseball team here, they have on Fridays a new look to them, and it goes colors similar to that right there.
That looks like Gordon.
Boy, this is just
out of Wyndham, Massachusetts.
Great to see all of these guys just really competing hard. I know that these folks might have the lead right now, but when you look between the different lanes, they're all not that far apart.
No, they're not. No, Oklahoma City, though back, they're maybe half a length open water back. They still got a shot at this. Lane 1, Dominican, and Pittsburgh kind of neck and neck.
Yep.
Penn State looks like they're pretty far back, along with New Hampshire. But, yeah, Gordon, well, they're up in that Boston area, and Boston is a huge rowing city.
Why do you think that is? Because of the water influence?
I think no. It's I mean, the Charles River's up there, and it's a great body of water.
Mm-hmm.
But
or do you think it's the schools?
Well, Harvard,
Sure.
MIT. How many schools do you have in Boston? It's like Philly.
That's a great point.
Every other street corner is a new school. And rowing is a very competitive sport.
Right.
It's for a lot of people that...
Wow, just watching both these competitors. I'm watching the strokes in particular as we look at the water. And by the way, did you see that? The results can be found right there on that website.
Look at that.
RegattaWorks.com.
They just handed me a hunk of paper. All results can be found at www.KnechtCupRegatta.com. And there's also a link to the merchandise on our website, too.
Hey, by the way, speaking of the merch, we're modeling off some really nice coats, and this is a good brand at the TV stations. These coats are the exact same brand, and I can tell you they are weather tested. They throw me in snow, they throw me in rain, and if you want a nice coat, this one right here in particular, and that's just one of a couple things that you can get at our merch store to celebrate this and celebrate your team or your family member or friend that's competing today. why not have this memory, right?
Hey, souvenirs for everybody. My birthday's coming up.
What month? Like up? Like
No,
is it in a week or
November,
two?
but it's coming
okay.
up.
So you want them to buy you a gift already. Got it. I see what's going on.
Yeah, followed by Christmas, But no, folks, please stop into the merch store here at the Regatta. You can also get this merchandise online. And there is a beer garden being run. I don't know that it's open this moment, but hey, to each his own.
Well, that's part of the fun here, right? Because you want to get folks from all different perspectives. Maybe someone who would normally not come out to rowing competition just as a spectator here at the Cooper River in Camden County, New Jersey. You can come out to the beer garden and enjoy the view too, and learn a little bit about rowing as you knock back some brews.
Hey, just don't drink and drive, folks. That's all I ask. That wasn't meant to be a downer. Just look at these two.
I was just thinking the same thing. I'm just watching their backs. Look how their backs. It almost looks like they're connected together when they.
Well, yeah.
Back.
See, their blade goes in the water. Their arms stay straight as their legs drive down.
Look at these guys.
Look, they're in the last 250, and they're like, we're going. See, he's turning his head, looking for the finish line.
Wow.
And just walking away nicely. Give me a bow number. Give me a bow number. Over.
Russ Gordon. Wow.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and Oklahoma City's so close right there.
Oh. So, yes, the merch and beer garden.
Fun. We're having some fun out here today. Even though we're just getting in and just getting started, there is plenty more to come and do. If you're within the Philly area, we're talking Delaware, even New York City, New Jersey. Come on down.
This is the starting line. Women's freshman, novice 4.
Yeah, so we're up to our new category.
I need to turn the page on my sheet of paper.
I always like kind of watching from the start right there as we look right there. And then I'm just curious because we're not out there. Are they blowing a whistle? Are they just going, like, what's is it a kind of a noise going off?
A lot of times they'll use a horn. When I was a kid, they actually used a shotgun with
oh, wow.
But the commands are normally, we have alignment, attention, row.
Wow.
There they go.
I think you called it in real time.
It's not easy being me, man. We got some steering issues over in lanes 1 and 2. So these are novice 4s, novice freshmen. So everybody is either a very beginner rower or a freshman or a freshman. Each of these boats has a coxswain in the bow of the boat. The coxswain's job is to steer the boat. So we have Stockton lane 1, Lehigh 2, Lafayette A 3, Merrimack 4, Pittsburgh 5, and New Hampshire in lane 6. And off the start, Lafayette had a great start and is just tapping the boat away nicely.
When you were mentioning Merrimack, it got me thinking about, again, Massachusetts, that general area, just a lot of those schools, and rowing still just as popular as ever there.
Well, it's in Division I, it's very popular and getting more popular, especially with women, and Title IX, because it's a way for schools to spend that kind of money to offset the football and basketball, men's football and basketball programs. And now women's basketball. What a jolt this was this year, huh?
I know. I think the ratings were more popular, actually, than the guys, is what I heard. I didn't look at the actual data to check that, but that's some of the chatter I was hearing. And everyone was along for the ride. Boy, that was fun. So speaking of which, all right, so now we see 4 different competitors here.
Right.
How much harder is it when you have 4 folks versus 2?
Well, the technique, the synchronization between 4 can be a little more difficult. But once you have that, as we do with Lafayette here, for novice freshmen, they are rowing very, very well.
By the way, Lehigh and the school from Massachusetts, neck and neck there on second and third.
Yes, they are. Well, so's lane 1. Right?
Yeah.
Stockton.
No, that's well said. Yeah.
So yesterday, these folks would have had heats. You know,
So yeah, so
first 2 in each event would go to the final today, but we just don't have the time today because of the bad weather yesterday. So we're giving everybody a race, and let's see who can do what. These. Is that Stockton?
Oh,
Lane
hey.
1? So you can see that they are well coached for freshman novices. Rowing can be, it's just one stroke, Drew. I mean, once you learn the stroke, it doesn't change. It's just can be monotonous.
So it's technique at the end of the day.
It's all technique, and then the power shows up. If you get into a boat and try to show me, and you've never been, you ever try to hit a golf ball?
Just at the putting range.
There you go. So you go to the driving range, and if you're like everybody else, me included, you take a ball, you pick up the biggest golf club you have, which is a driver, you tee the ball up, and you just swing as hard as you can. And you look out into the driving range to see where it is, and somebody has to point it out 4 feet away from you. So the point is, you take your time, you learn how to swing that club nice and easy, and you connect to the ball. And the easier and the better you get at swinging that club, the power shows up.
And the consistency, really, too.
And the ball goes straighter and further. But if you just want to swing at it, you're doing same thing in rowing. You go out there and you just want to, I'm going to be the strongest person in the boat today. Nope, that doesn't move a boat. You need everybody in the boat to match you. It's all technique. Power shows up. These folks here, we said with Stockton, they're rowing nicely. And Lehigh also nicely. Now you can see the coxswain.
What does that mean?
The coxswain is the driver.
Okay.
In the bow of the boat. So you go, the 4 seat is right here.
Got it.
I'm going to point at my screen. So
Appreciate
you have 4, 3, 2, 1 is the bow seat.
So from front to back, 4's in the front, 1 in the back.
Well, technically, the front is the bow.
I did not know that.
Well, the boat's going that way. That's the front. The front of the boat across the finish line first.
Well said.
Yeah.
You know what? It has me turned around because
it does.
They're turned around.
They are.
But that makes a lot of sense because that would be the front if it's going to hit finish line first.
So in a cox boat, in a 4, and in a pair, and you don't see many cox pairs, the coxswain lays down in the front. They can sit up, but that makes the boat a little more tippy because there's nothing but body weight sitting up on the boat. So they lay down in the boat and help keep the balance of the boat.
So again, I'm just watching the strokes here.
Yes.
And I'm looking at how that ripples the water.
Take a look. You can see, like here with Lafayette, the stroke seat, I can see why that young lady's stroke, she's long and strong in the water. And you can see the 2 seat, same side of the boat, coming out of the water just slightly ahead. So she's a little bit shorter on the back end of the stroke, but they're just so far out in front, and the coach isn't going to appreciate me being critical. I'm really trying not to be critical. I think they're rowing exceptionally well, but it's just a minor difference.
So educate me again that one person that we see in the front, so facing toward the finish line,
is the coxswain. Her job, or his, is to steer the boat.
And I see this person here yelling different things and giving heads up, right?
Yes. She's also telling the crew where they are on the race course.
Got it.
So we're approaching, we're approaching the 1,500 meter mark. We're approaching the 1,000 meter mark. And then they'll have a race plan, and the coxswain will also call out the race plan. So at the 1,000 meter mark, we're going to take a power 10 and try to walk away from everybody. And then we're going to settle back in to a very good rhythm. They don't want to lose the rhythm during that power 10, but they'll take the rate up a little bit. They'll increase the leg pressure a little bit.
Just because they got into that 500-meter area that we just crossed into with those red boots?
There are specific parts where the coach will want them to make a move.
Yeah.
Oh, you broke the camera, my man.
You know what? I should not have moved my cord here. I was just adjusting my seat, but it's a good thing we got different bird's eye perspective here.
We're blaming everybody but me.
I saw you actually step on the cord just a second ago.
All right.
I love getting this perspective show those flags, and we just saw briefly the flags not moving as much as they were yesterday because the wind's so light this morning.
No, they had to change the flags out. They were tattered from the wind yesterday.
Yeah, don't I know it? Wind gusts, by the way, got up to around 40 miles an hour here in the Philadelphia area.
So, yes, Lafayette crossing the finish line. Exceptionally real. And, Coach, if I was being overly critical, I apologize. Your crew did a phenomenal job. And, yeah, ooh.
Close.
Yes, lane 2 is Lehigh. And looked like Merrimack or Pittsburgh. I guess it was Pittsburgh.
So there you go. As we look at more competitors finished right now.
Here we go. Each crew is for freshman, novice, freshman. Very well coached.
You know, to that point, as we watched all those competitors, all of them look good. I was watching the form because, we've seen some of these different boats kind of, not quite stay perfectly centered in between the buoys, but that competition and those different folks, I was pretty impressed.
Yes. Staying between the buoys is a little easier with a coxswain. So here we have the last heat of the freshman novice 4 women's. Lane 2, Wisconsin lightweights. Lane 3, Gordon. Lane 4, TCNJ. Who did we decide that was? Technical, Thomas Jefferson. Lane 5. Lane 6, George Mason. And it looks like George Mason's out ahead. Well,
No.
The College of New Jersey. Thanks, Tom.
So these folks, this is pretty competitive, as we see right there.
Yeah, it looks like George Mason is out by half a length open water on, I'm going to say Wisconsin lightweights. I can't really tell. Yeah, that's lane 1, Wisconsin lightweights. So there's lightweight and heavyweight rowing.
So explain to me the difference. Is that just in terms of physical weight?
Yes, of each person.
Okay.
And then in a team boat like this, they have to have a maximum average to be lightweight. And in women, I'm not sure. It might be 135 pounds. I'm not really positive. Men, it's, I think, 165. So if the average is above that, then you're a heavyweight.
So between lightweight and heavyweight.
That was a hard stroke. That's a couple of hard strokes there.
Oh, where'd you see that? Right here?
Right here, yeah. Looks like the Wisconsin. Oh, we're not squeezing the finishes real hard on the port side.
But that's something a coach would see here and then adjust and say, hey, you know what? We were seeing this when you guys were all competing. You want to tighten this up.
Well, yes. And keep in mind that as a novice, this may be their first race.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. This could very well be their very first race.
And there you go. As we talk about it more and more, you can see exactly how each team places. Just head to KnechtCupRegatta.com, and I'll spell all that. It's sitting right there on the screen for you. So I'm looking at the strokes here of the one that's closest to our perspective.
Yes, sir.
And I'm looking at the different ones, kind of compared to the back where the bird was just flying. And it got me thinking about when you mentioned about the lightweight and the different weight types. Do you think there is a competitive advantage if you're lighter versus heavier? Or at the end of the day, it's all about the strength of the people in?
Theoretically, heavyweights should be faster because they're bigger and stronger. But then it comes down to technique also. It comes down to stroke rate. I've seen lightweights go after heavyweight boats and win because they rode a higher stroke rate.
Got it.
And folks, I would announce the stroke rates, but my phone stroke rate app is not cooperating with me at all today.
Likely excuse.
Yeah.
I
knew you are.
I saw you using your fingers just a second ago, too, when they were coming by here from our vantage point.
So, yeah, they're just past us now. And
by the way, how pretty is this when you look in the background?
It's
you see
just
the boats.
gorgeous, yeah.
You see, look at that nice home. You see the trees.
The yacht club on the other side.
Reminds me of Ireland, seeing all the green. Oh, look, someone's walking their dog.
I'd go back to Ireland in a heartbeat.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh.
So green, so majestic. And then you see a bunch of sheep everywhere once you get outside the big
There
town.
are more sheep in Ireland than there are people.
I would buy that. I would totally buy that.
Oh, that's a fact.
Well,
I saw it on Facebook.
Oh, yeah, it's
Yeah,
average.
it's got to be right.
Yeah. So, all right, so here we go. We have the one competitor that really is taking off, and then we have these folks that
Yeah,
are...
George Mason's way out there, and this looks like it's Wisconsin Lightweight's closest to us. TCNU, College in New Jersey, tapping the boat along. So they're past the 1,000-meter mark. We'll see what happens. Oh, we're getting ready for the next event, which is the men's Frosh Novice.
I love this picture.
And there's 4 heats in that, and they are off. 1, 2. There should be 6 boats in this race. With yesterday's weather, some of the crews may have had to go home early.
Oh, you think? Yeah, that's a great point, because we mentioned earlier that one team, you were saying, oh, I wonder if they scratch, did they make it in one of the earlier competitions?
Yeah. So this looks like there should be Connecticut A, Mercyhurst, Lafayette, West Point, Pittsburgh, and Maryland A in this heat, unless I'm screwed up.
Yes,
and I find that hard to believe. But it looks like Mercyhurst, Lafayette B, West Point Army, and Pittsburgh. And
All right, so the one race, I see the finish line there, and we got the other folks that are just taking off.
and they said 6-minute centers. They were not kidding. So there's 6 minutes between the start of each event. So some of these events will take 7 or 8 minutes to complete. So you're going to have 2 events on the water at one time. Here come the rest of the women. Split screen. Nice. But right now I show Mercyhurst way out in front.
All right, with that competition over, here's our full focus.
Followed by Lafayette.
Oh, yeah, so look.
So it looks like Connecticut.
I was going to say on the right hand of our screen, the folks getting ready for the next competition, as you mentioned, kind of stopped, make sure they're not making any wake.
Yeah. Freshman Novice 4.
I got to tell you, this has got to be special for anyone who this is their first time out in the competition today. As you mentioned, that some of this certainly could be a first-time outing.
Yes.
Just what a great morning. What a great start.
So you can see, if you're looking at the Mercyhurst boat here, and I'm about to be a puss head, the 2-seat is backing his blade into the water. There, and that was clean. That was very clean. But it's just a minor. Once again, it may be the person's first race. Oh, that was a washout, and means the oar came out of the water too soon, and they were just pushing water, and the looked like bow seat to me, but I could be off.
You know, I wonder if we're just wrapping up here, event 5 actually. Looking back.
These look like women. Am I off on my schedule
I
here?
was just thinking the same thing. I was just kind of looking at this, thinking maybe we skipped ahead.
Thank you very much. Did you get water?
I'm just fine, thank you.
You sure?
I'm good. That's all yours.
Ah, cool.
We're getting such hospitality from folks helping to run this and make this so special today, from the cameras both in here and high top.
It is Women's Frosh Novice 4, Event 5. I missed something. I missed something, Drew.
It's actually our sheet, so
You're in charge. Do we have bad heat sheets?
you know what? I forgot to print out that line. That's on me. We'll pull it up on our website in the meantime and get everyone up to date on what we're seeing.
Let's.
So, you know, in the meantime, as we take a closer look right there, you're looking at that right there. Reading the boat, it looks like it says Gordon to me, but I can't quite make it out. I'm squinting as much as I can on the screen. All right, so there's one of the buoy markers, kind of getting everyone allocated. Looks like 1,000 meters from what do you see, the sign by that big digger back there?
Yeah. Now the rowers themselves are looking for those big orange buoys
Right.
off to the sides. They're not going to take the time. Hopefully, they're not going to take the time to look out and look for a sign that says 1,000 meters.
I think they were focusing on other things.
Yep. Yeah, I'm wondering if we have a bad heat sheet.
Oh, yeah. You know what? We're just getting everything all picked up.
We're going to make it up as we go along here, folks.
Well, you know, really, the athletes and their skulls speaks for themselves, right? You look at this team right here, kind of going right down the center, and it is impressive.
Very nice.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know what? It's interesting. I actually just pulled it up on our website, and I don't even see the fourth one as I pulled up right there. So these guys are flying on the radar, quite literally. But we're going to have that update in the full
28 strokes a minute right here. So just, I mean, you know, once again, Frosh Novice, a little bit of timing issues, but they're holding it together nicely.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, right, you can see that it's just like the one oar between the second oar looks a little, not quite as in sync, but overall,
32 strokes a minute.
pretty good.
Yeah, they don't look really rushed. They look pretty relaxed on the recovery. Recovery is when the blades are out of the water and you come up for the next catch. That's your rest period. There. Rest. There. Drive. Rest. Drive. Rest. It's like they're listening to me.
It's the soundtrack to them. You're almost be in their ears.
I must be.
Drive, rest, drive, rest. They're going to be voices in their heads.
Folks, you're going to hear me whisper on occasion all day long.
The Regatta Whisperer. That's what we'll call you, Tom. I'm sitting next to the Regatta Whisperer.
The Regatta Whisperer.
I like that. We're almost doing ASMR calling right now. Should I tap my fingers on the mic?
Do it. There. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
But in all seriousness, I'm looking again.
All kidding aside, right?
At the strokes here, and I'm looking at kind of how the things are positioned right in the center. And I'm watching the wake from the boat in the center, and wow.
No, they're nice and relaxed, reaching for the catch, driving their legs down. Pleasure to watch.
Wow. Gorgeous.
the course is very, very helpful today.
Yeah, big difference from yesterday.
So the wind is coming on the screen left to right, Drew?
Yeah, so today the wind direction should be coming up from the southwest. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's more kind of westerly, west-southwesterly at the moment, because over the night things had a swing from northwest to southwest, so it could still have a little bit more of a westerly component at the moment.
And it looks like the men's Frosh Novice fours have just left the starting line. Over on the women's. So hopefully we're back with the program here. Once again, I apologize. We're going to blame somebody for giving us bad heat sheets. Drew gave me mine.
Oh, I see how it works.
Yeah.
You were setting that up very well. I think you are getting people to connect the dots there.
We're not here to find fault, Drew. We're here to lay blame. There's a difference.
All right, well said there. As we look at our picture-in-picture, so we're getting ready to close out that final of the Novice 4, the women's, and then...
We have the men's.
Yeah.
And it looks like Connecticut in lane 1, Mercyhurst 2, Lafayette B 3, West Point Army 4. We said all this before. Pittsburgh B, and 5 at Maryland A, lane 6. Is there a bow number on that boat?
Yeah, so I'm looking at that one right now. That's 2. We're looking at 2 right there.
That's
closest.
Mercyhurst.
And then right across from them is 4. So you're looking at 2 and 4 between, and just to give you that.
That's Army.
I was just going to say that, yeah.
And it looks like Maryland A in lane 6, and Connecticut in lane 1 out in front. Very close. You can watch their bows. I mean, this is deceptive from the angle. It looks like lane 1 is out in front.
Yeah.
But watch them go through the same buoys. There.
Yeah.
They're like neck and neck. So the buoy lines will be straight across, theoretically.
This is cool to watch.
It is.
Both of these. So we have essentially 2 sets of being neck and neck right there. And I'm always impressed when you have those competitors.
What did you do?
I hit the cord again with my foot. So I'm always impressed when you
Past the
have
1,000-meter mark?
those 2 competitors where I feel like almost you know it's neck and neck. So I feel that because you want to ramp things up, just really turn it up a little.
No, it's Drew. You know,
Oh, really?
it's a long 2,000 meters. So the coxswains are talking to their crew,
Got it.
saying, "Hey, we got lane 1 Connecticut just a little bit out ahead of us." And what the coxswain's trying to do is keep everybody's head in the boat. When people start to turn and look around, you lose timing.
Huh.
Slows the boat down. So both crews want to just stay focused, and that's the coxswain's job. Steer the boat and keep everybody focused. All right. So we're through the 1,000-meter mark. We're approaching this is the third 500. Let's get tough. This is the hard one. You can see Connecticut just out a little bit as they're going through these buoys, and the buoys are not lined up. So I'd say half a length out, which is good for Connecticut. But it looks like Maryland, I mean, well within striking. Maryland's making a move. Look.
You're not kidding about that.
So they're in the last 500. Look, Maryland's making a move, bringing the stroke rate up, getting a little tougher. Here's the last 250.
Wow.
Watch.
Okay.
Let's see who brings the stroke rate up and who drives the boat away. Neck and neck.
This is fun.
Here we go. So, yeah, you have to figure theoretically 20 strokes or 25 strokes from 250. It'll be closer to 30.
So Connecticut and Maryland. Oh, Connecticut making a play. Wow.
Made it.
Oh, wow.
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 Connecticut and Maryland.
Just snuck in there.
Awesome. We're not calling the winner, folks. The referees will call it, but well rowed.
Wow. That was cool.
Whew. Look at me. I'm out of breath.
You think you're out of breath. Let me go down and talk to these athletes.
Yeah, they are. You get that, you know, and I say to the third 500, boy, you pass that 1,000-meter mark and your lungs are aching, your legs are aching. And you just keep, you know, there's certain points you can't go all out the whole 2,000. So you find a stroke rate that makes the boat move, and everybody's relaxed. You call your 10 or 20 stroke pieces somewhere in the race, and that, you know, 500-meter mark, go, and 250, go even harder. So we got the next event, next heat.
I love this perspective as we just kind of climb and move right up on them to get this
Point.
perspective.
Lane 2, out in front, Army. Lane 3 is Maryland B. Lane 4, Stockton. 5, Penn State. And then Pittsburgh. Out in lane 6, Army is tapping the boat along very nicely.
So right now the sun angle is starting to get a little higher. It's not as low in the skies when we started, so we're not seeing the sun glisten on the water as much as we did just about, say, half an hour to an hour ago.
30 strokes a minute, I believe, for West Point. I was listening, Drew. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, you know, what happened to the sun glistening as much as it was just a bit ago, but the sun's starting to get higher up in the sky at this point, so we're not getting that angle where it was that golden hour. It was just beautiful. So we got started about, I don't know, hour and a half ago at this point, something like that.
Is it really that long ago?
I don't feel like it. That's what I like with the competition of back-to-back here. That's the one benefit of us kind of postponing things to today. It's nonstop action.
Okay, yeah. Look at these are definitely novice.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of water to splash up there. You see that?
What lane do you see?
That's 4, by the way.
That is Stockton. So, yeah, somebody said, hey, why don't you try rowing? And they've been up at 4:30 in the morning ever since.
I'll give them credit. I'll bring them to do weather and get up at 12:30 in the morning.
Looks like 30, 31 strokes a minute. Just reaching out. These kids are well coached, especially for novice freshmen. What a shot, huh?
It's so cool to have the perspective down to, it almost makes you feel like you're there because we have that view right in to exactly what they're doing at all times.
This will be West Point.
So there's that sun glistening a little bit more. The sun now a little higher. Still a beautiful shot. Kind of like a silhouette right there between the sun and all those competitors. The power.
29 strokes a minute is what I'm getting on my phone. And if that's not correct, folks, blame the app.
And the power to have to do that 29 strokes a minute between all 4 of them.
You got to train. You know, you're not doing frat parties. You're on the water. Like I say, practice 6 a.m. You got to get to the boathouse. Practice an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours. Sometimes it's twice a day, morning and afternoon.
When you were training,
yes, sir,
and doing this, did you do twice a day when you got closer to a competition?
I did not row in college.
Mm-hmm.
I rowed in high school. Found out that I didn't want to go to college. Turned down a couple of scholarship offers and decided to work.
Get that money coming in right away.
Well, I gave it up, and then when I was like 28, 29 years old, Danny Knecht, Laura's brother, one of Laura's brothers, talked me into racing again, or rowing again, and I got in a double with him, and I actually got seasick.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
What is that pill you take when you're seasick? Is it Dramamine or something like that?
Yeah.
Dramamine, maybe?
But, yeah, I wasn't taking that. I was too busy throwing up.
Oh, jeez.
But once again, I got hooked again, and I've been rowing as a master oarsman. It's an age category thing. I actually had my dad, who was a former Olympian and legendary coach on Boathouse Row, come down and teach me how to row again. And I've been doing it ever since. I don't compete as much anymore, being 69 years old, and I do still race, but very selective regattas, such as the Head of the Ponds, which is a fairly new regatta, and it's by invitation only, folks.
Oh, so just dropping that in there right there.
So you can ask me about it all you want. I'm not inviting you.
Are you still training and conditioning your body throughout the year?
I am. But I've had to change the way I do it because I don't recover. My body's old, and I don't recover. I've had back issues, not from rowing, but from other things. Back issues, neck issues. I have a metal plate in my neck. I've had a discectomy. I've got a disc missing. I've got another disc fused. Physically, I'm a mess, but that was a missed stroke completely by Bowman. But no, I still go out. I train a lot in actually Cape Cod.
Oh, wow.
I have a daughter that lives up there, so my wife and I bought a house up there in addition to Philly. And we have a superb group of former Olympians. Jim Dietz, 3-time Olympic oarsman, and 3-time Olympic coach.
West Point, by the way, just crushing it right there.
Yeah, phenomenal job.
And that was West Point A, by the way.
Al Robinson up in Cape Cod, former University Barge Club oarsman. Alwyn Huxley out of Potomac, Pan Am. We have a bunch of nice people up in Cape Cod.
You know, one of the things that really stuck with me from what you just mentioned a couple of moments ago was about when you train and do different things that the recovery time takes a little bit longer. Is that something you noticed kind of over time as you did it more that, you know, maybe I'm not quite getting that spring in the step as quickly as it used to?
Yes. I find, and I had a long chat with Regina Salmons, who I understand will be visiting us and joining us soon over after the Head of the Schuylkill Regatta last year. I was asking, or texting back and forth about heart rate zones, and I'm finding I'm training more by heart rate zone, and I'm recovering faster. So I'm finding that if I don't row as hard, I recover faster, and when it comes to race day, I can row harder. So it's a different type of training.
And that's, you know, and that's what one of the things I learned talking. I did a health podcast about different age groups. It's that to really kind of change the way you train in different age groups to that very point. All right, so you just saw it up on your screen.
Yep.
New set of competitors right here. Can you walk us through who we got?
This is Michigan.
Yep, so that's
B,
number 2 right there that we're
New
looking
Hampshire, Lafayette A, U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, Lane 5, and George Mason in Lane 6.
Boy, there's my favorite shot right there.
Isn't that beautiful? So it looks like Michigan B. Michigan's program has come a long way in the past 10, 15 years.
I saw those guys yesterday when I was stepping out, and I saw their big logo. I did the weather in Columbus, Ohio. I primarily have done weather in Pennsylvania, but I did do the weather in Columbus, Ohio. And, oh, they don't like the team from up north. You don't even mention Michigan. You just say the team from up north. So I saw the team from up north when I stepped out. And I'll tell you what, they've really kind of stepped out here out of the gate.
What bound number? Is that 4?
Yeah. So the white one we're looking at right there is
U.S. Merchant Marine Academy just ahead of them. A little bit of open water, maybe half a length of open water. Tapping the boat, both crews tapping the boat nicely. And looks like Michigan out by a length.
Now this is competitive between all 3 of them.
Yes.
That was so much fun. What was it? 2 competitions ago here when we saw that right toward the finish of the one team just sneak in there.
They're at the 1,000, so they just went past us. I believe no, that's the 500. That's the 1,500. Tom, pay attention. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm yelling at me, not you.
So here's what I would say to that. You can always get the results at KnechtCupRegatta.com.
You took that well.
Sure did.
Thank you very much.
It's almost like I do TV for a living.
I watch TV, so I'm right there.
Well, I got to tell you, so just looking at this and kind of watching all the guys here competing.
This is Connecticut.
Oh, so you're looking at the different teams right here on the screen. So I'm looking at right at the front, the kind of that front oar. I'm trying to read some different letters right there, and I'm curious. We've seen different things and different names on the boat. Is there any particular convention that you might see for some different letters or some different names show up?
The names of the boats themselves.
Yeah, so would they actually have their own names instead of just the school name?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Each boat is pretty much named after an individual.
Get out of here. Oh, that makes sense. I just
former oars person, or a person that has donated a lot of money to the rowing program.
On one of our competitions earlier, when we had that extra category, I was reading someone's name on the boat.
Look, they're bringing the rate up there in the last 250,
Yeah.
and the coxswain just said, "Hey, we got 30 strokes left. Let's go." So the stroke rate just jumped. And there's the finish.
Boom.
Over. There's branches.
I love that
We got
perspective.
branches.
Yeah, that's a cool perspective.
Laura
there.
Branch, Laura, named after the regatta director.
See, I love this camera shot because you can really feel like you're right here. You're on the water with us. You're experiencing it just like the athletes experience everything as we get set and positioned right here.
That's past the finish line.
It's a rapid-
Gasping for air. And you can see further down where they're putting the boats in.
Oh, yeah. So that's where the issue was yesterday.
Yeah. Well, the last 500 meters, especially from the orange buoys in, was just a mess yesterday. I mean, it would not have been fair to anybody to race in that. And once again, it's a safety issue. The boats are so low in the water that, with the waves coming up over the gunnels, the boats can swamp.
Right, you can't take that chance. And I was talking to Laura Knecht, and she was telling me that, listen, this happens. This is life when you're outdoor and you have to make at the mercy of Mother Nature. This sort of thing happens.
It does. All right, event 6. All right. Once again,
all right, so I noticed from what you mentioned right there, you got the person in the front, probably
the coxswain.
Really can control the pace. That white boat right there looks like 4. Here comes number 3 on our list.
The person in the back, the front is where the coxswain sits. The back is the stroke seat. The stroke seat controls the stroke rate itself. Everybody sitting behind that person follows that person's movements.
Got it.
So here they are coming right past us.
Oh, yeah, that's the one vantage point that we have right here. So there they go. I'm actually going to stand up and take a closer look.
We can actually see these crews.
Oh, yeah, so there's the one kind of in front, and then there's those 3 that are all, relatively speaking, pretty close to each other.
Yes. So it looks like Oklahoma City way out in front here, followed by Michigan A,
Hey,
Lehigh, and Carnegie Mellon is back.
I have an interesting question for you, and I'm
Yes,
curious
sir.
if you know the answer. So talking to Oklahoma City, how do you think they got here? Do you think they drove the boats up?
Absolutely.
So they drove all the way in from Oklahoma City?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I mean, the boats did. The athletes may have flown.
Okay.
But put the oars and the boats, tie them down to a boat trailer, and
Boy, that's almost a full day drive.
it takes a couple hours.
I was one time a cowboy in a movie that's shot in Oklahoma City. It was just nominated for Best Picture this year, called Killers of the Flower Moon. And I spent about a week on the set there.
Really?
And so I hold Oklahoma near and dear to my heart. Yeah.
I was watching. I had a lot of free time yesterday. I was watching TV, and I think it was one of my I don't pay much for TV anymore, but it was one of those might have been an Apple TV or something. And apparently I'd started watching that particular movie a couple months ago and forgot about it. Never finished it.
I will admit it is not a feel-good movie, but if you're 20 minutes into it, pause it and you'll see me as a cowboy in the background.
I will do that. So yes, this is definitely Frosch Novice 4.
So what gets you the Novice? Do you not like to see that water splashing like that? What's catching your eye?
They're just learning how to row. So you can see like the 2-seat, third from the front, second from the bow. He's sitting over. Same with 3-seat. Not getting, but it's all about timing. Once again, this could be their first ever race, and
Well, just getting the rhythm. I get it.
I mean,
get
it's novice Frosch. And this is what they call a bucket rig. You'll notice you have an oar here, and the stroke person has an oar, and then the other two in the middle of the boat have oars on the same side instead of alternating. One here, one here, one here, one here.
Right. So wider on the one side, narrower on the other.
Theoretically, is to keep the bowman, the rower closest to us here, from pulling the boat to starboard, to the side. So theoretically, the power of the 2 oars persons in the middle of the boat
Balance the other two.
balance.
Yeah.
Help balance that sort of thing.
A lot of physics right there.
Yeah, I've only rowed in the bucket rig boat once.
What was the experience like?
I rode with a bunch of guys from, well, a bunch. 3 guys and a coxswain from former Temple University oarsmen. These guys know what they were doing. It was only 6 years ago, just before COVID. So I'm 69, so 63 years of age, and they were all.
Well, you did that without your fingers, too. I'm impressed. I knew my fingers would do some
LaSalle
math.
University, folks. It took me 12 years to get through, but I did it.
You see the difference in education between that school and Penn State? Well, I'm still using fingers.
You're using other people's fingers.
Well, there's the finish right there as we wrap it up. So we got the one team through. Here comes the next. So good job right there.
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Now, really impressed with those guys. And then there's the team from up north. You can see the big old M. That's Michigan A, by the way.
Yes. So you can see they're turning the boat. So they have 2 people on the starboard side with their oars square in the water.
Yeah.
And that turns the boat.
So the ones that are square, does it keep the stability as the other person just puts the one?
It just makes the boat turn.
Got it. So
it's hand height that keeps the stability. So if somebody in the boat lowers their hands, the boat will go down to that side.
Interesting.
So if somebody on a boat raises their hands, the boat will go up on that side.
Huh.
So everybody wants to find, and it sounds difficult, but it's not as difficult as it sounds.
So I'm not a skateboarder, but I feel you kind of use your body momentum to kind of lean to the one side versus the other to kind of move it around. And it sounds almost with the boat, the way you raise up or down, the boat responds.
The boat does respond, exactly. Here's George Mason coming through. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, the boat is round on the bottom. So it's naturally tippy. So all the balance is held with the blades being out on the water.
Yeah.
And once again, I'm not looking at you because I got this stupid plate in my neck and I can't turn that far.
No, it's okay. No, don't worry about it.
So if the blades are out here and you're holding onto the handles here, it's steady. The blades are steady, and that holds the balance of the boat. So if everybody's doing it correctly, the blades come out of the water and up, and they sit 2, 3, 5 inches off the water as you come up to the next catch and just drop down. So any movement with those oar handles up or down will make the boat, that side of the boat, go up or down.
All right, so we moved on now to the women's second varsity. And here we go with
Second
all the different
varsity, 4.
teams. Yeah.
George Mason.
Delaware back.
Fordham in lane 3. Duquesne. 4. MIT A5 and Connecticut A in lane 6. And here we have lane 2, Delaware. Delaware's a heck of a program. And Delaware, Fordham, and it looks like MIT, all hanging together. Connecticut A is right in there.
When you say Delaware has a strong program, does that just mean people go on to different things, or what do you mean by that?
Especially their women's program, I believe, is a varsity sport at Delaware, so they give out scholarships.
Got it.
But they're exceptionally well coached, too. Delaware's got a very, very strong rowing program. And when I say that, folks, that's not to slight all the other programs.
No, of course.
At all. And, I mean, you can see MITA is right there, as is.
So you actually looking at this,
Delaware.
Between the 4 teams, boy, they are close.
Fordham, MIT.
Look at them all.
And Connecticut. So, yeah, they'll hit the 1,000-meter mark.
They're moving fast.
You'll see somebody well, it's a different event. This is a varsity event. So these kids have been rowing for, at least 4 years.
And I would imagine, too, more condition right there, probably more power from doing this, to your point.
Yeah.
If they've had that, so they can kind of move a little faster. I see you're doing the count, figuring out the rows per minute. Love that. And I just love that the weather is cooperating right now compared to yesterday. Just 24 hours, what a difference. Yesterday morning at this time, it was cloudy. We were just coming out of some sprinkles. The wind was wild. And here we are, things calm. But it does get a little windier later today.
I have Connecticut, or not Connecticut, Delaware at 34.
So to me, that sounds like one of our highest numbers of the day so far. Because these, to me, feel like they are just whipping around.
I'm sorry, this is...
They're just bopping down here. Yeah, I'm impressed with the speed that we're seeing out of this team. All the teams.
Delaware, Fordham, well within striking distance.
Well, I mean, I would say all 3 of them, really.
MIT, right there.
Yeah.
So you can see, look, Delaware's starting to walk away.
Everyone's in it, though, still. Or you think they're really pulling at this point?
Delaware's pulling away.
Okay.
MIT looks like they're trying to walk through Fordham. They're on the buoy line, too. Don't hit those buoys out there. That's MIT, folks.
All right, so there you go. The buoys just changed colors, so the end is
the last
somewhat near.
250. Now watch the stroke rate come up.
Okay. So we're watching to see them move faster, to really push it, to bring it home.
35.
Yeah, the pace,
Delaware?
Everything just feels different from the last race.
Just together, pulling the boat away.
I gotta tell you, I'm just impressed to see everyone keep the consistency.
34.
As they come down.
MIT battling for second place here.
I feel we're inches away.
Trying to, but they're.
Here we go.
33 strokes a minute. Yep, over the line.
What a great second place finish. I mean, that was, in fact, even third place. All these guys were really in it.
Very well rowed.
Love this shot. Look at this. We're right there in the action now.
So this is the second varsity.
This is cool. What a great shot.
So this is the next heat. Boston University, lane 1. Merrimack, lane 2. MIT B, lane 3. Jacksonville 4. Connecticut B. And Marist out in lane 6.
Yeah, that's what's up in New York.
On the Hudson.
Mm-hmm.
And that looks like Marist way out front. So you can see the coxswain in this crew. What number is that, 2?
Oh, that one's 2 is the one closest to our screen. So you're looking at 2. 3 is the one that's pretty close that we see. That's
Merrimack.
black.
You can see the coxswain sitting straight up.
Yeah. Now, why would that person do that? Because aerodynamically, you think that person would want to lean back. Or maybe there's just not enough room.
The person may be too big for the boat.
That's what I was thinking.
Ideally, you want the person to lay down, as you can see in the other. Looks like MIT boat there.
I like the bandana, by the way, of that person.
Yeah, but they just may physically be too big to lay down. Wow,
Okay.
Look at this.
Great perspective.
So this is lane 1. Is that Boston University?
Oh, so the folks all in red right there.
Wow. Look at the timing here. Bang. Nice.
That's precision.
Drive.
I'll tell you what, Tom, this is mesmerizing just watching this team. This is in sync when I watch the oars.
Yeah. So that should be the 500-meter mark where the buoys are, the big orange buoys. So in about 25 strokes or so, they'll hit the 250 mark, the orange buoys on the course. And at this point, I don't expect them to raise the stroke rate, but they're going to want to look strong going across the finish line. And it's really not a spectator sport until the drone people, Five Tribes, got involved in this. And if you have a TV or a phone or whatever, you can. It's more. You can't really see the race. It's it's 1.25 miles long, and so everybody crowds around the finish line to see what's going on.
Yeah, I saw 1 or 2 spectators as we looked around the side a couple times, just kind of enjoying it. Because this park right here, if you're not familiar where we're at, has a lot of people that come down just for recreation, from just picnicking to walking the dog to even just walking the track. So there's folks that are already here probably are looking and saying, hey, what's going on? I know when I see some folks doing rowing and I'm by the water, I always stop and watch for a few minutes. I'm always just fascinated by it because I'm just so impressed with the athleticism of the people that do this. Because I know firsthand how difficult, well, you can attest to it first and foremost, how difficult rowing is. This is something that it is not easy, and they are making this look easy today.
And once again, the easier it looks, the better trained and the better technique of the people in the boat. And the better trained, the better technique, the power shows up, boat speed shows up, and here you go across the finish line. Look, bang, drive, bang, drive. And if this is the second Varsity 4, I can't wait to see the first Varsity. Over.
Impressive. There's your finish.
Yeah. And the next event should be the men's second Varsity. Am I right?
So that was pretty cool to see that right there, just to watch all these teams really be in it. So there you go.
You can see, yeah, the wind's kicking up a little bit.
A little bit.
So it's a slight headwind. So this is men's second Varsity 4, 1 heat. West Point, lane 1. Colgate, lane 2. Michigan A, lane 3. Fordham, lane 4. Temple, lane 5. And Michigan B, lane 6. I say all that with conviction.
And you weren't talking the toothpaste there when you said Colgate. You were talking about the school in New York.
Who knew? Yes.
Did I brush my teeth today? I'm still thinking about that.
I brushed mine.
Actually, between you and me, I was just running to get out the door. It's one of those things when you get up early, it's like, can I cut some corners? So I just did a little mouthwash today, which is why there's a seat between us right now.
No.
I'll catch up on the my Colgate a little later this afternoon.
My wife is, like I say, she's in Alexandria, Virginia. She was kind enough to leave my toothbrush loaded.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. I got a nice wife. We only just got married back in June of '79.
Well, there you go. That's what, a year or two ago?
Couple. All right, here we go. So lane 5 is Temple University. This Temple's program is just phenomenal.
Yeah, they were doing some practicing up here, I believe last week. So not this past week, but maybe the one before. And, they were, because here's the thing, they're close enough to come up here to practice because we're just a hop, skip, and a jump away across the river from Philly.
Yeah, Boathouse Row is 15 minutes away.
Yeah.
So yeah, it would not surprise me to see the Temple University coach bring their crew over here to train. So Michigan B, looks like Michigan B and Michigan A very closely vying. Look, they're just neck and neck for second place.
Well, really, behind the first place team right there,
Temple,
everyone is in it for sure.
Yep.
All right, so there's that buoy. So that's what, 500 meters, right?
Yes. So Temple with a commanding lead.
Boy, this is so much fun to watch when
Michigan
you have...
B is just slightly ahead of Michigan A.
All these competitors are really bringing it right now. And I'm just watching, and I'm just so impressed with all those teams that are neck and neck.
Look at West Point. West Point is walking up.
Yeah, I'm
Colgate is dropping back a little bit.
watching the oars, and I'm watching the stance.
Yeah.
These guys are all great.
Yeah,
Wow.
West Point's looking for second place. Look.
This is cool.
Second place is going to be brutal here.
It's a nail biter. It's a good thing I cut my nails already. I'd bite them down.
Michigan B out in lane 6. Michigan A, lane 4. Fordham's way back. Temple's here. No, I'm wrong. West Point out in lane 1. Through Colgate. Honking on Michigan A.
Wow.
And Michigan B. Oh, drones, get closer. Like I have control.
You don't have the magic button?
I don't. Let's see what West Point does here. Look.
You're calling it. They're nosing up. Watch this.
They are.
They really are.
They've got Michigan A and B.
This is tight here for second place. Okay, so there goes Temple. Now.
All right, here comes Michigan A. Here comes Michigan A. Oh, look at that. Hey.
Oh, that was tough.
I can't call third place between Michigan B and Army.
I didn't catch it either. I'm looking right at it, and it was talk about a photo finish.
Yeah, folks, I'd love to give you stroke rates, but my app is not. Folks, I don't know how to use the app. Why don't I just explain that?
I think you're doing fine. Listen, when you get it and it works, you share it. When it doesn't, that's okay. Listen, I don't think anyone here is going to lose sleep that you didn't get the stroke rates out. But here's some of my takeaways. When we saw the difference between the crews that maybe had been their first time this year versus the varsity team, to see the varsity teams just like that. I mean, they felt like they were racing along. And you did the stroke count. You said maybe up to 34 a minute. And it just is impressive to see that kind of power and to see the speed firsthand. All right, so new category. Here we got the women's lightweight 4.
MIT 1, Wisconsin lane 2, Radcliffe 3, Gordon lane 4, Georgetown lane 5, and Boston University lane 6.
Look at the water splashing up right there.
That's...
So I see that T right there on that team. So
that's MIT, yes.
Yeah, putting the T in MIT, no question about it.
It's hard to write Massachusetts on a blade.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. Yeah.
So lanes 3 and 4 looks like, is that Gordon out there? In lane 4? With Radcliffe in lane 3.
Boy, I feel like we're on the water with them right now.
Radcliffe isn't that Harvard? Sorta, in a way?
You would know better than I would. So I'm just focusing right now again on the oars because I'm impressed.
See how
when
the
they're
boat?
saying-
Did you see how the boat would rock back and forth like that?
A little bit, yeah.
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 That has to do with some of the wind, maybe catching a blade and lifting it, which would force the handle down and that side of the boat down. So we have lane 3 Radcliffe out in front by a length, followed closely by Wisconsin and Boston University. Radcliffe, tap it, look, driving that boat, and it's a starboard stroke boat. I think every sweet boat should be starboard stroke
Why?
because I'm a natural starboard and I should stroke every boat. If you're a rower, you get that joke.
That was flying higher than the airplanes I see right outside our window.
So
We're right by Philly Airport.
if you look at the stroke seat, see how her blade is out on this side, the starboard side?
I do, yes.
And you look at all the other boats, and they're all port strokes. All
I see the
stroke-
difference, yeah. Yeah, in between
So
which
what they
one's the
do is
first
they
one.
found that they have a starboard person that can set a pace, is strong enough and technically sound enough to set a pace that everybody else in that boat can follow.
on that side versus
And-
the other side, the
and
port side.
So it's a starboard stroke. So the starboard stroke person is not kicking,
So just a little update right now.
not kicking the cables.
Oh, see, I hear you tapping on the table right
That's-
there. To stop moving my feet around. Hey, you were mentioning the wind a little bit earlier. So
Yes,
just
sir.
in about the last half hour, I was checking a little change in the wind speeds, and they have punched up just a touch. We went from less than 10, and when wind speed's less than 10, you don't notice it when you step outside. It might be a gentle breeze. You don't even really feel it. Once you get past 10, you do. So the wind's now up to 13 miles an hour.
Wind, yeah. Up to 10 miles per hour, it's pretty negligible.
Yes. So that's just been the change.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at,
The different teams and just really following along, right?
yeah, who's that, Radcliffe?
Yeah, so look
Just
at these guys.
walking up on Gordon. They're within a length, they're a length out. So, yes, wind up to the last 250. Watch the stroke rates come up. Remind me about your statement, please.
Yeah, this is fun.
Oh,
You're
come on,
mentioning-
Tom.
Not kidding around about this. They are stepping it up. I can see it right there. Now that's Gordon right there, right? The ones that are just a
It
touch
looks,
in front.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're about 29 from my phone app, and Radcliffe is 30 over.
Okay, there we go.
And the wind speed can affect the stroke rate. But yes, the wind up to and including 10 miles an hour is just negligible. Through 6 miles an hour, the water would be like glass.
Yeah.
And 8, 9, 10, you get nice ripples. 11 and 12 is kind of iffy. 13, you can start to expect to see white caps. 13, 14.
Oh, of just that little bit of a difference here.
Yeah.
We're just talking a couple difference in miles per hour.
And this is, yes, it's, and you can be standing on the bank and not even know that, other than looking out at the water, that the wind has changed. You won't feel it.
So yeah, right now from the southwest at 13 miles an hour, and that's sustained. We don't only have the wind gusting up yet at this point, but it will gust up a little bit later this afternoon. Wind gusts will be up to about the 35 mile per hour range at the worst. This afternoon, winds will be about 20 to 25 miles an hour every couple minutes, and then gusting up to about 30 to 35.
Well,
And outside our window, we're looking at the next
here's the men's
round.
lightweight 4. Michigan A in lane 2, Connecticut 3, Rhode Island 4, Michigan B 5, and Gordon lane 6.
So I'm trying to get a feel. I feel like we're looking at Connecticut right there, but I can't quite make out the number right there in the front of the boat.
Yeah, they're not.
And the sun's not helping either with it, but I'll tell you what, the sun is making it so scenic.
Yeah, it looks like it's lane 3.
Yeah, that's the vibe that I'm getting. But look at that sun glistening. What a morning here in Camden County, New Jersey. The trees, the green, you got the just everything coming together. And then here's our athletes just doing what they do. What a backdrop. The
Yeah.
Cooper River.
Are they
there's something
Connecticut?
special
They
here.
are. Boy,
They're rolling. Yeah, got to keep it moving. No
holy
question about it.
mackerel. All right, I'm going to stand up and see if I can.
Oh, you're going to use your binoculars right now.
I'd like to, but I left them in my wife's car in Alexandria, Virginia.
All right, so right now on our screen, so there is that team from Rhode Island that we're staring at.
You can see that number?
I sure can see that 4, absolutely.
Nice.
Now, the one behind it, I'm failing my vision test a little bit.
That looks like Gordon out there.
Yeah, just from the colors.
Yeah, there's a lane between them and third lane 6. So we don't see lane 5. So lightweight, I think for men, the average has to be 160 pounds, with the heaviest person 165 or something. Once again, I'm kind of guessing.
But you have that feel from the different competitions you've attended, you've seen,
So
and some vibes.
This is Connecticut.
Boy, what a difference.
That's a nice flavor boat.
It sure is. You like that color?
I do. My boat is almost that color.
But impressive, just the power that these folks got.
Yes.
They got some steam.
Yeah, and lightweights tend to race a little bit higher stroke rate. Let me see if I can get one
Well,
here.
that makes sense. Maybe less weight. Maybe less pushing down. Unless, do you think there's actually a motor underneath there to kind of really propel them?
32. No. Nah.
Nah, you don't think so? They didn't hide one in there?
They're tapping along around 32. No, these kids are well trained, well coached. Their blade work is nice. Their length in the boat, the stroke length is awesome. .33 strokes a minute.
You know what I like about this team too? Not only is that boat sharp, but I like that the folks are wearing different outfits. A lot of times so far, you've been seeing teams all in sync and in unison with what they're wearing, and I kind of like the diversity that we're seeing from this team. Because I like things that are different and creative. I think it's fun to kind of get outside the mold a little bit.
Well, on a race day, you want everybody to be wearing the same flavors, same colors.
So you like that team approach. You like everyone.
It's a team, baby. Be a part of it. Either you're a part of the team or you're not.
So you're with us or you're not?
Yeah, that's it. You know, you want to race in different colors, go row for that crew that has that color. You know? We're a team. Let's row that color. This is my opinion, folks.
I think I'm on the other side.
I'm not criticizing the folks here.
I'm liking that you wear whatever you want and just do your own little thing.
Yeah. And
That's,
here's the finish.
and it worked well for them, clearly.
Oh, it did. Boy, they are way out. So you can see the coxswain pop up out of the seat.
Poke the head up.
Poke the head up.
Like a groundhog. I think that means there's still going to be a couple more weeks of spring here
Yeah,
before
a little more.
That's exactly what that meant.
So this will be Gordon out in lane 6 and Michigan B fighting it for second place.
So, looking at all these competitors that we have right here,
Yes, sir.
do you think that the coaches go back and watch the tapes from the different regattas and just get the kind of different shots that we have here to really focus on their different athletes about what to tweak, or do you think they're not watching the tape? I'm just curious because in football they'll watch the tape.
No, they will leave here, and this is on YouTube forever.
Right.
I mean, so yes, most coaches will look at these and be mostly critical of the announcers first,
Sounds about right.
and then
I guess that means I won't be invited back next year. Just joking.
it's not you, it's me.
Oh, okay.
But yes, they will look at whatever they can.
Sure. As you would expect, by the way, too.
Yeah, I mean it's game film right here.
Absolutely.
And you know, Five Tribes I think does a phenomenal job. They can't keep everybody on the screen at once, especially after yesterday's events were canceled. If you'd had heats and today's finals, I think some of the races would have been somewhat closer. But no, the coaches will go back and look at this. If they're driving their crews home, they'll sit in the passenger seat of the bus or the airplane, and just
they have the time.
They have, yeah. So yes, they will use this as game film.
So on to the next competition here, and this is interesting to see those two right there, right on the right of your screen. They were really close together, but now the one's taking the lead a little bit between those two that are just coming back into the screen on your right.
Yeah, they're approaching the 1,000. They just passed us here in the digital booth.
Oh, and our command center right here, right outside our window. Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's our other team. I'm just looking out the window, seeing one, too. It's a beautiful sight out here from our vantage point. We're seeing the nice blue skies, a lot of clouds from airplanes flying to Philly International.
So it's the women's Varsity 4. Heat 1, George Mason, Lane 1. Monmouth 2, Marist. I'm sorry. Lane 2 is George Mason, 3, Monmouth. Marist 4, Fordham 5, Boston U.
So speaking of
lightweights in lane 6.
There's a nice tulip garden area. The tulips really popped this week in this region because we started last week with some temperatures near 80, and that helps the tulips really jump up fast. And then it was cooler over the weekend, which keeps the tulips around. And by Monmouth County, where that one school's from in New Jersey, there's a well-known tulip farm. And a lot of people are there this weekend.
Yes, I've been there. It is phenomenal. What a place.
And so in this region, this weekend is the weekend to go check out all the tulips because the weather has really helped out with that.
Look at Marist here, way out in front, followed by Fordham in lane 5 and Boston U. So there's going to be a battle for second place.
For sure.
So they're in their third 500. Nice and relaxed. The timing's good. Yes, the tulip farm is impressive. Well, it's going to be 75 here today, isn't it?
Sure will be. Next couple days, temps will be in the mid-70s underneath sunny skies, so we're looking to some nice stretch of weather. Still a little windy tomorrow, and we'll lose the wind on Tuesday for anyone who's coming out to practice.
That's
a little
me.
bit more.
I'll be down Tuesday to practice.
So you're going to have a lake because there's no wind on Tuesday for a change.
Well, it'll be over on the Schuylkill River.
Wow, look at that bird. See that on the right of the screen? Beautiful.
We can tell Drew's bored. Look at the bird.
Oh, it just catches my eye. I'm one of those people where something goes by, I can't help myself. I'm focusing all around.
I'm teasing you. Here we go.
No, and circling back to what you brought
up. Here's the last 500.
This team is sharp. I see them. They're all dressed the same. I mean, this really has that vibe of team. And you bring up a great point. When everyone's dressed the same, you feel in sync. We're all part of one.
Yep.
And I totally understand what you're thinking, and these guys look great, all dressed the same.
So let's watch the race for second place between Fordham and Boston U. Fordham out of the Bronx. They're up there by the zoo. And Boston U looks like they may be walking on Fordham a little bit. If I could.
So I want to share something. I just got this on my Instagram. So I'm on all the socials.
33.
Oh, so you just did the number real quick.
On Marist. Yeah, I'm sorry, Drew.
No, because you're giving us the most relevant information to show us the power of these competitors. So 33 strokes per minute as you do the math. You're looking at the other team.
Yeah, it looks like 30 for Fordham. And what's Boston U?
This women's varsity competition is impressive to have that kind of power among all these athletes. And I know that
32 at Boston U. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
No, so you said 32 at Boston University.
Fordham was 30.
I just really think that speaks to the athleticism of all these teams to hear those kind of numbers of strokes per minute. And, this is the practice that they've had over the years.
Yes. Now, like I said, kind of a headwind here today.
Mm-hmm.
So the stroke rates will be a little bit lower. But some of these, when you get the Varsity 8, some of those crews will race at 35, 36, 37 the whole length. They'll start at 45 strokes a minute and then settle down at 35, 36. And they train for it. It's just amazing.
And here's the finish line.
Fordham looks like they're walking away from Marist.
They were the ones that had the higher stroke per minute, right? Just by a little bit more?
No, they were actually slightly under Marist. But they may have brought it up since then. So.
Well, hey, I got to give a quick shout out on the social. So I'm at Drew Forecast on all the socials, and I bring that up to say I got a DM from someone who's watching us from, drum roll, you ready? Listen to this. Buenos Aires in Argentina, because this is global when you're on the internet. So someone is watching from Buenos Aires because they're supporting one of the schools because of his son Dante, who's on the team. And it is an amazing race day. So all the best to the rowers and Santiago.
I met this kid's parents. I know this kid's parents. I've met them at the head of the Schuylkill. Ask them if they were at the head of the Schuylkill talking to me at one point out by the drive. They're the sweetest, nicest people.
So the Dominican team.
Varsity Women's 4.
We'll keep an
West
eye on.
Point, Lane 2. Stetson 3. Lafayette 4. Connecticut 5. And Wisconsin lightweights out in Lane 6. So.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to get in touch, send me a DM. Say, hey, I'm at the socials at Drew Forecast. It's awesome to hear where you're watching from around the world. Buenos Aires, Argentina, watching and supporting his son. I think that's cool.
What school?
So that's the Dominican team. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Honest to goodness, I was down there.
The Dominican A single. So let me see on our sheet here. I think we may have had them already.
I was at the head of the school. I think it was this past year, maybe the year before, doing this, and I was out by the drive. Here we go.
Yeah, so that was one of our first teams. I'm just going back to watch.
So this is Lafayette.
Tell you what, every time we come down more, I feel like the grass looks greener.
Connecticut.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hit
Wisconsin.
Hit me with that one more time. Give me the different order again.
Lafayette out in front. Followed by Connecticut and Wisconsin. And second place, there's going to be a battle for second place. But yes, I was somehow chatting with these folks from Argentina.
That's so cool.
In fact, I told them to turn on the live feed, and I'd do a special shout out to their son. And I did.
All right.
And I'm doing it again.
Dante, you get it. Yeah, it looks like he already did it. And we'll have to go back. And by the way, you can always get the different orders and who won, by the way, at KnechtCupRegatta.com. They have all the results, so we can see if Dante won in the men's single for the Dominican A.
Look at the race for second place. Just got tighter.
Sure did. That's neck and neck right there.
Wisconsin and Connecticut. Am I in the right heat here?
So we're looking at the second one of the women's varsity 4 right now.
Yeah. Look. So they're Lafayette out of, what is it, Easton, PA?
So, yep.
Out on the Lehigh River.
Just before you head into New Jersey is where they're at. Easton is known because they are home to the Crayola Crayon Factory.
Yes, they are.
Throwing it back to our childhood days.
Well,
or adult days, because I still play with crowns in my classes.
Are you kidding? I got 5 grandkids. I got
exactly.
I got broken crayons everywhere, and we still use them. Look at this race for second place here. Wisconsin lightweights came back.
This fires me up when it's competitive like this.
And just bang. Let's see if I can get some stroke ratings, folks.
So as you do the math right there, we're watching.
35? Wow. 34?
Oh, look at that sun
for
glistening.
Lafayette.
And by the way, just take a second, too, in a picture here. Look at that sky. Look at the conditions that the rowers have today. I know the wind's kicking up a bit more, but how scenic is this?
33 for Connecticut. And
wow. These are all impressive athletes. To have those kind of rows per minute, those are impressive numbers, right, Tom?
I like them.
I mean, that's, to me, as an outsider kind of looking in, I am so impressed by that. All right, so there's the boobies changing color.
So, yeah, it looks like Wisconsin's around 30. Once again, I'm blaming the app, folks. And Wisconsin rode strongly heading into this last 250.
This is so cool to see the end. Oh my gosh, I'm hearing from everybody reaching out on Instagram and all my socials at Drew Forecast. We got someone watching from Columbus, Ohio.
Nice.
Saying hey because, they like that I said the school up north.
Up north. That was funny.
Appreciate the kind words.
But true.
They're watching because of the family connection. I love
Here
that.
comes Lafayette to the finish line, and they will be followed by Wisconsin. And it looks like we've got the next event already.
Coming into play. Yeah, so the message I got, so the person who reached out is from Columbus, Ohio, but they're proud to say their son rose for that school up north, the University of Michigan. Love that. I actually really like Michigan. I like that area. My college roommate lives there. I get to Michigan all the time, and I got nothing but good things to say, even though in Ohio they call it the team from up north.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for reaching out and saying hey.
This is close here.
And Chuck, thanks for watching.
In lane 2, Fairfield, lane 3, Villanova, 4, Duquesne, 5, Georgetown, and 6.
All right, so Nova, a local team here. That's a little bit up the road from Philadelphia. It's in between Philly and when you start getting out into the suburbs, heading out toward the western part of Pennsylvania.
The main line.
The main line is what we call it around here, yep. And just giving a shout out to Chuck, who's watching us from St. Louis, Missouri.
Yo, Chuck.
This is so cool to have everyone sharing our experiences and here with us.
We missed a stroke there completely. Wow.
Where'd you see that? So tell us more.
I'm assuming that's Merrimack in lane 2 with Fairfield in lane 3, but I could be wrong. 5. I don't see. 4, 5. Yeah. And it looks like Georgetown on the outside. Georgetown looks like they're taking the lead. I like Georgetown. I've been a fan of Georgetown for about 1,000 years. Tony Johnson, the men's rowing coach at Georgetown,
is he a friend of yours?
Olympic silver medalist in the men's pair in 1968. Rode with a guy named Hoff. My parents were at that Olympics with Bill and Joan Knecht watching. And they were sitting with Tony Johnson's mom at the finish line. And his mom started screaming,
"What?
Why'd you stop rowing? Why'd you stop?" And my mother turned to her and said, "Well, the race is over. They just got silver medals in the Olympics." But Tony's just a wonderful, wonderful person, heck of an oarsman, and a magnificent coach. He's obviously retired now, but just tremendous, tremendous person.
So look at this. This to me seems
And my
so
mom said his
yeah.
mom is nice, so.
Oh, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
We love nice people. We need more nice people all these days.
Yes. So it looks like Fairfield and Georgetown. Georgetown way out in front. Fairfield second. Merrimack right here on the screen in front of us. And we're being whispered at here.
Oh, we're doing a little behind the scenes work. We didn't think you'd
trophies
notice.
For me. What did I win?
So we have our trophies and we're just moving them around. The magic of TV is no one would have ever known.
Yeah.
When you're giving out our secrets. And I'm a big fan of sharing our secrets.
I like the way Fairfield is just hanging with Georgetown, not giving up.
This one is extremely competitive when I look at between all three of these teams. And I love this viewpoint because I'm really feeling like I'm at the boat. I'm with these guys. We're at their level. I love everything about it right here.
As opposed to the mobile digital command center.
Well, we do have a nice view, but there's something about being on the water and experiencing this with the athletes.
Merrimack's not saying, no, we're going for this. Look.
Beautiful shot. Just the camera work today is unreal. Beautiful.
So there's Fairfield. And way out over in lane 6, we can't see Georgetown. But you can see their puddles. You can see their wake.
So when you watch the different lanes here, are you watching to see if they're close to the center? I see that one team getting close to those buoys.
That's a lot of times that could be wind pushing the boat.
Okay.
It could be the coxswain, the person steering the boat, focusing on something other. Did you see the bad stroke? You didn't see the bad stroke?
No, I didn't catch it.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the buoys more than anything.
But
what was the bad stroke? Tell me what you saw.
Looked like either the bow person or 3-seat person washed out, just like a gust of wind caught their blade and lifted it out of the water a little too soon.
Well, that goes back to your point about how just even a couple miles per hour starts making a difference once you get past 10.
Well, and I mean, as we were watching this come down the course, we had the view from the referee's launch, and we just got the drone view, and I was wondering to myself, did they stop the drones because of wind? But no, we're back on drone view here, folks. Can we get lane 6? Am I all wrong?
So we're looking
about
at
Georgetown?
What, from the women's varsity that we're watching right now?
Yeah.
So what's in particular that's really caught my...
2, 3.
Yep, so it just looks like we
5.
have...
Yeah, I guess Georgetown, they've got to be way out in front.
Well, the focus right there is these that are really all kind of, to me, I get that they're different paces behind each other, but this is painting a story. Because you look at all of those folks, you talked about how the wind was affecting the one, and it gets me thinking as this one comes in to finish and knock it down, that these competitors are really doing their best to just make everything that they have been training for come to fruition right there.
Yep, here's Villanova crossing. Yeah, and it's, I mean, it's still kind of early in the season. There's another month left of college rowing. I mean, yeah, and this regatta has gotten bigger. It's what, the biggest college regatta in the U.S. at this point?
Absolutely, just from the sheer just number that we have here, and then the folks from around the country.
300 and I'm going to read my piece of paper here.
Well, sure, I'll give you the context.
361 entries, 60 clubs. Folks, that's a lot.
So on our website, we walk through not only the history of what's going on with the Cup, but we talk, a little bit more about what's so special. And if you haven't gone to our website, which is KnechtCupRegatta.com, where, by the way, you can get some nice merch, like the nice coats that we're wearing today, and all sorts of different things, so you can remember it, experience this. If you got any son or family member, or daughter. Oh, what catches your eye right now?
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
This is just looking up the course towards from the finish line. Here's the next event. And these races are getting off on time too. This is the 9:30 Heat 4. Drake. Where are they at Des Moines?
You know what? I'm going to look that one up here. I had that on my note sheet earlier, and rather than flip through all my papers, I'll just type it right there on the phone.
Eastern Michigan, lane 3, Lehigh 4, MIT 5, and lane 6, Delaware.
Yeah, so Des Moines, or Des Moines, if you want to pronounce it in French, right in the center of Iowa.
Yeah, I had 7 years of French.
Iowa, by the way, the land of wind turbines. You see a lot of wind turbines and wind energy as you drive through that state. And it's true, a lot of corn is grown in Iowa. And what's really interesting about that right there, oh, we got a little plastic on the lens. I think they were pulling out some popcorn. But what's unique about all the corn in Iowa is in the summer,
here we go.
It gives off so much moisture, and it actually makes things pretty humid in Iowa, and when the wind direction takes it up into Minnesota. But get us oriented here of what we're looking at.
This is lane 6, Delaware, out in front by about a length, maybe a little more over MIT. And lane 5, who's got a couple lengths open water on Lehigh, followed by Eastern Michigan and Drake. And once again, this is the women's Varsity 4. And Delaware, I think I said earlier, has just a tremendous, well, so is MIT. Coaching, rowing programs are just...
Listen, anyone who's coming down to different regattas, they have some top-notch coaches, without question, because when you're going to drive around the country and go compete, you're in to win it.
Exactly.
And everyone's all in. When you go to something like this, you're all in. So the coaching across all levels and across teams is impressive. And you really see it, I would say, to me, the coaching shows up when you see the really impressive strokes. Like, look at these guys out in front. They're in sync. It looks beautiful when we see kind of the wake of the oars. And even the second place team. They're just, to me, that looks like well-coached teams. And then it's just harder to see from the ones in the back because it's farther up.
Right.
But that's what pops to me, is when you have that just syncness between all of the competitors in the boat. That's great coaching.
Drew, you don't need me here. You just nailed it.
But
no, you're exactly right. Now, if you watch these two boats out in front, Delaware and MIT, you'll see that Delaware is just slightly overstroking MIT, and MIT is staying with them, and that's power. Not that Delaware's weaker. There's just two different ways of going about it.
Sure. It's like cooking an omelet. There's so many ways you can cook an omelet. All right, so this is feeling to me starting to get a little more competitive as we watch, right?
We're back.
The second place is
we're back to
nosing in.
Yeah, MIT is coming into the here. Here we go to the last 250.
Yeah.
If they're going to make a move, they got to make it. Well, about 150 meters ago.
They got to rub it up.
But
okay.
watch Delaware bringing the stroke rate up.
So you think it's too late at this point for them to kind of sneak up a bit more? Once you hit the red buoys.
25, 30 strokes left in the race. That much of a gap, and you can see Delaware is pulling away again.
Yes.
So, yeah, I would say, but once again, anything can happen.
Of course.
The Delaware boat somebody could catch a crab where their blade gets stuck in the water, which could turn the whole boat sideways, stop the whole boat, could eject a person. So you never, ever give up.
Yeah, or a buoy. Sure.
Buoy, anything can happen. So, the people in the MIT boat, those young ladies are going, we got to go, we got to go, we got to go. The people in the Delaware boat are going, we're not going to let them catch us. No, let's go. So it's, there's a lot of stuff going on in your head here.
You're a mind reader.
Yeah.
Our next team to round out the women's Varsity 4. So our first school you see right there on the screen, that's out of New York. I don't know too much about those guys. You know anything about those guys?
Iona University, they're at New Rochelle. I remember them having a very strong men's program back in the 60s and 70s. I don't know much about them anymore. So lane 2 is Iona. 3 is Dayton.
Hey, by the way, in Dayton, if you've never been there, there is a great free Air Force museum of all these different planes you can go check out for free in that area in Ohio. It's just beautiful.
Dayton's a nice place.
Sure is.
4 is Sacred Heart, Jacksonville in lane 5, and Massachusetts in lane 6. Yes, I've been to Dayton.
And Sacred Heart, those guys are from Connecticut, right? They sure are. I happen to have it right there. I was just doing it to be conversational. The answer is they are from Connecticut.
They're from Fairfield, Connecticut.
Sure are. Beautiful area. A friend of mine's actually in Fairfield right now. A lot of gorgeous gardens and big homes in that region.
So this is, yes, the women's Varsity 4, event 7, the final heat. We're looking at Iona. And looks like Massachusetts way out there and Jacksonville way out there, followed by Sacred Heart. I don't know where Dayton is. There's Dayton.
There you go. Yep. There's number 3.
Ooh.
Yeah, a lot of water being kicked up there.
Yeah, see the wind's kicking up.
So you think that's wind and not just the way they're rowing? You think it's the
The wind I think is having an effect on how they are rowing.
Well, the water does look choppier the more you look at it right now, for sure.
Yeah, see, we're down in, almost level. Look, you're in the shallows. You're sitting on the water, like you're sitting in the water.
Right.
Like once you get in that boat and you're sitting on that sliding seat, you're pretty much, an inch on top of the water. So when we get down into this view with this camera, you can see the wind kicking up, the water kicking up a little bit. But it's kicking up for, this is the nice thing about this course, it really kicks up for everybody, especially the second 1,000.
Why is that? Is that just because of an even water level across the Cooper River? I'm not that familiar with the depth of it.
You want the deeper the water, the better, the warmer the water, the faster. The deeper the water, the faster. So the reason, so they'll dredge these lanes once in a while to make sure they're all pretty much the same depth. What you can't control is the wind.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, we were up here at the 1,000-meter mark, and though it was windy and had whitecaps, we're sheltered by trees here. But as they go further down, the river opens up, the trees disappear, and the wind affects everybody.
Let me give you some context to that, and our folks in the Midwest would appreciate this. So here, it's rare for us to have wind. We get windy days, but out in the Midwest, it's windy most days, and the reason for that is it's grasslands. They don't have trees.
Nothing to stop it.
The trees you see right here need about 30 inches of rain a year. Out in the plains, they get about 20, and it's to your point. There's nothing to stop the wind. The trees really make a big difference in stopping the wind.
So here's the last 500 with Massachusetts out in front by about a length, followed closely by Jacksonville. So Jacksonville's got a shot. You can see them slowly bring it, both crews slowly bringing the stroke rate up.
Yeah, our second place team is, I can tell, really turning it up, but you can just see it. They're moving, they're nosing it up a little bit more.
Whew.
It's just fun to see it competitive right to the end.
I got 36 for Jacksonville.
Wow.
36 strokes a minute.
Boy,
35 for Massachusetts.
I'm expecting to see some red boobies very soon here.
Here we go.
Yep.
Look. Jacksonville's walking up a little bit.
They sure are.
They're not saying no.
No.
They can smell them. They're coxswains sitting there. We're right here. Here we go. We got 250. We got 30 strokes left in this race. Let's go.
Bring it.
And Massachusetts, their coxswains say, don't let them near us. Don't let them near us. Now, you can see.
Massachusetts started to pull ahead a little bit.
The two-seat in Massachusetts is starting to pull. He's trying to pull as hard as he can.
I can see. I can really see them working hard. I mean, you can see it. Look at the two close to the screen. Look at the two closest folks. I mean, look at that one.
Bang.
The second person just.
Yep, just driving that boat, and they're walking away.
Yeah.
Well rowed by all the crews.
This right there. That's just kind of textbook rowing, just to watch those two of how it got so competitive. The one was really coming in, and then right at the very end, our first place team right here is really starting to pull away. And there you go. Massachusetts grabbing it.
Over.
Jacksonville, great competitor.
There you go. There's that view towards the starting line.
Yeah, I think we're looking toward Camden right there, the city of Camden. In that view.
Sorry.
Nice downtown. They've done some really neat things. We've got the aquarium right there. We have a lot of recreational things that the city of Camden's doing, and it's really pretty.
Here's the women's second Varsity 8. It says Varsity 8 on your screen. That's the logo from the Chiron. Is that a Chiron?
Oh, that's a news term. Yeah, so the graphics, they can get called Chirons in general. If you see one on the bottom, I like to call them a lower third. Usually you put names on the bottom.
These are not Varsity 4s. These are second Varsity, women's second Varsity 8s.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can count.
And you can see where the coxswains, the people that steer the boat, are sitting in the stern, the back of the boat.
So, by the way, just some stats here as we get our Kai runs ready to go. This is the largest collegiate regatta in the country. 60 rowing programs, 362 schools, 120 races. The largest collegiate regatta in the country. How cool is that to be part of the Knecht Cup?
The Knecht Cup, right here, Camden, New Jersey, Pennsauken, New Jersey, on the mighty Cooper River. I think it's cool. So we have Dayton in lane 2, Fairfield 3.
Fairfield's in Iowa, I believe, or is that
No,
that's a Connecticut one?
Fairfield, Connecticut.
Okay.
And then Connecticut is next to them, Marist in 5, and Boston University Lightweights in 6. And they look like they are out in front. Look, bang, bang, drive. Come on, drive. There you go, women's second varsity 8. I should look into the right-hand corner of the screen once in a while as opposed to studying the actual oars persons.
I would imagine that the coaching has to be so much more difficult to have all 8 folks here in sync. What do you think some of the things that the coaches work on with these competitors?
Well, we break the stroke down into sections. So you have your and some coaches have more sections than others. Some people will coach with, there's 5 parts to the stroke. I coach 3 parts to the stroke. You have your catch, your finish, and your recovery. The catch goes from here to where the legs are down.
Yeah.
Then the finish is where you use your back and your arms right into the body and away. Catch there, finish there, and then the recovery is coming up the slide to the next stroke, to the next catch. Catch, finish, recovery. So some coaches will say, catch, hands away. Catch, finish, hands away, body over, and recover. So I like to coach catch, finish. So when I coach finish, I say that the finish is from where the hands come into the body and away again. So my finish stops here before we come up the slide.
And I imagine there's different styles of coaching to what you were saying too.
Oh,
what
absolutely,
you focus on versus.
Yeah. So this is Boston U out in front by good length. I'm sorry, Drew. I am listening.
No, I was just going to say this looks like a movie. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Just this shot right here that we see is just incredible.
So the race for third place is going to be tight. So it's Boston University followed by Connecticut. Boston University is putting some distance between them and Connecticut. Look at the power. Look at the...
They're making the water choppy. It's not the waves or the wind anymore. It's them just powering through the Cooper
I feel
River.
bad for the people in the next race in lane 6. Their water's going to be all choppy.
Yeah, they're making a wake. I mean, seriously, look at that wake right there.
Well, I mean, sometimes, very, very fast 8s have been known to pull water skiers.
For real?
Go to YouTube.
Get
Look at it. I kid you not. Mythbusters, remember that TV show?
Sure do.
They actually did a segment on it.
Wow.
$37. That's awful high. 36 for Boston University. And once again, that's better, 31.
So doing the math right there on some of the rowing per minute.
31 for Connecticut. And once again, folks, this is my stroke ratings may be off a little bit.
But you're giving us a feel, right? You're giving us a little taste, even if it's not the exact number.
But these are the numbers I would expect from of women's second varsity 8. And if their second varsities are this good, man, their varsity women's 8 must be phenomenal. I mean that as a compliment, folks. Don't.
No, but I get you're saying you're just making a deduction, basically.
Yeah.
If the first-year students or the first-year students for first-year, rowing competitors compared to, the folks that have been through the program. Everyone's got I like to joke about this. Everyone's got their own special sauce to a burger. And to your point, you're talking about the special sauce of what they do there. Maybe it's coaching. Maybe it's as much practice. For all we know, they make them practice twice a day. There's something that those folks do.
Well, I mean, yeah. Maybe the individuals in this aid are going out and practicing on their own, or sitting on the indoor rower for an hour and a half in the evenings, or they're going to the gym and lifting weights on their own. Here's Boston University across the finish line, followed by length open water with Connecticut. Half a length open water. I want to see.
This is going to be competitive. Our last
Marist and Fairfield here.
Two of our last two teams.
Yeah, for third place.
Yeah, third and fourth. Ooh, this is neck and neck.
Yes,
Ooh,
looks like Marist.
Yep.
But here's the next event already.
All right. The Florida team's back out of the gate in 2.
Oh, Stetson, lane 2, LaSalle, my alma mater. Lane 3, Fordham, lane 4, MIT 5, Radcliffe lightweight in 6.
Curious to see if the lightweights do well again in this competition.
So this is the second 8s. Is this Kristen Iverson, maybe the coach of the LaSalle women here? I think Brian Perkins is the head coach of the LaSalle women.
So this Stetson boat that we're looking at there on 2, and I'm watching, they have the headsets just like we have.
Yes.
Who would be talking on the headset?
The coxswain needs to get the information all the way from here.
Oh, to the back.
Down to the bow person.
Got it.
So there are 2, maybe 3 speakers.
Got it.
Inside the boat, underneath the feet. So one will be like at the 2 seat, another one here, and the stroke person can hear the coxswain right there. So rather than scream, they're talking.
So they'll actually have a voice after the race.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, and the equipment they use, the coxswain has a box that amplifies the sound through the boat, but also tells them what stroke rate they're at. Lane 5 is MIT. Jeez. Look at that. Ooh, look. Wow.
Really pulled away.
And they're followed by Fordham and LaSalle.
A friend of mine teaches art at LaSalle.
Really?
I'll have to connect you since you went to school there.
I spent 12 years there. 12 best years of an Irishman's life. Yeah, I had no desire to go to college, and then I actually got a real job and found out that for me to get a promotion, I needed a college degree.
Funny how that works.
I ended up owning my own company anyway. So.
Even better.
MIT is just tapping the boat along. Nice and look how relaxed they are on the recovery. Getting ready for that next stroke.
Hey, got a couple more shout-outs here. First, Starla Blacks checking us out in the Lehigh Valley in Pennsylvania.
33-34.
We got a friend watching from New Orleans. Hey to New Orleans, watching Radcliffe. All right, thanks for saying hey.
34 for Fordham.
New Zealand, hey, wow. We got New Zealand watching us as well. Someone there in New Zealand has a daughter rowing for the University of Massachusetts. 35
for LaSalle.
I'm curious if you're New Zealand, the Northern Island or the Southern Island? Southern Islands, where they filmed Lord of the Rings.
I still watch that. My wife walks in the room, rolls her eyes. Hobbits again. Isn't there anything else on TV?
Hey, you like it. Enjoy
Listen,
what you like.
I read the books when I was, 14 years old.
So it's nostalgic for you.
A little bit.
And if you want to get in touch and say, hey, reach out on the socials. I'm at Drew Forecast. So DREW, FORECAST. And it's fun hearing folks watching from Argentina, New Zealand, New Orleans, St. Louis, the Lehigh Valley. So much fun to connect us all together right through rowing.
This MIT crew is very, very strong.
So my focus again is I'm watching the path they're taking, and it's going just right up the gut, straight up the middle, just flawlessly.
Yes. At this stage of the game, the coxswains, the drivers, do have some experience.
Yeah.
And finish. Look at this.
Beautiful.
And yeah, they get their game plan pretty much from their coach. And here comes Fordham. And the coxswains will make sure that they stay with the game plan. Here comes LaSalle. Kristen Iverson, coach, I believe, for the LaSalle women crew here. I rode Masters with her dad, Guy Iverson. Her parents are the nicest people in the world.
Yeah, I was going to say, what was that like?
Well, he was former national team and just just a super person. Yeah, I just enjoy the Iverson family.
I really like that about rowing is all the family connections, just from folks you know, from folks we have watching today, to just the meetings that you've had and the experience that you've been sharing. And you can see from one generation to the next of rowing, too. It's pretty cool. It's pretty special.
It is. And, you know, like we talk about the Knecht Cup. I mean, Bill Knecht,
Exactly.
Olympic gold medalist in '64. You know, he was Uncle Bill to us. My dad rode the double with him. He rode the 8, and they won the Pan American Games in the 4. I think they were second in the 8. And my dad and Bill Knecht were the odds-on favorite to go to the Olympics in the '52 Olympics, but got beat in the trials.
Wow.
But no, you know, I've known Bill Knecht and the Knecht family. You know, Chrissy, Billy, Danny. You know.
All over the years.
So, you know, I've known them since we were tiny little kids. The Knechts, Bill and Joan Knecht, were my sister Kelly's godparents.
How cool is that?
You know, it's just, you know, family after family. And, you know, you see Paul Horvat walking around here. His dad was an Olympian for Hungary, I believe, the Hungarian team, twice, if I recall.
So many different sports have family connections, but in particular, there's something about rowing that I really feel kind of generation, there's something a little special.
Yeah, but we find out early that we don't have the talent for other sports. I can't throw a baseball or a football. I can swim. But other sports, basketball is just, I can't do it. I don't have that kind of coordination. But I row well. It's, a lot of it actually has to do with, we grew up in it. And, you know, some of our kids grow up in it. Some of their kids now grow up in it.
Right.
I mean, you know, you walk around Boathouse Row for years and years and years.
Oh, it's beautiful.
People would say, "Oh, you're one of Toland's kids." And yeah, I'm one of Joe Toland's kids. You know.
And if you're not familiar, Boathouse Row here in Philadelphia, as you drive into the city, you see our big art museum. Boathouse Row is where all the folks do rowing, and you get to drive in on the main road into the city and get to see rowing, and everyone knows Boathouse Row around Philadelphia.
Around the world.
And that too. And that too.
So here they come. So we have Villanova lane 1, George Mason 2, Eastern Michigan 3, Duquesne 4, Massachusetts 5, and Georgetown lane 6. And they just all went past us now.
I was just watching them out the corner of my eye when they were coming by. I'm jealous that they're out there on this nice weather day. Temps for us in the 70s this afternoon, those blue skies. Just beautiful. It looks like, honestly, it looks like you're painting a picture up in the sky with like a little bit of white paint into that blue sky with those clouds just like that.
Oh, did you see the double rainbows a couple days ago?
No, I didn't, but I'll give you a quick fact about double rainbows. They're a mirror image. So if you look at one rainbow compared to the next, when it's double, the colors will be opposite.
That's, my wife saw it, and she said, oh, it's opposite. So my wife,
she's observant. I love it.
Here's Georgetown out in ahead in lane 6, about a length, 3/4 of a length on Massachusetts.
This is all competitive across the board. Every
Eastern
team is
Michigan in 3rd place, Duquesne and George Mason. No, Villanova. I'm sorry, folks, Villanova. looking to get into both crews trying to get into that third place. Holy smokes! Look at Mass coming up on Georgetown. Look at this.
Yeah, they're not messing around.
When I said that somebody would do something at the 1,000-meter mark, I was right, wasn't I? Yes, Tom, you were right. Who said that?
The voices in your head.
Look. Here comes Mass.
Wow.
Here comes Mass.
This is the drama of the sport. Look at this.
But even Duquesne is walking on LaSalle, or I'm sorry, Eastern Michigan.
This is neck and neck.
This is.
With these front two, this is fun.
And
I'm literally leaning over.
Massachusetts,
staring
with
at the
500
TV.
meters to go, has just taken a slight lead. Look at the drive.
Beautiful.
Look at the puddles on Mass's side, and look at the puddles on Georgetown's side. Look at the different size puddles.
Yeah, they've turned it up. Massachusetts has turned
up the stroke rate. Eastern Michigan staying in third. They're coming up on Georgetown also.
Wow.
Look at the drive. Bang. Massachusetts, wow. These kids are well coached. Look.
I was just thinking, I wonder if kind of our on-board caller right there is really helping to get everyone
Look at
motivated.
Eastern Michigan coming up on Georgetown.
Yeah, that's neck and neck now for second and third. All right, so there's the red buoys, so we're getting close.
2:50 to go. So Georgetown has to do something to hold off Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan needs to do something to take second place. Look at me getting excited. There's nobody else in this room, just us. It's going to echo. Drive.
This is so much fun. I'm telling you, I'm like so close and glued to our screen. No, they got it. We call that drama in the story of life.
Georgetown's walking out again. Look.
This is fun.
Georgetown's going, they went second. So does Eastern Michigan. Look, oh my gosh.
They're fighting for it.
They are.
Georgetown
nice.
looks like they'll get it.
Mass, over the line first. Looks like Georgetown.
Yep, they got it.
And Eastern.
Beautiful.
I'm getting texted here.
All right, so the full results, by the way, are at KnechtCupRegatta.com if you want to check from all the competitions. And by the way, another shout out. We got someone else watching from St. Louis. Anne's niece is at Boston University in the doubles. So thanks. Great hearing from everyone. Reach out to us at Drew Forecast. That's my socials, and we'll say hey.
All right. So this is the last. This is Monmouth, Drake, Lane 2, Lehigh, 3, Sacred Heart, 4, Jacksonville, 5 in Delaware. Lane 6.
You know, we were talking about the Delaware program earlier. I'll be curious to see how Delaware does in this competition with more rowers on board. And then next up is going to be the men's second varsity 8. All right, so as we watch this right here with the sun glistening on the water, I'm looking again at the oars, and I'm looking at how the water is kind of flying up, and I'm looking at each person. Are they in rhythm? Are they in sync? As we look at number 2 right there. So as we look at Drake, as those guys really kind of move the oars in the water, and I'm just kind of studying to see how they're all working together.
Yeah, they're just minor. If we're looking at that particular crew, it's just, you see the splash? That was the oar hitting a small wave on the.
So
the
like a wave
back.
cresting is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to crest, but the wave will go.
Like the height of it?
But yeah. So
I'm watching the waves right now outside of our window. I'm standing up because they're passing right from our booth here at the boathouse, and I want to see that in terms of. Okay, I see what you're saying now.
So that's lanes 6. Look how close these are.
Yeah, all 3 of those
6,
are super close.
5, 3, Delaware, Jacksonville, Lehigh, look like they're out in front.
Great competitors. Wow.
But yeah, some of the disruption you'll see is from the oars actually hitting waves, water.
Wow.
But you can see slight timing issues. Like the crew here in is that lane 1 or 2? Drake? No, that's lane 1. Monmouth.
And you're just seeing that from the oars not in sync.
Yeah, I can see 2-seat going in slightly ahead of stroke seat. That's a little better, but it's just a slight timing issue. But the bow seat and the 2-seat will feel the wind a little bit more than the people in the rest of the boat.
I could see that. Kind of like the school bus is a little bumpier in the back versus the front. You feel the bumps a bit more.
Yep. And folks, Drake, that's not to badmouth your style or your technique.
No, you're just pointing out what you're saying.
Right.
It's no reflection on the athlete or the training or the coaching in any capacity.
No. It's these are the conditions, and bow and 2 seats can be a little. Here we go. So we got Delaware out in front, Jacksonville, a little bit more than the length right behind them, followed by Lehigh, Sacred Heart, and Monmouth. Now, Drake, I'm sorry, was way back there in lane 2. I apologize, folks. But Delaware, every Delaware crew makes rowing look easy.
I got to say, I'm just in awe of just the color combinations. I'm looking at from the oars to what they're wearing to the boat. Just beautiful.
Yeah, no, it's a very, very pretty sport.
And on this backdrop here on the Cooper River in Camden County, it doesn't get better than this on a beautiful day like today. Oh, we got some more folks cheering for Michigan, but at high school regatta in Wisconsin. Interesting. So we got some folks just interested in rowing and racing watching us too. Pretty cool.
Yeah, send your shout outs, folks.
Yeah.
We got nothing else to do but talk about rowing.
We love it. Yeah, watching from Chicago. Someone else watching from Beacon, New York.
Here's the last 25. We should probably count those number of strokes, see how many there are from the 250. Delaware, once again.
I'm just in awe of the power.
Easy.
Yeah, I was going to say, in awe of the power here. We see the red buoys, so we're getting close here.
Yep. Jacksonville, about half a length open water behind them. And Delaware rowing into the finish line.
Yeah, they're just tearing it up.
They are. Isn't that beautiful?
Just the glides. I was going to say strides, but really they're glides. They're just gliding.
Well, anything you do that's not in sync with everybody else in the boat during that glide slows the boat or stops the boat. So the idea is when you have a rhythm, everybody has the same rhythm. And the boat, you can feel it pop up and down in the water with each stroke. And anything, once you have that rhythm, here they come right outside of us already.
They're moving fast.
This is the men's second Varsity 8.
Sure is.
Embry-Riddle out of
down in Florida.
Florida.
Yep. Great engineering school, by the way.
Flight school. Lehigh, Trinity, Mercyhurst, and Temple.
Our neighbors.
Out in lane 6.
All right, so far, wow, is this competitive, right? Everyone's on the screen, pretty much.
Yes. It looks like...
at least 4 of the teams.
Yeah, Temple, Mercyhurst. Is that
Yeah.
Trinity?
So I'm looking at number 3. That's closest to the screen right there. So I'm looking at Lehigh. That's the folks that are in white, and then kind of the white one.
So
you
I'm
see.
saying Trinity, Mercyhurst, and Temple. Looks like Mercyhurst out in front.
Yeah. Those 3 are just kind of all neck and neck to a degree. Granted.
Yeah, men's second varsity 8.
Oh, okay. So we're going to add Embry-Riddle to the mix. So
Look at
Embry-Riddle,
that.
Trinity, Mercyhurst, all fighting right here. They're all with each other.
So
And even include Temple in the mix.
my dad's second wife's grandson just finished at Embry-Riddle.
What degree?
He's a pilot. He's wanted to learn how to fly, so
Wow.
his parents were nice enough to, and he's a sweet kid too. Well, he's an airline pilot, so he's not a kid. But look, look at Mercyhurst and Trinity
These guys are good. All these guys are good.
and Temple and Embry-Riddle.
I'm impressed. I'm truly impressed. I'm watching the strokes. I'm watching where they are between the buoys, and this is some great rowing.
It is.
It's memorizing, really. I'm just mesmerized. I mean, there's that gliding. You look at all 3 of them. That rhythm, that in sync, as you mentioned. If someone's just a little bit out of sync,
I'm looking at like 35 for Mercyhurst. I could be wrong.
These guys are moving fast. They're moving faster than it looks. I mean, it looks like they are cooking down the river. You saw how fast they got here. We were like, whoa, what are they doing here already? So they're moving. They're just keeping it moving. And they're still, I mean, this is all tight right here.
It is. Mercyhurst and Trinity is walking on them.
All right, so there you go. The red buoys.
Temple's not saying no, and neither is Embry.
Yeah.
Embry is like right next to Temple. We can't be in the last 250 already.
I know.
That went fast.
This one's a fun
Look,
one.
here comes the stroke rates up. Drive, drive.
The coach and you
Drive.
taking over. Love it, Tom.
Sorry, that's.
Do it. Tell them they can hear you.
I got 37.
Listen, I'll
on
go open the door
Trinity.
so they can hear you out the window. 37. So 37 strokes per minute.
I got 41
Wow.
for
Okay.
Mercyhurst.
Here we go.
Look, who third? Looks like Embry.
And then Temple rounding it out.
fourth.
Yeah.
And Trinity is still on the course.
Wow.
Wow. Exciting, huh?
That one got the blood going a little bit. I got to tell
Yeah.
you, I'm literally on the edge of my seat. I'm not even just saying that. I'm like leaning forward on the seat right now. You can see it, Tom, firsthand.
My feet are pressing to the ground at each catch.
So much fun.
And it's funny because I'll go from one boat to the next. My catches have to change. My feet hitting the ground. That's the event.
I hope this one's going to be another nail biter. And by the way, we have someone watching. Their boy is in the A team. So we have 2 different colleges, like an A and B in this competition. They're in the A.
Marist B in lane 1, Fairfield 2, West Point 3. Marist A.
Yep, that's where Sonia's boy is.
in
They're watching
4,
from Hackettstown.
Michigan 5, and LaSalle in 6. LaSalle, the past 2 years, and I am a LaSalle alum, did not row for LaSalle. Offered to coach. Didn't get interviewed, so I'm mad at them for that.
A little grumpy.
Yeah, but LaSalle's men's varsity rowing program in the past couple of years has grown in leaps and bounds. Their new coach, I will remember his name, has done phenomenal things.
Well, you see that across all different sports. You get the right coach, you get the right kind of person that sees something in a certain way, and magic happens. Oh, so, okay, so here they are. They're going right past
yeah,
ours.
It's a whole different way of training. What number is that out there?
I'll stand up and see if I can take a little peek here.
That's LaSalle, out in front.
Yeah, speaking of which.
But yes, his way of training the crew, they've gone from night to day. I mean, it's just amazing. I saw them take off one day. I guess they were going to the starting line on the head of Schuylkill. And I think I know precision.
Yeah.
I've never seen an 8 that precise.
Oh, really?
Just going away from Boathouse Row. I was amazed. There's LaSalle out in front, lane 6. Followed by Michigan and Marist A.
Yeah, that's tough between those two.
We've got a shout out to Marist A.
We sure do.
Followed by, looks like a fight for 4th place between West Point and Marist B, and Fairfield bringing up the back end there. Look at LaSalle just pulling away. Stroke after stroke. Look at the precision. Look, you don't see backsplash. You don't see front splash. The blades just go in, and these kids just drive that boat.
Whereas compare that to, say, our second place team right now, I see a little bit of that backsplash.
You see it. And some coaches want some backsplash. I don't.
Okay, so maybe the Michigan coach is coaching that way.
Yes.
Beautiful.
If you don't see any splash, to me that means the blades are going in with the speed of the boat, and it's just so much easier to pick the boat up, and make it run out between strokes. Look, just pulling away.
Yeah, and we're getting close to that 500-meter mark too.
Second place between Michigan and Marist Day is going to be tight.
And there is that 500-meter mark now.
Bang.
Beautiful. Getting a lot more people checking in at Drew Forecast on my socials. Can't wait to say hi to everybody watching from around the world and around the country.
I got LaSalle at 37.
Wow, so you just did the number on the strokes per minute for these guys.
34. I could see 34. Nice and relaxed. Evo may be the name of the coach. EVO?
Just came to you. And that's
Rode for
LaSalle.
Drexel University, which has a magnificent program. I coached at Drexel for 2 seasons.
It's a good school. I
Well, they
taught
got
there,
good
actually.
right after I left. So.
I taught natural disasters course there for a semester, teaching earthquakes, all that good stuff. Nice school.
Yes. Paul Seville is the guy that took over when I left, and he turned that whole program around to one of the best in the United States. And this kid, Evo, rode for him, and now he's coaching LaSalle and just doing a tremendous job. So, once again, in the Drexel family, spreading it out. That was the most fun I've ever had in rowing, was coaching at Drexel.
Oh, really?
Oh, I had a blast. Here's the finish. Look, bang.
They earned that.
Look at the, well.
Hey, second and third, pretty close here.
Look at this.
All right, so Michigan
just barely
sneaks it in. Great competitors
Let's
here.
see who's 4th.
Wow.
Oh, look, somebody went off course there. Look.
Oh,
They're
geez.
over, though. They went over.
So do you think that might be the wind? Do you think that just might be...
No, the coxswain somehow turned the boat.
Oh, geez.
But that's okay. I think they were 4th. Here's the next event.
All right. Excited for this one as we roll into the women's Varsity 8.
So we have Dayton, lane 2, Stetson, 3, Villanova, 4, Fordham, lane 5, and Boston University, lane 6. And that matches up with what it says on the screen. I can read LaSalle University.
Hey, let's go around the world for a second. We have Sarah watching from Switzerland right now.
Yo, Sarah.
How cool is this? This is a global sport and global love. Well, we got a proud mom and dad watching some of the teams. A little shout out to MIT women's. They're at Girls in the Boat cruise. They're watching from New Hampshire.
Girls in the Boat?
Love that.
Women in the Boat is the U.S. national women's team.
So at Girls in the Boat is the MIT women's team. Good stuff. Love that. Love just the sharing of this from family and friends.
So it looks like Boston University out in lane 6 is ahead.
Okay, so we're looking at two closest to the screen for us.
Yeah, Fordham and Villanova battling for second. Villanova looks like they're out a little bit, followed by Stetson and then Dayton right here.
Right, this is competitive.
Yeah, you can see Dayton is understroking most other crews.
What's catching your eye on that? Why would you say that?
Well, I can see the other crews' blades going in the water and coming up a little bit faster.
Okay.
It's not that big a difference, but it comes down to maybe more experience, that sort of thing. But way out there, it looks like Boston U is way out.
They're rolling.
Yes.
Rolling.
So I'm wondering if lanes 5 and 6 have less wind. Lanes 5 and 6 seem to keep winning.
All right, so I got to think about it in terms of the sun. So let me think about this. The sun's at their backs, right? The sun rises in the east, it sets in the west, so the sun will be more east. And I'm thinking about, in the context of the wind direction today, coming from the southwest to kind of piece this together. Because the river, to me, seems pretty straight.
So, yeah.
All right, so that
Boston U followed by Villanova.
They're heading east.
Over Fordham and Stetson right there, about half a length down on Fordham. But, yeah, Boston U tapping that boat. Bang. Bang.
All right, so the wind should be hitting our lanes like 6 and 5
but look
first.
At Fordham's walking on Villanova, walking up. And so is Stetson. And not to leave Boston University out, but, hey, the race for second place just got tighter.
Sure did.
That's called dead air, folks. I'm watching the screen. I'm rooting. I just don't know for whom I'm rooting.
But see, that's the fun of it.
Villanova's getting tough. Look, Villanova said, "Nuh-uh." No,
watch that duck.
Oh,
jeez.
That's a boat stopper there.
Sure did.
That's a goose.
Mother Nature goosing them.
That is a goose. That's a boat stopper. You saw that.
Sure did.
Oh,
that was great.
And you know what? If it's an oar that hits it, that is jarring.
Okay, so no oars hit it.
Those Canada goose are tough. I'm laying that off in a whole different country, Canada.
That was a Philly goose. We're tough around Philly. That was a Philly goose.
That's a New Jersey goose. That's not a Philly goose.
No, that Philly goose was going, yo, get out of here.
Yeah.
That's how we talk around Philly.
Look at Villanova. Taking advantage.
Yeah, beautiful strides, by the way, as I look at Villanova.
Nice. Look at this. Excellent, Villanova. Come on. Come on. Fordham's not taking no for an answer either. And Stetson's right there looking for third place.
When it's so competitive like this, it speaks for itself.
Well, second place can still go to...
Ooh, I like this shot. This is cool.
This is the next race. No, it isn't.
No, it's just a different perspective of what we're looking at.
Okay.
Kind of on the shore.
This will be the finish line. All right.
Well, this will help us really see who's going to get third and fourth.
Yes. All right, so Boston University.
Yep, pulling away, tearing it up here at the last.
They're so smooth, they look like they're not going anywhere.
You know what? They're just.
Let me bang this monitor.
Oh.
Smack the monitor.
Sorry about that. That's on me.
Was it really?
Sure was. I just whacked it.
How do you like it here in America? Pretty nice, isn't it?
This is beautiful right here.
So this is the next event. Sorry, folks, I had help in screwing that one up.
All right, so for this one, as we get ready for the next one, we got George Mason, we got Fairfield in Connecticut, Duquesne, Massachusetts, Radcliffe. Can't wait to see all these guys. And there are all the teams, so you can get a feel for each lane.
So that's, looks like lanes 5 and 6 out in front. Radcliffe, Massachusetts. Yeah, I'm just wondering if the water's less choppy out there.
Hey, I'm hearing from some folks watching from Dayton. Those two, Job and his wife, are Delaware alums and have a rower at MIT. So again, it's all that family connection.
Yeah.
Cheering for all three. Cool.
Yeah, I have a hard time spelling MIT.
It's alphabet soup. We'll just fish it out of our alphabet soup.
That was easy. So yeah, it looks like George Mason right here.
Mm-hmm.
Fairfield, Duquesne, Massachusetts, and Radcliffe. But it looks like Radcliffe and Massachusetts are out in front, followed by Duquesne and Fairfield. With George Mason right here in front of us.
So what do you notice about their strokes? To me, they look pretty spot on.
They do. Their timing's good.
Yeah.
It may just be a power thing, maybe
Okay.
a little bit
Sure.
more weightlifting, but their timing is very good.
Yeah, I'm impressed with these guys.
So yeah, a little bit more endurance, a little bit more power, more time in a weight room. Did you see
What's that?
the?
Which one are you pointing out? A certain person?
Yeah, the 5-seat had washed out. What washed out means that their blade wasn't buried all the way to the back end. So they were pushing the water instead of pushing the boat backwards. They were pushing the water the other way.
Good eye.
But they recovered quickly. And once again, that could be by rough water.
Yeah, we see how it's a little choppier now. The wind's picked up. In fact, I'll check out the current wind speed.
Radcliffe looks like they're comfortably out in the lead. And folks, I'm pretty sure I had the same view as you.
All right, so the wind, about the same as it was last hour. Last hour was 13 miles an hour coming out of the southwest. Now it's up to 14. It's not gusting up too much at the moment. The gusts are going to come a little later this afternoon, about 2 o'clock on as we get close to wrap things up. So one of the things that we're noticing right here is all the teams in the front really neck and neck and neck. They're all in it in the front in particular, and they all want it, and they can all feel it.
With the bigger boats, we're seeing that, yes. With the 8s, we didn't see it that much with the 4s,
Right.
the doubles, etc. But with the 8s, absolutely. I mean, it's a Varsity 8. These ladies.
Yeah.
These ladies train.
This has been their college career.
I can't wait till we get the overhead drone shots.
Oh, yeah, they're so much fun. Hey, and by the way, if you missed anything, we got all the results at our website at Knecht Cup Regatta.com. And by the way, at Knecht Cup Regatta.com, we also have the merch. Because you know what? There's nothing better than like the coats we're wearing right now. It's a good brand, too.
You should see these jackets.
Port Authority's the brands, the ones we use at the TV station. If you don't know, I do the weather at a local TV station around these parts.
He's not allowed to say Fox 29.
I sure can drop that.
But they can't fire me because I don't work. I'm retired.
Oh, is that what this is called, retirement? I would call this fun.
This is phenomenal.
So there's our website right there, and we have other different things if you're not feeling a coat, so you can have a little memento from today and just enjoy this with us down the road. Just a gorgeous day on the Cooper River. Beautiful here in Camden County, New Jersey. As we see in the front, some of the teams now really starting to pull away as we get toward some of the later bits of this race. We're keeping an eye on the buoy, so there's the marker right there, the one that we kind of always watch the heads up as we get closer to the end. So that's that 500-meter one.
That's it. The 500 meters.
Yeah.
500 meters to go. Left in the race.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how things have really changed over just the past 500 meters. We went from kind of neck and neck and neck to now we're really starting to get our places of who's going to come across the line. It's going to be tougher for one of the teams to kind of bring it right back up. Now, when you go back as a coach, and you've coached for Drexel,
yes, sir.
when you've gone back and you've watched some of the tape, are you watching each individual? Are you watching the team as a whole? Or do you watch it multiple times?
We didn't have tape back then.
Oh, all right. That gray hair must mean something. See, I thought you had the gray hair just for the style. Okay.
I would, when coaching and watching the race, I would stand on the banks with binoculars and watch. Wow, look at this. And then, I could see what was going on from a distance.
Boom, there we go.
That's Radcliffe across they were just crushing it there. But I could see from 1,500 meters away. It looks like Mass, Duquesne, and then no. But a coach already knows how a crew's going to look when they leave the dock to go to race.
You've been watching, you've been studying, you've been with them the whole time.
So, nothing I ever saw surprised me. Look at this. Women's Varsity 8.
What a way to come out of the gate.
Drake, Ithaca, Lehigh, Jacksonville, Delaware.
Yeah, there's Delaware on your left part of the screen.
And Drake has fallen behind.
Ithaca looking good on the right. Ithaca, if you've never been there, it's in central New York. They're known for gorges, these great rock formations that you can literally say they're gorgeous. It's really cool in that region, just very pretty.
Cornell's up that way.
Sure is. It's right up the road from Ithaca.
Yep. So right now we're looking at...
Oh, watch the birds. Oh, jeez.
Look. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
These Philly birds with their attitude.
No, South Jersey. They're South Jersey. Jacksonville opening up.
Watch this bird again in for Delaware.
But Ithaca's staying with them. Delaware's not. I mean, Delaware's just a half a length down. It's not a big deal. Lehigh's right at it.
All these guys are in it.
Yeah. Jacksonville looks like they're trying to walk away a little bit. Here they come past us.
It amazes me sometimes how quickly it changes like that.
Bang.
Gosh, in just a matter of seconds, Jacksonville came right in.
There's Jacksonville. I'm looking out the window, folks.
Oh, they're coming down?
Yeah, they're right there with...
Boy, that looks even closer as I look out the window.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lehigh's well within striking distance.
Yeah. What a great day to be on the water. Just look at this.
Jacksonville. Lehigh.
This is competitive. It really is. And look how things have shifted.
Folks. I meant to say Ithaca.
Yeah, Ithaca's coming in here. I mean, Ithaca's making a play for second.
But so's Delaware. Look at Delaware.
Look at Ithaca coming up more on Delaware. Look at this. Ithaca is really rolling.
Just driving the boat. You're kicking the feet again. Oh, you sped it up. That's good.
I tapped twice on the cord. That speeds it up. It's the fiber optics. Gets it move faster. When you squeeze it, the signal moves faster.
And Jacksonville trying to open it up again and succeeding. Look.
Yeah, for a second, I really thought Ithaca was coming in.
And once again, this is that third 500 where the lactic acid really builds up.
So their muscles hurt.
Oh, the muscles are just screaming.
Wow.
And this is where training comes into focus. You get done this third 500, you go into that last 500, and just you want to go. You just want to go. And a lot of times coaches will say, forget technique. Just go as hard as you can.
Just bring it.
And
Bring it with all you got.
Yeah, I wish I could disagree with that, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but a lot of times it does. And Ithaca looks like they're trying to open up some water on Delaware for second place. And Delaware's not having it.
This is close here. Still plenty of time between second and third, no question. It's not clear who's going to get second, who's going to get third.
Jacksonville did a heck of a job opening up that lead.
They can continue just to crunch it. All right, so there's the buoy right there. I bet that's marking 500 meters left.
Yep.
Good. The birds are out of the way for Delaware. Remember,
Ithaca's opening up.
Hey, remember Ithaca, by the way, they didn't have to deal with the birds, but some of our other teams, like Delaware, certainly had to in Jacksonville. Yeah. And it didn't stop them.
No, you got to let it go. I mean, within a stroke.
It's a short memory, is what you're saying.
Your body's hurting too much to worry about a duck hitting your boat or hitting your oar. You know, it is what it is. Get over it within a stroke.
And they have. Wow, look at Jacksonville.
Nice. Ithaca really trying to power through here.
So look at the oars on all three of these teams.
Yes,
the rowing is beautiful.
Yeah, that's what makes them varsity.
Well said. They've had the practice. They should be on point.
Yeah, you want to be varsity, you better row like this.
All right, here's the home stretch. They just came into the red buoys, letting you know the finish line is soon.
Ithaca's putting on the power. We're not ignoring Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's been very impressive. Delaware's been impressive too. I know right now it's looking on pace for 3. But
bringing up the stroke. Yeah, no, I agree.
But there's still time. I mean, this is great. Whew. Nice.
So this is actually the next event. We got women's varsity 8.
So I want to give a shout out real quick because we have someone watching from nearby in Maryland.
Did you hit the cord again?
Oh, I'm sorry. I knocked it with my knee when I was reading here on the socials. Tina's son, Dylan George, not on the women's varsity here for one of the Catholic universities coming up, but on one of the men ones for CUA.
There you go.
And I think I have a Sacred Heart shout out that's competing in this one. Let me go find that. Let's see here.
I like this. Drone shot going upriver.
Nice and quiet. So this gives us a feel for the wind. We've been talking about the wind. The wind's increased just a touch, a little bit. And you see how there's diagonals ripples over the water?
Yes.
The wind is coming in from the far right lanes on your screen and moving toward that house you see. That's why you're seeing that crisscross across the buoys, because it's that southwest wind that's coming in.
The boathouse on the right, that is us, folks. You can see us waving.
I'm going to go run out and wave real quick.
Go ahead. Do it. Here he comes. Hold that drone. Now you missed. He's waving. Nobody's there. Well, here I am, back with all my good friends. All by myself. So we got Wisconsin, lane 6. MIT, Marist, and Sacred Heart all out in front here. Marist slightly ahead. MIT doesn't care that Marist is slightly ahead. Neither does Sacred Heart. They missed you.
Oh, I ran out so fast, too.
But look at Sacred Heart making a move.
Beautiful.
Look at this. Coming up right to us.
All right, so
I'm looking right out the window.
You're going to love this.
And I'm going to say MIT just by a foot with Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart may be ahead by now.
Janice's daughter, Julie, is on the Sacred Heart
Marist
team.
Maybe.
Or no, yeah, she was actually on the earlier one.
Oh, my. Yeah, here's Marist. MIT. Wisconsin is back. MIT, lane 5, slightly ahead, followed by Marist and Sacred Heart. MIT, driving, trying to open up some water. The other two crews are, I mean, just dead even.
I love this. I love when it's competitive like this. This is what it's all about. This is great. This is what
I have
athletes are all about.
Yeah, I have
Wow.
MIT at 34.
So 34 kind of strokes per minute. We've been seeing a lot of teams today around that 34 mark, and you could feel how fast they're moving. I just saw it when I was coming back inside.
Maris at 35.
These guys are whipping, and remember, they have a little bit of a headwind. So we have a little bit of a wind almost to slow them down just a touch. Wow.
There's a little bit more separation with MIT.
It always amazes me how quickly that separation can happen, and you can really see kind of a lead develop just in a matter of seconds, like 10 seconds, 15 seconds. What gets that to happen? Is it just some extra oomph, and then once you got it, the pace stays the same? Is that maybe a little coaching to say, hey, let's rev it up here for the next 15?
Well, that's exactly it. I was saying earlier that a lot of coaches will have their crew take a 20-stroke burst at the 1,000-meter mark, like right outside our window here. And that's kind of what happened here. It looked like MIT brought the stroke rate up. So they'll go from their stroke rate, their settle stroke rate was 34, and go up to 36 for say 20 strokes, and then settle back down at 34 and just try to stay strong and push the other boats away. And that seems to be what happened here. And Sacred Heart is going through Marist nicely.
Wow. And now we're starting to notice a little difference between 2 and 3 now.
Yes.
Or second and third place.
So they'll hit the 500-meter mark, and some crews will take a 10 or a 15 there, and then just from the 250 in, just go as hard as they can, as high a stroke rating as they can. Nice. Look at this. 250 left. 4, 5.
And remember, just a short time ago, this was super competitive.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
We're getting close to the finish.
21, 22, 23, 24, come on,
Anticipation.
25, 26, 27,
Here we go.
28, 29. So it's 30, roughly 30 strokes. Looks like Sacred Heart was second, Maris third. So I kept saying 20 to 25 strokes for the last 250, but with that headwind, it's 30 strokes from when the buoys turn from white to orange. It's about 30 strokes to the finish.
And here's our different perspective of it from our last one here, the women's varsity 8. Actually, you know what? Yeah, our last one, the women's varsity 8. The next one that's coming up, by the way, will be the men's varsity 8.
Iona, Monmouth, Connecticut, Eastern Michigan, LaSalle University, and Georgetown.
Oh, these guys
in that order
are moving fast, too.
I want to see. I'm rooting for Lane 5. I'm allowed to do that.
Oh, because you're a LaSalle alumnus.
Yes, I am.
There you go. Check the results at KnechtCupRegatta.com. You get some merch there, like the awesome coats that we're wearing. And these coats are really nice. Really nice windbreaker. What you need is the wind picks up a little bit more as the day goes on. Right now, the wind about 14 miles an hour out of the southwest.
So here's Iona right in front of us.
Oh, I love this perspective because we feel
All right,
right
they're coming
down
down
with
to us. There's Monmouth out there. Connecticut is out there. I see Eastern Michigan. There's LaSalle and Georgetown. It looks like Georgetown might be ahead. With Connecticut in second place. from my viewpoint.
So with the team that have kind of front and center right now on the left side of your screen, I'm watching how their oars, the yellow oars, are going in the water and how they're just flipping it up too, and looking at the power of those oars. They're just slicing through that water.
The oars, we drop them in.
Yeah.
We try not to jam them in.
Mm-hmm.
We drop them in, and as soon as that blade is covered, we drive with the legs, and then use our backs and our upper bodies. Look at the leg drive.
Yeah,
drive.
you see it.
Drive.
Push, yeah.
And then we use our backs and our arms to keep that power. We try to match the power of our legs using our backs and our arms to finish that stroke. So we want the same power from catch to finish on the foot plates and on the oar handle, catch to finish, right through.
And you're seeing it play out right here, right in the front of your screen.
Look at Connecticut out there.
Yeah, they're rolling.
They are. And LaSalle's up there with them, sort of. Let's get a better... that might be Georgetown out there with LaSalle in third.
I'm just impressed how everyone here, besides the one that's taking the lead, is just neck and neck still. Because for the last competition we just watched, at this point, folks are starting to really kind of pull away. At this point, everyone here is still in it.
Well, I got to tell you, coaching does make a huge difference. LaSalle just hired Brian Perkins as their head women's coach.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he's the head women's coach. And Brian knows his stuff. Former Temple University men's coach. I mean, a year and a half ago, LaSalle's women, you wouldn't even look at them. And now, look at them here. They're up in the thick of things.
And so you really attribute that to coaching?
It's good coaching, but he's got the attention of the young ladies. Like, you want to win? Then this is what you have to do. And and Brian's a super guy. He knows how to explain the stroke. He knows how to explain training. We have to row more miles. We have to lift weights. We have to be in bed by a certain time.
Yeah, what you need to do.
We're not out partying all night. We're not.
Well, it is college. Let's not go that far.
No.
No, I'm joking. But no, when it comes to competition time, right? When you're getting ready, when you're getting disciplined, you got to get in it to win it and getting that mentality. And really, it's about getting everyone on the same page. And that's also part of coaching,
the
not
same
just
focus,
tweaking you.
yes.
But
It's not just, we're going to go down there. We have crew practice at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
it's getting everyone together and seeing that, you know what it is? Giving everyone the same vision and being a leader to say, we're all working toward this. We're going to work together to make it happen.
We need commitment from each person. I'll be there for practice. That's not good enough. I'm going to be there for practice, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to be the best person on the team and bring everybody along on that team with me. And that's from each individual.
Right.
And Brian Perkins knows how to do that.
Sounds like a special person.
Ah.
Charismatic? What do you know the person?
He's all right if you like people. I just don't like people.
Ah, one of those deals.
Uh-huh.
No wonder why there's a seat between you and me. I was wondering why you're not sitting right next to me.
Gotta be a seat between us.
Well, it's also I didn't brush my teeth this morning, too. I just did a little mouthwash. That's doing it, too.
Nah, lunch will take care of that.
All right, so here come the red buoys. We've been watching the teams. They did start to separate a little bit ago after they really kept it even a bit more than the last one.
Yeah, it looks like Georgetown and LaSalle. Georgetown's out on LaSalle.
Boom. There's the finish line.
Nice. Not the finish line.
Oh, you had me fooled. You know
Yeah.
what it is? It was the perspective of the
Look
camera.
at LaSalle. Honest to goodness. LaSalle has come a long way. Not to take away from
There's the finish.
Georgetown. Believe me, I don't want to do that, but LaSalle.
All right, well, we turned the page to men's varsity 8 right here.
Watch this. I turned the page.
What a beautiful shot.
Yeah, you want to see some fast rowing? Now, these are heats. I believe they had the finals later in the day. Are they doing finals for this?
So we're going to circle back around on all that as we head into the afternoon. So here's the rundown right now. You got Embry-Riddle, West Point, Stetson, Trinity, and then your school, LaSalle.
LaSalle.
Oh, is that Italian? LaSalle.
Oui. I mean, buongiorno. LaSalle out ahead. Yes, folks, LaSalle is a favorite because I did go to school there. Drexel is a favorite for me because I did coach there. St. Joe's University is special. I root for them when they race. My dad was their coach for 13 years, and my older brother rode there for 4 years. I root for a lot of folks.
I love hearing about all your family, from your dad to your bro to you, all sharing in rowing.
Yeah, we've had fun.
And by the way, if you want to share in today's Knecht Cup, you can always say, hey, we're on the socials. My socials is @DrewForecast. We love shouting out New Zealand, Argentina, all different places around the world and across the U.S. It has been cool to hear from all of you and hear who you're rooting for.
Look at this. LaSalle and Trinity. LaSalle out by half a length. And then Stetson about 3/4 of a length down on Trinity. Trinity's program up in Connecticut has always been very good. I remember being a little kid and my dad coaching.
We're just watching outside of our window right there.
Where are they? Oh, they're further.
Yep.
But I remember my dad, when he was coaching St. Joe's, taking the crew up to Trinity, and the Trinity coach making sure I got out in a launch, an official's launch, so I could watch the races. Same thing happened at Georgetown. All the other coaches were very nice, very respectful of my dad, and very nice to me as a child.
Well, you know what it is? Sometimes it just takes that when you're a kid to kind of have that connection. Then it's in the back of your head, and then look where you came and all that you've done with rowing, both personally and as a coach over the years.
Yeah, I've enjoyed coaching. I still enjoy coaching. It's just fun. It's fun to watch somebody go from not knowing how to row to doing something what's on your screen. And I've been lucky to be involved in that. But no, some of the guys I've mentioned, I'm nowhere near that caliber of coach. It's just, I mean, this is just tremendous. Look at LaSalle just walking through. 500 meters to go. Followed by Trinity. And if I can get my stroke coach,
I'm just impressed at the speed, again, of all these folks, because with the drone moving and them moving at the same time, you're not getting a feel for how they are just powering
I got
through the
LaSalle
river.
36.
See, that gives the context to it. That is impressive.
Trinity at 35. Stetson at 38. Wow. And once again, folks, I could be wrong.
But it gives you a feel, though.
Don't tell my wife I said that. Jeez.
You admitted nothing. But it gives you a feel of how fast these folks are moving. I mean, just keep them moving.
Yeah, look at the precision on this LaSalle crew. And when I mentioned earlier how I'd been so impressed with their technique when they were rowing away from Boathouse Row, you have to consider that they were at a paddle. They weren't rowing hard, and it's much harder to make the boat set up. And by set up, I mean it doesn't rock from side to side. It goes down the course, even keel. There's over. Half a length open water over Trinity. And almost a length for Stetson. That was fun.
Boink.
And
that was a nice competition.
Here comes West Point.
All great athletes. I mean, they're all within just a couple seconds of each other coming through the finish.
Yeah, well trained.
No question.
Well coached, well trained. About 15 years ago, speaking of Brian Perkins, the women's coach at LaSalle, I was approached by him and two other guys that they rowed out of my boathouse, Fairmount Rowing Association. And I had been rowing a single, and I got a phone call one night. Hey, one of the guys called. We want to row a 4. We'd like you in the boat. And
really?
I'm like 10 years older than these guys. I don't know. You guys are allowed. Come on. So we went down the next day, and the guy says, we want you to stroke the boat. I said, well, it's a port stroke. I'm basically a starboard. Well, can we try it? We shoved off. It was Brian Perkins, Greg Boris, Jim Hankey, and myself in a straight 4, which means no coxswain. It's one of the best rows of my life.
Get out.
Oh, my. Just all of a sudden, we got like 15 strokes from the boathouse.
You were just...
And I just kind of turned her. I could turn my head at that point and just looked back and said, this is going to work. So we went out and we actually won some races. Went to the head of the Charles that year. So now, still, men's varsity 8, Rhode Island lane 1, Lehigh 2, Marist, I'm sorry. Rhode Island 2, Lehigh 3, Marist 4, Michigan 5, and Temple 6. That matches up with what's on the screen.
Boom, just like that.
And here's Temple.
Temple doing well right there. Just
another
rolling through.
Phenomenal. Michigan, once again, well-coached crews out of Michigan. And that's only been the past few years. Maris is always well coached. The crews from Lehigh have been very good the last few years. And folks, I apologize. I don't really know much about Rhode Island. I drive through there to go visit my grandkids in Massachusetts.
So some actually pretty nice areas between all the mansions you see in the areas closer to the water to just even the capital town. Just some really nice spots in that state. And it's one of those states that, because folks are just driving through to somewhere else maybe, you don't spend time in, but the next time, get off the road and check it out.
You can see, look at the catch, how the boat actually picks up, lifts. Oh, bad stroke. See how he got his oar caught? That was from a wave.
And the wind is kicking up just a touch more.
So, yeah. But, yeah, you can physically see the boat pick up and glide out. Pick up, glide out. Now, here's Temple. 3/4 of a length on Michigan. And Lehigh in 3rd. Challenging for 2nd. I'm trying to get stroke rates because my friend Jim Dietz up in Massachusetts says he hates commentators that don't do stroke rates. Jim, this one's for you, baby.
Well, it gives you the context of how fast someone's moving. So here's what I like about...
I have Temple at 35.
Well, I was going to say, here's what I really like about all these competitors right here. Everyone right now, and we still have some time, is going smooth and even that is. I want to see, do they step up their game now that we're getting closer to that 500-meter mark that's just about to come up?
Yes. They go for broke. They'll raise the stroke rate. I have Michigan at 35 also. So, yes, I mean, they're past... They're in the final 500 here.
So look at this right here. I feel
I have 36.
Things have been
Lehigh.
consistent. So I would imagine what we're seeing right now on the screen is pretty much how things are going to end up, barring, say, running into a buoy or maybe some of the more of those Jersey geese. But we'll see.
Yeah, Temple's holding steady at 36. They're out in front. What do they need to prove?
Yeah, they came out of the gate like that. They've been moving like that. They've been doing well. And then from Temple, we've been impressed with Michigan as well.
36 for Michigan.
Those are numbers.
36 for Lehigh. So when the stroke rates are the same, a lot of this has to do with just power. Technically, all three of the first three crews are rowing very well. Well, all 5 crews are rowing very well.
You can see that from the strokes. When we were looking at the overhead, the bird's eye view that we just had, it was clear to me that all of these teams are excellent, and that's why you brought up that power. Maybe it's more muscle in that one boat from Temple, or whatever it may be.
Well, but the other side is maybe they do have flatter water closer in lane 6.
See, that just surprises me because the wind's coming from that direction.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I mean, we called it just as we saw it on the screen. This is how everyone placed.
Well rowed. Nice.
And there they go.
Look at me. I'm on the edge of the seat.
I legitimately was like, we're leaning over for some of these. When they were neck and neck, that's some of them we've had a little bit earlier since we started at 7. It's been fun, and what a ride. We have one more before we take a break for about an hour.
We take a break.
We do. Well, I'm happy to stay on the live stream for the next hour. I can talk.
I need a men's room desperately.
As a weather guy, I can jump in here for you. But you got one more. You can handle one more right here.
I got one more in me.
Of the men's varsity 8 before we do a little break. But
I got this old bladder that look how rough the water is. Look.
Oh yeah, we should have the top of the hour weather observation. So every hour at the top of the hour, the wind
Skidmore, lane 2
is updated.
Fairfield 3, Iona 4, Mercyhurst 5, Colgate 6. Colgate's crews have been coming along really well lately, the past few years, I've noticed.
And do you think that's coaching as well? Do you know who the coach is there?
I don't know who the coach is, but it's definitely coaching.
At that school up in New York there.
Yes.
A lot of New York schools here represented, like Skidmore too. Those guys in a great town in New York and Saratoga Springs.
Yeah,
I love that town.
The Knecht Cup is great for East Coast schools. Massachusetts, Central New York, Philly. It's just a super regatta.
Well, it's incredible. It really is the largest collegiate regatta in the country. 60 rowing programs, 362 schools, 120 races. The Knecht Cup, the largest collegiate regatta in the country.
There you go.
We're so proud to be a part of it.
I am happy to be a part of it. So this looks like Skidmore right here in front of us.
Oh, yeah. I think the S gave them away. For a second, I was looking at the jerseys. I was thinking, oh, is that some Philadelphia Eagles jerseys on? I'm like, no. I'm just seeing what I want to see.
But it looks like Colgate is way out. And once again, that's lane 6.
Yeah.
So it makes me wonder. And
so you really
there's going to be coaches and
first couple lanes.
There's going to be parents of athletes yelling, "Oh, the guy from the announcer said that lane 6 was a lane to be." I'm not really saying that yet, folks.
Well, I mean,
I would say it if I was in lane 6. I would absolutely say it, but I'm not.
Now,
they just went by us. Boy, that was pretty.
Do you think any of the referees would go out and test the water here during the break to see that? I mean, they're obviously looking and seeing everything you're seeing.
I don't know how they seeded by seed. I mean, decided which crews were going to be in which heat.
Yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, if one area is more windy than the other, I mean, that is just also part of the competition. It's the nature's conditions.
Well, but if it was seeded, they would give the better lanes to the better seeded, theoretically.
Okay.
Like on the Schuylkill, theoretically, lanes 3 and lanes 4 are the fastest lanes. So the faster crews, if you win your heat, if there's 2 heats, 6 boats each, 3 crews of each heat go to the final. Look at Colgate way out.
Beautiful. Look at this beautiful shot.
If there's a final, they ought to be in it.
Yeah, they're rolling.
Man.
Guys, look how pretty New Jersey looks right now. This is just outside of Philadelphia. It is stunning. You can see the Philadelphia skyline in the distance. That boathouse is where we're at right now. See the Philly tall buildings?
Look at that.
The birds that have been plaguing some of the rowers are flying. This is unbelievable on the Cooper River today.
But yeah, getting back to the seating. So if the first 3 crews in the heat will be seated the first in each heat would be lanes 3 and 4. The second would be 2 and 5, and the third in each heat would be 1 and 6. They may do it differently here on the Cooper. I don't know.
Well, I also
there should be a break soon. We could probably ask some referees.
I think we'll absolutely do that. Report back at noon. I want to give a quick shout out, that is, to one of the folks in the Skidmore boat. Marie is watching from Minnesota today, and her son is out racing and giving some shout outs to the coaches like Manny and Lenny, doing great work with these young men, and we love connecting with you all around the U.S. and the world.
Iona's moving the boat well, too. Fighting for second place.
Boy, I'll tell you, it's been so much fun hearing from everyone everywhere.
Yeah, they're trying to hold off Fairfield.
Yeah, Colgate's impressive here.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, there have been some crews that the past few years that I've noticed, and I don't really follow the sport as much as I should. But yeah, Colgate has emerged. Lehigh for a while had emerged.
Oh, really?
I'm assuming, yeah. I honestly don't remember how they did today.
All right, so here we go in the home little stretch.
Yeah, we're in the 250, so 30 strokes left.
So let's see what we got to end up, because it looks like we're kind of pulling away a little bit in second and third at this point.
Yes.
So I think what you see on the screen is exactly how we're going to end up here in just moments.
So Iona is pulling away from Fairfield. Comfortable second place. Quick reminder, folks, this is a litter-free regatta. Make sure you clean up after yourselves. Al Robinson, I nailed it.
And also, don't forget, you can get some of the merch and stuff to commemorate today at KnechtCupRegatta.com. We're loving our coats that we got on. It's the same coats that I use at the TV station, same brand.
You should see these things, man. These are, hey!
I'm telling you, this is good. Look at this.
Look, huh? We're like identical twins. I'm the good-looking one.
It's all right there.
I can't help it.
And if you missed any of the results, we also have all the results at KnechtCupRegatta.com as well.
Knecht Cup Regatta. I'm going to turn like they do on TV, like, and point.
I feel like this is final thoughts time. So let's just take a minute and step back here. We've been watching competitions.
I have an 11-year-old granddaughter that likes to go like this. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Oh, you can't look at the flaws in yourself. I mean,
that's not a flaw. That's character.
Do you think anyone was watching at home going, "Oh, you look like a turkey right there"?
Oh, my granddaughter would love that.
All right, well, that's just for her then.
And I encourage it. So.
Well, as you should, your grandfather.
Yeah,
you should be having fun.
So,
what are your thoughts here? We've been watching the different competitions for the last couple hours. It's beautiful out. The wind's starting to pick up. Outside of that, what are you thinking?
Man, it's a lot better than yesterday, is it not?
Oh, my goodness.
And I feel bad for the crews from yesterday. And, they traveled all this way. And I do believe, I think there's only been a couple of scratches. I've seen a couple empty lanes. Everybody's going to race today. They have an opportunity, the same opportunity for everybody. The racing today is just phenomenal.
I wish I were on the water right now.
I don't know that we've seen a bad crew. No. Even with the Frosh novices, the novice Frosh, whatever. I don't know that we've seen a bad crew. No, everybody showed up to race. And it's fun. And it makes it fun for us. Look at us. We're yelling at each other.
When it's competitive. I mean, listen, I'm not even joking around. I was literally like this at one point. We got our TV screens here showing us right now.
He was.
I'm like this when it was so close to competitive one. We've had some great matches.
Yes.
And it's been fun.
And it looks like there's finals for this afternoon.
For sure. We got schedules here from 12 to close to about 2:30 or so.
Yeah.
One of the things I was thinking about is not only to me does rowing just speak to family. We've been hearing from folks all around the country saying hi to their sons, daughters, friends that are here racing. But then you hear about different generations as part of rowing. You're a family that had different generations.
Yes.
The Knecht Cup multi-generational.
Yeah.
I love that about the sport.
It does. It goes from generation to generation. I mean, I just know a lot of people just because they're somebody's kid. It's just.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That
So-
community that you have around racing, there's something special. There's something unique about it.
Yeah, no, it is. It's fun, but I honestly think it's true that a lot of us row, if not most of us, because we can't play a different sport. We just don't have that kind of coordination. Seriously, I can throw a football. I can't catch a baseball. I just can't do it. There's a disconnect there. Put me in a boat, I'm happy.
You can do it.
Just leave me alone.
Now, in your opinion, would you say that someone like me or can anyone master and do rowing, or do you just have to be born with it? What do you think from your perspective?
I think that there are a lot of athletes in rowing that were just terrible in other sports
Really?
and made a name for themselves in rowing. I think anybody can row. Maybe not fast,
But anybody.
but anybody. You do the first rule of rowing, you have to know how to swim. Once again, round bottom boats.
You've had that experience?
Everybody that rows ends up in the water sooner or later. I kid you not.
That's your hazing.
No,
It's
that's
Mother
just-
Nature. No, I'm
that's-
just joking. I mean, that's Mother Nature's
No,
hazing.
that's hitting a goose
Yeah.
or a buoy or a log or another boat, not
Sure.
knowing that another boat's there. It's anything, but there's always something that can make you turn over. So you have to know how to swim.
We saw that with the geese today. They're barely just getting out of the way
Well,
at times.
Yeah, apparently they don't know we rented the course for the weekend.
You'd think they would hurt. I think they were a little angry after all that windy weather.
Oh.
Yesterday, they had everything to themselves, and I thought, what are you guys doing here? Well, we had this for the weekend.
They make a lot of noise when you hit them.
I bet they do.
And like I said earlier, it is jarring. I think anybody can learn to row. I really do. If you want to row fast, then you learn to row correctly, technique.
Yes.
And power shows up. It's just the way it goes.
That's coaching and training. Get you that next step.
But you have
Anyone
to be
can do it.
coachable. I mean, is everybody coachable?
Sure.
Some people come into rowing saying, well, I saw it on TV. I know all about it. Nope. It doesn't work that way. Or, I've been rowing for 5 years. You guys have only been rowing for 2 years. And the person just is terrible because they didn't learn to row correctly.
So I can understand if you have some bad habits from the start and someone or a coach doesn't correct them, those bad habits carry over.
Forever
And it's tough
ever
to...
and ever. Yes.
So it's so important in the formative years when you first start to get that coaching, get that assistance.
In the formative years, but
I'm not talking like formative like growing up, but just
right,
when you
but
first,
yeah,
like
when
if
you
I
first,
jumped
when
into
you
it now.
first start to learn to row,
Yeah.
learn to row. Learn the technique. Learn where to put the blade in the water. Learn how to allow the blade to come out of the water. And it's just a gentle tap down on the back end. And, there's no sudden movements in rowing. It's the blade goes in, you drive, and let the blades come out. You come back up for that next catch, bam, and it's the same stroke. The stroke doesn't change. What changes is stroke rate.
So how fast? You're getting the oars in and out, right?
And pressure.
Oh, like in other words, how much force you're applying.
How much leg drive you're applying and finishing with your upper body. So the only thing, once you learn the stroke, it's the same. It's repeated. You repeat it as an oarsman. You repeat that 1 billion times over. The thing, once you're good at the repetition, the thing that changes is power and rate, or power with rate. But the stroke itself doesn't change.
So these are some of the nuances that power and power with rate, or the rate that some of the coaches are focused on, say, to get folks ready, prepared for today.
That guy I talked about for the coach from LaSalle.
Yeah.
LaSalle rode out of my boathouse till a year ago. I would watch them just struggle year after year. Nice kids, great program. They would struggle with their technique, and that just made them slow year after year after year. This new guy, he's got them. Their technique is just phenomenal. They're not bigger than everybody else that they're racing. Their technique is better, and he's got them applying that power and the stroke rate, and it's with a lot of crews. not just LaSalle, just being a LaSalle alum.
Sure, you're familiar with the program, so you can really speak to that.
Drexel,
Yeah.
same thing with Drexel. Georgetown for years was,
Yeah.
you know.
You coached Drexel, you know.
I did coach Drexel, and we had fun.
Did you have more fun? Give me an honest answer on this. Did you have more fun as a coach or as a rower? And I know you still row now, but tell me.
I still enjoy the competition.
Okay.
I love coaching. You know how excited I get here?
Yeah.
You should see me in a coach's launch, doing the same thing, getting excited. I don't yell. I never yelled at anybody that I was coaching.
I can't see you.
But I would yell like, yeah, do it again, you know.
That's motivation.
And then you can see them smile, you know, like, you know, this guy's into it. Like we did something right, you know. So, what, are we being cut off?
No, we're allowed to go get lunch and take a second. Before we do that, lastly, for you, what's it like being out on the water? Is it just the feel of the water? What gets you excited and a smile on your face when you're in the boat and still rowing to this day?
Once again, I row my single a lot. So I'm out there with all my best friends. Me.
That's just quiet time.
But even if I'm in a team boat, I'm looking for a feel in the boat. Like you can feel the timing of everybody in the boat, no matter what seat you're in.
Yeah.
But I can feel the timing, and I'm looking for everybody to catch at the same time and to release at the same time. And the boat just glides. And as your technique gets better, the glide gets faster.
And just one. You and the boat are just.
And as the glide gets faster,
together.
and you want to come up to that next catch, you don't have to row as hard at that next catch because the boat's still got its boat speed, and all of a sudden you're just driving the boat, and it's like, holy smokes, this is incredible. And the same, whether single, and people say, oh, you can't do that, and it's like, oh yeah, you can. You can do it in a double, 4, quad, anything, and it's just. The feel of the glide is incredible. It's just.
There's got to be nothing else like it in the world.
I love it. I do. But trying to teach that can be difficult.
Different story.
Yeah. But no, that's why I still row. I do 1 or 2 races a year still, and I just love it. It's just fun. Do I think anybody can do it? I do. I really do.
And that's the message to you. If you're not doing it yet, if your friends or family, you totally can. So we're going to get Tom to go say hi to some of his friends. Thank you so much for sharing your passion with us. We're going to come back here a little bit before 12 o'clock, so we're going to get kicked off with some more competitions at 12. Coming up at 12, we're going to get started with the Women's Club 4. So we'll come on a little bit before 12, say maybe about 11:50 or so. And I can't wait to continue the afternoon on this beautiful day here in Camden County, New Jersey, as we continue to enjoy the Knecht Cup Regatta. You can go to KnechtCupRegatta.com if you missed any of the results, because we have all the results. We're posting them in real time, and you can get these awesome coats. We came on talking about them. Looking them up, Tom.
No,
model it off a little bit.
Get your merch online or go over to this the store here.
Got a merch.
And
merch model here.
Yeah, hey, I'm used to being a male model.
You look the part.
I do. I got the hair for it. Both my brothers are bald. I said that on air. Hey, fellas, I got hair.
I thought that was a hat the whole time.
Nah,
that's not a wig?
Nah.
So one more thing I want to give you a note. Thank you so much to everyone who has reached out on the socials. I'm at Drew Forecast. We've been hearing from you all around the United States, like Minnesota, Chicago, St. Louis, Maryland. And on top of that, we heard from folks around the world in Argentina, as well as New Zealand. And that has been so cool. So check us out. Say hey.
The Argentina people, man, I know it's that couple that I met a couple of years
That's so
ago
cool.
at the other regatta.
That's the
I just know
power
it.
of a live stream.
Yeah.
We could talk to you around the world, and we love it. We'll see you right back here around 11:50 to get you ready for our competition when it resumes at noon. In the meantime, it's lunchtime for us.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
let's eat. Thanks, folks.
So great to have you right back here for the Knecht Cup Regatta. If you haven't seen some of the results so far, you can go to our website. It is KnechtCupRegatta.com. You can get some great merch like the jackets me and Tom are wearing. So if you don't remember us from earlier, I'm meteorologist Drew Anderson from Fox 29 in Philly. We've been talking about the weather because, you know, yesterday, Tom, we had a little weather day. But before we get talking about that, introduce yourself.
Well, it's funny you should ask. My name's Tom Toland, and former coach, current rower, and all-around nice person.
I can second that one. So you walk the walk, talk the talk, really you row the row, so to say.
Yes.
And, you know, yesterday we got bummed. The wind kind of moved things away, but the wind direction today has shifted, so it's not as disruptive when the winds pick up a little bit more as the afternoon goes on.
Well, it's going to be a little, and we can see a boat going past us. We're right in the middle of the boathouse. But the wind has shifted dramatically from yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday it was coming out of the northwest. It was cold winds here. If you're not watching us around the area, we've heard from so many of you across the United States, from parts of Minnesota to Chicago to even St. Louis. Oh, Argentina checked in, New Zealand checked in. Hey, reach out on the socials. I'm at Drew Forecast on all the socials. We want to hear where you're watching. Say hey.
Yeah.
So anyway, around here, it was chilly yesterday. We got stuck in the upper 50s, low 60s because the winds were coming down from the northwest, making it cold because they're pulling down the cold air from Canada. But here, they were making the seas choppy because they were fighting the current, and that's part of the reason why things had to get canceled yesterday.
Correct. Today, the wind has died down quite a bit.
For sure.
But it's a tailwind.
Yeah, so it's coming from the southwest, bringing up temperatures to the mid-70s today. So it's beautiful outside with lots of sunshine. It's warmer, but as you mentioned, because it's a tailwind, it's not as big of a deal because it's more going with the current of the river. It pushes the cruise towards the finish line a little bit better. It's not a crushing tailwind, but it'll make times a little bit faster, I think, for today, which is fine. We'll take it.
Yeah, what the heck?
Push them right through. I think of those kind of things where the wind kind of pushes you a little bit, like one of those moving walkways in an airport you step on. You get the extra little speed of the moving walkway plus you walking.
Right.
One of those deals.
Yeah, you're passing everybody not walking.
I know. And like, what are you guys doing?
Everything's a competition.
Speaking of competition, boy, what a morning it's been. We were calling the races from 7 through 11 this morning, and we were just so impressed with the competitors, and that's just not hyperbole. That is the real deal. How many competitors made things neck and neck, had great form? It has been truly remarkable to see these colleges that have come here from around the United States. We've had folks from Oklahoma here with us today.
Seattle, I think, in the next event.
Yeah.
It's just hey, they say it's the largest college regatta in the country.
And they're not messing around when they say that, clearly.
Just how many entries? Watch us, folks. I can read.
Oh, you got that? So I was trying to be subtle.
361 entries, 60 different clubs. Now, the same college may have 2 clubs, a men's and a women's, but it's still 60 different clubs. It's a nice regatta, folks.
The largest in the country, the largest collegiate in the country. Love that.
Yes, and it's well run. The referees are awesome people. The lady running the regatta, Laura, is phenomenal.
And that goes back to the history and the name Knecht, and it all has to do with where we're at today. We're on this gorgeous spot in Camden County on the Cooper River, and Laura's dad is really the one that saw this river right here and said, you know what, we need to get rowers here. We need to make this a destination for rowers, and look what it's become.
Yes. I mean, 20 years ago, this boathouse wasn't here. There was nothing here.
It shows you how it's grown.
But no,
because of a vision.
I remember Bill talking about this, Uncle Bill talking about this when we were little kids. And I think it was, I said earlier, 1970 or 71, they had the National Rowing Championships here, along with the National Junior Rowing Championships, which is back then was unusual. You would have the senior championships one weekend and the junior championships a different weekend. But this was all the same weekend, and I happened to be lucky enough to compete. And back then there was just nothing here but water. And it's turned into quite a venue. And
one of the things that makes the water unique is it's dammed up a little bit here. And a quick question for you. What did the fish say when it ran into the wall? Damn.
Damn.
But it makes the water, you got it, it makes the water a little smoother and a little easier and perfect.
I can use that with my grandkids.
Did you like that one?
Yeah, I did.
It's an age-appropriate one, too. Hey, what did the fish say when it ran into the wall? Damn.
Yeah. No. I just have to spell it differently, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I won't spell that for you kids.
So the water acts a little bit more like a lake here, so it's a little calmer. It doesn't really have that current that you traditionally experience in a river, like, say, maybe the Schuylkill River.
The Schuylkill River, the current can fluctuate, vary.
Yeah.
I mean, from day to day to practically nothing to, I mean, last weekend it was 19,000 cubic feet per second.
Well, we've been getting so much rain around here, and that's really been driving the currents and the water amounts on some of the rivers.
Well, yeah, but because this is dammed up, it just kind of raises the level a little bit, which is fine. But they also control it pretty well. So
Sure.
they can open up the dam for 2 hours and lower the water level. It's not that big a deal here.
Hopefully during that process, a fish doesn't hit its head. Damn. What a beautiful day, by the way, here in New Jersey. We got sunny blue skies. You're going to see in our afternoon competitions how picturesque the sky is.
The weatherman is here, I can tell.
I know, right? I can't help myself. Just comes second nature.
Normally, I take credit for the good weather.
I'll take that credit today.
And lay blame for the bad weather.
I got that yesterday.
That was yesterday.
I deserve the victory lap today.
I had nothing to do with weather this weekend. So, no, it's all on you, man.
Hey, I was riding the airwaves last night talking weather on our station.
Were you?
Sure was.
10
o'clock news.
10 o'clock
Absolutely.
news. Fox 29.
Oh, look at this. We are getting ready for our noon competition.
Ooh.
I'll look all official and put the glasses on. Have a good look at the monitor as we get each one of these rowers situated from the starting line. Look how beautiful it is. I wasn't lying that it's pitch correct.
This is the Women's Club 4 backing their boats into the starting blocks, the stake boats, or the stake slips, I should say.
So you've coached, you've rowed.
I have.
What's the process like when you go into one of the slips here? Is it difficult?
Oh, it can be very difficult. Especially for somebody that's inexperienced, somebody new to the sport.
Yeah.
Backing a single in is not as difficult, but a double and the bigger boats can be very, very difficult.
Like the 8-seaters.
Well, the 8s, especially with the coxswain facing the wrong way from the docks, they have to turn around and try to figure out who in the boat is to back the boat in. So,
yeah.
And the wind, especially with the newer novice coxswains, the wind can play a big part in that. But the nice thing about this course is everything is stationary. They don't have what we call stake boats, where the boats are, john boats are out in the middle of the river and just anchored and then move back and forth a little bit. These are built into the wall there.
A little more stable.
So. But no, and the folks here are very helpful with the coxswains and novice oars persons getting the boats into. But it can be difficult. Once you're in, just go.
Just roll.
Oh, hit it. Say go already.
Sounds like you're ready to get on the water right there.
Listen, we had a great morning.
It was wonderful.
Yeah, no, and I'd look over once in a while, and he's sitting on the edge of a chair going,
no lie. I'm legitimately like on the edge of the chair right there. And here we go for the afternoon.
They are off. So this is the Women's Club 4 Division 2, Division 3, Division 1 and 2. Put your glasses on, Tom. I'm not on the screen.
I got you. So there we go.
Lafayette over in lane 1. It looks like they may actually be out ahead. New Hampshire, A team. Pittsburgh C, Pittsburgh B, and in lane 6, Assumption. Out of Worcester, Massachusetts.
I was going to make an assumption what state it was. You were on it.
If you could read my writing, you'd be.
I sure can. Well, I was looking up some of the schools I wasn't familiar with because I was curious to see, what's what's some of these areas about? Like New Hampshire, I know all about the White Mountains. That's their corner of the Adirondacks.
Yes.
And it's a beautiful state.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I've actually been to the White Mountains a couple years ago.
Did you ever ride up Mount Washington? I've always wanted to do
Yes.
that. They have a weather station there, and that's where the highest wind speeds in the country ever recorded at the top of Mount Washington.
That is correct.
I think like 200 and plus miles an hour.
So right now we have Lafayette and New Hampshire out ahead of everybody else. It looks like Pittsburgh Seaboat is in third place.
So you know what I'm watching here, and we were watching earlier today. I'm watching the strokes. I'm watching the oars, how they kick back the water. I'm watching the wake to see if it's in between the buoys. And you really clued me in to all the different things to watch for, because it shows you how one team in particular can be successful, and other times it's just a matter of just more power with the team, more muscle.
Well,
Or luck too, right?
if everything being equal, talent, technique, water flow, wind speed, if everything's equal going across, from lanes 1 to lane 6, the stronger crew is going to win.
And here's what we're seeing.
Now, you could have a strong crew,
Right.
but with the technique not as good, and they will get beaten by a less strong crew because they row better. Right here, you have a strong crew that rows well.
I'm just loving watching the form. So watching the water kick back, see if everyone is in sync right there. And you taught me about some folks kind of like to lead on the one side. There are folks like to lead on the other side. So starboard versus port.
The stroke seats, here's a good example. So that looks like Lafayette.
Oh, are you talking number 2 that we're looking at right there? Yeah.
And you'll see the stroke seat is a port stroke. The boat next to him.
Oh, so you're talking New Hampshire then? Number 3.
Well, the boat next to him is a starboard stroke boat.
Oh, we can see it better now.
Yes. So, and I'm pointing to my screen
Yep.
for Drew's. So this is a port stroke boat here.
So the one on your right of your screen.
Yep. And over here it's a starboard stroke boat.
So the boat that has all white shirts on and it's a white boat.
That is a starboard stroke boat. Yes. Now, why change from port to starboard? Most boats are rigged port. The idea is to find somebody in the crew. Here they come now.
We're watching them out our windows here from the boathouse.
To find somebody in the crew that rows exceptionally well and can hold a rate, and everybody else in the boat can follow. So you don't want necessarily your strongest. You want your best worst person in the boat at that seat.
So then does it become almost a matter of being a righty versus a lefty? You know, some of us have a right-hand preference. Other folks do a left-hand preference.
There are a lot of people that will only row port. Well, Mr. Water, did you see that?
No, I didn't catch it.
The whole port side missed water.
I love your eagle eye.
Where was I? Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're just talking different preferences for which two leads on what side.
So, yeah, the whole idea is to find the correct person to put in the stroke seat that everybody else in the boat can follow. You want somebody that rows smooth, that can row strong and can row long and relaxed and doesn't panic and can, is responsive to the coxswain, the person steering the boat. The coxswain will tell the rest of the crew.
So that person right in the front of the boat we see right there on some of these shots, that little person all the way down low.
That person is telling everybody else in the boat what stroke rate they're rowing at, where they are in comparison to the other crews. So
they're the eyes and they're the setting the pace.
Yes. What you don't want are the people that are doing the rowing to be looking out of the boat. It can upset the rhythm of the boat. We don't want to upset the rhythm of the boat ever.
You just want to be one with the water and the oars.
Just scull the boat across. Power the boat across.
Look at this. This is neck and neck.
It sure is.
This is exciting. I'm getting ready to get on the edge of my chair again.
Oh, jeez. Look at him. He's there. He's there.
I just love, wow, this is subtle. So, okay. So I'm looking at the two different teams here a little bit, and, you can really see who's really starting to rev up the power and really push.
That looks like New Hampshire with the starboard stroke. Rowing through Lafayette, who was leading for the first 1,000.
Yeah, but now New Hampshire's got the edge.
Yeah, New Hampshire is just looking. They just look a little stronger.
They do.
Not as clean though.
Why do you say that? What catches your eye?
Watch the puddle. See the
From the oars?
yeah
Okay.
on the back end.
Oh, there's more disruption of the water.
Yeah, I would have the stroke man press down a little bit more, as opposed to, see, his hands are coming away faster than the two-man or two-person,
Got it.
being that she's a woman. So she has to come up the slides faster, but they're just so strong. They're walking away from the other crews.
No, I definitely noticed a difference on the right side versus the left side. So I'm assuming the port side versus starboard.
And folks, I'm not saying either crew's better, worse, or technically
No, we're just
unsound.
looking at observations.
But yeah, look at how smooth the other crew and
Yeah, you hardly see any white pop up when the
Right.
oars go in the water.
and who's that? Lafayette, eh?
Yeah, it sure is. So that's the red team we're talking about.
But you can also see that they're a little smaller physically.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a case where size is,
Playing a role.
Yeah, they're just able to tap the boat a little bit harder than the other crews. And it just goes to show, hey, you don't have to be the smoothest crew. You can sometimes, be somewhat smooth and very, very strong.
All right, so I noticed the buoys just changed color. What is that showing?
Well, the buoys are the last 250 meters of the race.
Oh, so toward the end. We're almost toward the end.
The last 250 meters of the race, the buoys changed from white to red, and that tells everybody in the boat.
Come on, let's push it.
There's 30 strokes left.
Oh, so it's measured out, it's about 30 strokes once you see.
Well,
on average.
I took the time before lunch to count the number of strokes.
You sure did?
Because once again, it's a headwind. So that'll mean more strokes from the beginning of the 250 to the finish line. And then, that's not even.
Oh, you know what? I just stepped on the cord. I'm sorry about that. I got to watch my big feet coming in here like Bigfoot. Let me just jiggle the cord a little bit here. Oh, you know what? Still under my other foot there. There we go.
There you go.
I just lifted everything up. Oh, I love this. So we're on the kind of the dock looking in. We're being one of the spectators right now because we have spectators here just enjoying the day and the races.
Yeah, we have this whole room to ourselves. We have echoes going on in the room.
Shh, don't tell anybody. This is our secret. I love when we do ASMR voice. This is soothing roving.
We'll have spa music in a minute.
Oh, yeah. Well, we don't need to put anyone to sleep. That's for sure.
But no, I thought we had a tremendous morning of college
It was
collegiate
fun.
rowing.
It was impressive, too.
And,
I was impressed.
I know that, everybody was upset about canceling yesterday.
Sure.
But, folks, it was a safety issue. It was nasty where we were sitting, but the last 500 and the last 250 meters of the race were brutal.
Yeah, they were worried about the boats maybe flipping when some of them were getting in the water because the waves kicking up, and they just, obviously wanted to be safe.
It's safety first.
But today, even though the winds have kicked up and the wind speeds have increased, they've gone to about 13 to 14. I'll get you the latest weather information because it updates at the top of the hour at the local airport. And that is certainly, made things a little more inconvenient because the winds are blowing across. See how that pattern in the water is kind of blowing across right there? The waves are
here's
perpendicular.
The next event already.
Here we go.
So George Mason in lane 1. Lafayette was supposed to be in lane 2. I don't see a lane 2. Penn State.
Oh, that's my school. I went to school at Penn State.
Penn State is out in front.
I also actually teach at Penn State, some of the local campuses around these parts.
And Pittsburgh right next to them, followed by New Hampshire B and TCNJ. Who did we say TCNJ was?
Well, certainly in New Jersey, of course. In the meantime, I just want to let you know the winds have kicked up a bit. They're now blowing at 15 miles an hour from the southwest. So they've increased just a few miles an hour. So we started at 13 miles an hour, just shy of 9 a.m. Oh, what are you talking about?
College of New Jersey.
Oh, of course.
Tom, how do you like it here in America? Look how long.
By the way, there are some wind gusts being reported up to 25, but you see those trees? That's blocking the wind for a good portion of most, I would say, the race. It's just right at the very end as we get close to the finish line, you're going to see fewer trees, and without those trees blocking the wind.
Look at the layback on the Pittsburgh crew.
And which crew's that on our screen?
Out here in the white boat. So what they're doing is they're laying back into that tailwind, which means that their blades are staying in the water longer, which means they have a longer stroke. So if both them and Penn State are at 32 strokes a minute, and Pittsburgh has a longer stroke at 32 strokes a minute, they're going to walk away, and they are.
And that's just because they're able to use the water more to their advantage from the way they're using their bodies.
Exactly.
So they're being more efficient, really, with their rhythm and their motions.
I like a layback. You'll see a lot of these crews have very, very little layback.
How come you don't see that as often? Is it just like a trend sort of thing, or is that a convention?
Everybody used to lay back until about 10, 12 years ago, and now crews are going with stroke rate, higher stroke rates, shorter strokes, higher stroke rates. But if you're at the same stroke rate as somebody that's rowing short, a longer stroke's going to win.
So there's some strategy here.
Well, once again, it's teaching somebody how to row, different style of rowing.
Got it.
And folks, I'm not saying anybody's rowing poorly here.
No. I mean, look at this. Everyone looks. The form looks on point.
But yeah, look at the layback on the Pittsburgh crew as opposed to the Penn State crew.
No, you can really see the difference, the subtlety in the movements.
Look how long this Penn State, from catch to finish. You can see the wind catching the blades, and the boat will just rock back and forth a little bit.
Oh, I didn't even notice that subtlety.
Yeah. So, and one of the advantages of layback is you can get swing in the boat, which means when you're finished the stroke here, and everybody's hands and bodies come up to the recovery, the boat actually pops a little bit, which means that the boat's not slowing down in between strokes, which means when you go up to the next catch, you don't have to hit it as hard to keep the boat speed.
Now, would that factor into the wind conditions at all that are picking up?
It can. With a headwind like this, a lot of crews, especially inexperienced crews, will tend to just shorten up by themselves. They may not have even been taught that or coached that.
Just a natural feel, like you just feel the conditions and just naturally.
But somebody told Pittsburgh here, don't shorten up, just go. And I'm going to say it's working.
Sure is.
Boy, they look really, really good.
Oh, look at this perspective. I feel like we're right down the water, on the water with them. This is great.
I thought my eyes were out of focus for a minute there.
Oh, no. I had to jimmy the TV screen for a second. I tapped on it and fixed it. Sometimes you got a little tap teaser, to quote Tappy Madison.
This Drew guy, he's good.
Or Happy Gilmore, rather. So, one of the coolest things as we watch right here, you can see the tree right there moving a little bit to give you a feel of the wind. And look at the boat rocking as well, so you can get a feel of the conditions that the rowers are experiencing.
Yeah, see, the water gets a little rough.
Yeah, it's a little choppy.
Oars are carried close to the water. So, an oar can hit water, which will lift the oar itself up, pushing the oar handle down, which in turn pushes that side of the boat down.
I'm always fascinated by the different things you have to think about and consider. It's not as simple as just jumping in and putting the oars in the water and moving. There's a lot more of these fine details that you need to be in tune with and ready for.
Yeah, no, and it's for most of us, it takes years to learn. But once you learn it, it's with you forever.
And that's been fun today to see some of the first-year teams versus the varsity teams that have been doing it for years. The varsity teams, to me, it was all about power. They, just like that, were just flying down. And the form and everything was perfect. They've been built up. Whereas some of the first teams, were spotting out some different things like, oh, okay, maybe they weren't doing the best oaring right there in that spot or this and that. But you saw little tweaks that you would say as a coach, hey, let me do this, let me do that. And then it's cool in a couple years. You get to see what ends up becoming.
Everything shows up. Yep.
So there's that buoy right there, giving us a little marker. And here we go.
Yeah, this is
our next one.
This is the next heat. This is the 12-12 heat. Barry out of Miami. Lane 1, Seattle Pacific out of Seattle.
Hey, thanks for coming, Seattle.
Thomas Jefferson out of Philly. Mercy Hurst, Embry-Riddle, and Central Oklahoma in Lane 6.
We are representing the United States here, both home and all across, from Seattle to Oklahoma to Florida, just right here at home in Philadelphia, where we're at. We're just outside of Philadelphia.
This is nice. So this will be...
So I'm loving seeing the different forms, again, between the two boats. From what we just talked about, I'm looking at how the rowers are using their bodies differently between the two boats that we're looking at right now. You see a noticeable difference between all the girls right there with the hats on versus the ones that don't. And it's interesting. You can totally see how the strokes are a bit different.
Yes. And it's slightly different coaching styles, I'm sure. And miles on the water,
Oh, good point.
It's been, depending on where you row, it's a lot of cold. There's been a lot of wind, a lot of
rain. Yeah.
And so, the crews may not have been on the water for, this may be the third or fourth time, this month being on the water. Or as we say here in Philly, Rudder.
Rudder. It's our local accent. We love adding extra syllables to words like jewelry, grocery.
Acme. Let's go to the Acme.
Acme, it's Acme, but Acme. What's the other one? Jewelry, grocery, bakery.
Yeah.
And we go to the bakery to get, after that, we wash our pastries down with some water.
Water.
Our little Philly nuances. So this is so neat to have people from all across the country. And we've been hearing from folks at Drew Forecast, that's me on the socials, from all around the country and the world. And it's just neat how this web stream connects all of us together, and we're all hanging out together, enjoying a great Sunday afternoon. Oh, there's one of those birds. We had an issue with geese earlier. Some geese just want to get out of the way. They were these Jersey geese. Like
2 or 3 events, we had goose problems.
Yeah, they're like, get out of here. We're not moving.
And it looks like Embry-Riddle out in front. Boy, they're tapping the boat along nice, aren't they?
They are really moving, big time.
That's Mercy Hurst, I believe.
So here, notice the trees are thinning out a little bit, so the wind would be able to pick up at this portion of the river. There's our boathouse where we're broadcasting live, and look right above it, just to the right, you see the Philadelphia skyline, some of those bigger buildings there, just to get you oriented.
Yo, Philly. Central Oklahoma coming up on Embry-Riddle.
I love that everyone's not only come from around the country, but you got to make some effort to get here. The boats.
Yeah, Barry's not that far back, and neither is Seattle Pacific. So
this is competitive.
Second place.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to tell.
Are we missing a crew? Do we?
No, they're farther back, so we have 5 right here.
Yeah, but okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Am I reading?
You're right. There should be 6. Yeah, you're right. Someone's missing. So it's that lane between
Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, and they're the guys in our backyard.
Right there in East Falls.
So what I learned today is those boats have to get driven here. So the folks in Seattle, the folks in Oklahoma, they drove the boats here.
Well, for the most part, they could find somebody to rent boats from.
Well, that's an interesting thought.
But that gets rather expensive.
So I guess you just crunch the numbers between renting versus the fuel and the time.
Yeah. And, kids, the oars persons would much rather be rowing their own boat.
Sure, for sure.
There's definitely a comfort level.
I'm excited to see who plays out here because look how things are really starting to narrow.
500 meters to go.
We're getting more even.
Yes. First and second place.
It's kind of neck and neck, and it looks like someone's ready to take over here.
Well, this is the time to do it. This is where you go for broke.
So Oklahoma, would you say, making a play?
Yeah, I would give you stroke rates, folks, but I just, I'm having a hard time with the app on my phone.
I was going to say, I hear you as coach, too, as you want to get a feel for kind of not only what advice you'd recommend, but you wanted to give us a feel for, all right, how fast are they going? How many strokes per minute are they doing? You've timed them out for us before. You're using a little app from time to time to give us a feel for the power and the fastness and the motion of these athletes right here. This is
I've
beautiful.
got Embry Riddle about 33.
That's impressive. We've had a lot of different folks at 33 to 34 today, strokes per minute.
And
okay, so here comes the red buoys. So we're getting close to the end, about what, 250 meters or so.
Central Oklahoma, 32. So, but here's this is 250. It's like 30 strokes to go. This is, I mean, if you have anything left.
So any gas left in the tank, now's the time. And you said this is the time where, man, all your muscles hurt. You said all that lactic acid's building up, right? You've been working so hard.
Yeah, you're burning through. By now, you're burning through the lactic acid. You're praying for the finish line. But you know you hurt. Your body knows you hurt. But you're following the person in front of you, and you're not gonna let anything stop you. Look at this.
This is what being a team is all about. And here we come.
Central Oklahoma.
This might be a photo finish.
It looks like Central Oklahoma's out in front.
Embry Riddle, though, impressive. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Over.
Wow.
Over.
By a nose.
Oh.
And this is competitive, too, for 3 and 4. Okay, Seattle.
Seattle Pacific.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, Barry.
Barry.
That was a nice competition.
Nice.
Hey, look, we got some spectators enjoying. This area is beautiful. This is a big park. People come to walk.
People on, I was going to say, are they on horses? No, they're standing.
Nah, they're just chilling. We're chilling, just enjoying the day, enjoying the weather.
All right, here's the next event, Men's Club 4.
So we got a little Penn State action.
Lane
My
2, Pittsburgh
school.
B. Lane 3, Michigan A. Lane 4, New Hampshire B. Lane 5, and Rhode Island Rowing Club, Lane 6.
We were talking about it earlier. You know, a lot of people might have that tendency to drive right through Rhode Island, but it is a beautiful state. If you get off the interstate, get off 95 and explore the capital town, explore some of those nice mansions around Newport, and it's a great place to spend a couple days. If you've never been to Rhode Island, don't sleep on it. Nice uniform from this team right here.
You can see some of the timing issues.
Where on the?
From the stroke seat.
Yeah.
They're holding their square up because of the wind coming against them. They're holding their square up a little longer.
So that was the Penn State team we were just looking at right there.
Who that was?
Yeah, that was 2. I saw the Penn State hat too.
We are?
We are Penn State. I've said that once or twice in my day.
Yeah.
But you bring up a good point. You mentioned the longer strokes. I see the M right there. That person competing. Mm-hmm.
And we discussed Michigan earlier. That they've got a nice program.
And I was joking around. I did the weather in Columbus, Ohio, and there's a big rivalry in football.
You can see where Michigan is squaring the blades up a little bit sooner than the other crew we were looking at. And getting their placement earlier and just driving the boat. Decent laid back. I like it.
So that stance right there, it's interesting to see the team up north, because that's what you call them if you're from Ohio and Columbus, around that area. You say the team up north. You don't say Michigan. I like Michigan, by the way. My college roommates from Michigan, I'm there all the time. But I'm looking at them compared to the other team that they don't seem to go as far back. I really noticed that difference you mentioned in terms of how they're going back and what they're doing with their body to move the boat.
At the back end of the finish. Yeah.
There's a subtlety there between those two teams.
And a lot of people would never even notice it. But once again, the theory, something I believe in, the longer you are in the water, the boat's going forward. So when you shorten your stroke, when I shorten my stroke, I get more strokes per minute. but not with the length that I need in order to power the boat. So I like to stay, a little bit longer on the back end, lay back a little bit, and just squeeze that oar handle further into my body. You can see the boat tip a little bit.
A little bit. You can see, you can even see it now a little bit too.
A lot of that has to do with wind catching the blades. So we talked earlier about the balance of the boat to keep it from rocking side to side.
Especially with the wind, right?
It's all in those blades staying on. Once the blade's in the water, you can do whatever you want. The boat's at its most steady point. It's like rock solid. Once the blade is out of the water, anything can happen. If there's
so you got to be careful.
A gust of wind or hit a buoy or...
And look at those flags. See those flags in the top right corner of your screen? The winds have really picked up, and we're having some gusts up to 25. So you bring up a great point. Right now is really the time to think about that, to be careful when they're out of the water.
Yep, Michigan. Their coxswain's saying, hey, finish line's 15 strokes away.
Yeah, he looks
Here
like
we
he's
go.
yelling.
He's talking. Well, he may be speaking loudly. I might, but over. Well rowed.
Beautiful.
Here's the next event.
All right, so Penn State, also Pittsburgh coming back in this one. And then we're going to add a couple more colleges to the mix for this afternoon. There's some right there that we haven't seen before.
George Mason, lane 2, Penn State A, lane 3, Connecticut, lane 4, Pittsburgh C, lane 5, and Lafayette, lane 6. Lane 6 is on your right-hand side, lane 1 on your left-hand side on the screen.
All right, George Mason, that's one of the school's colors. I think it's green and yellow. They're sporting the yellow today, and I see the green on their oars. It's always cool to see the different schools and how they blinged out, so to say, their boats or their outfits and how they represent their schools. And there you go, some school colors, George Mason.
Each school has, they paint their blades the school colors.
Penn State's got the S for state on there, as we see right behind.
Blue and white oars, white oars with the blue S, Penn State colors. But way out in front there, I'm going to say that's Lafayette.
Yeah, it looks a little more red to me. Tough to tell from this angle. But at least red in their uniform. And just look at this beautiful spring day. Look at those trees budding and how green it looks. It looks like we're over.
There was no leaves on them this morning. They're budding nicely.
Must be the temperatures, things popping up. But look how green the lawns are. If they're not mowing the lawns yet, they will be.
Oh, they are.
When I see grass that green, I think of Ireland. I think of Scotland. Places to get a lot of water.
I
There
need
you go.
to go to
See?
Scotland.
Oh, Scotland's great. I was just there. I love the town of Edinburgh. It has castles and it's historic. I mean, everywhere's good, but Edinburgh is great.
So this looks like Lafayette out in front, way out in front.
Yeah, so quite a difference here in paces between everybody. So a little kind of competitive for second and third place for sure. So let me ask you this. And maybe it's just something as simple as just the power of the folks rowing, but what would get someone out in front that far compared to, say, some of these other athletes? Because I would imagine everyone, generally speaking, is probably more equally matched and is working as hard in these leagues.
Right.
What would get someone just right out of the gate like that, just rolling?
Experience. Ooh. Did you see all that splashing?
I did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the blades hitting water and washing out a little bit. But no, a lot of it has to do with experience, miles put in, coaching, attitude. That's attitude is a Philly thing. Attitude.
Sure is.
And other John. See, I threw John in there too.
That is also Philly, where we are teaching everyone the lingo around these parts, just in case you weren't cultured in the land of cheesesteak, because that's also something we're known for.
Yes, it is. So 500 meters to go.
Oh, yeah, so that buoy right there marking that. Another way to kind of locate that is those dock areas you see right there.
Yep. So Lafayette looks like they're way, way out in front, enjoying a very comfortable lead. At this point, there's no reason to
power up,
to sprint. No,
just keep it moving.
Just tap the boat along.
Look at the beautiful Philadelphia skyline as we look toward the top right.
Let's see what kind of motorboat wash we got. right through it. Nice.
All right, not too much of a wake.
Yeah.
Those people didn't seem very,
Well, they
concerned.
shouldn't have had any wake. I would speak gently to the driver of that launch.
I understand exactly the subtlety of what you're saying. Yes.
So now the change into the red buoys, that means there's 250 meters left in the race.
All right, the home stretch. Oh, look at that. There's someone just kind of sitting there enjoying.
It might be fishing.
Could be. I don't quite
Yeah.
see the line in the water. It looks to me like they're just on some chairs, but maybe. They do fish on here. I've seen
Yep.
different folks fishing.
Just
Boy,
pressing the boat along.
smooth.
Well, there's no pressure. It's all about timing at this point. They just want to look good going across the finish line. Everybody at the finish line is going to go, "Phew, boy, they look good."
In fact, this is almost hypnotic. I'm just
They
staring
do
at
look
them.
good because they
Going
are
back
good.
and forth.
So yeah, that's Lafayette out of Easton, Pennsylvania.
The home of Crayola Crowns. The factory for them is there. They have a lot of solar panels on their roof. Did a story with them one
There's
time.
the finish line. Bang, over.
Nice. Not enough O's and smooth. Like that?
Very good, Drew.
Added some extra syllables to that
Very
word.
good.
We're talking about adding extra syllables.
That's Philly, right there. Smooth.
Smooth. You can always check all the results at KnechtCupRegatta.com and grab some merch like the awesome coats we're wearing right now, among other things. Oh my gosh, look at the crowd. Look at that
Look at all
crowd.
those people. Do they know we exist?
You know what? They got the good life out there in the nice warm mid-70s here
There's
in
the
Jersey.
College of New Jersey in lane 3, Michigan B4, New Hampshire A5, and Pittsburgh A in lane 6. And it looks like Pittsburgh's out in front, followed by New Hampshire.
Really impressed so far with the power from these teams. I'm looking at all these three teams right here, and it just seems like they got a lot of muscle.
Yeah, but like I said, it depends on how you use that muscle.
Well said. Right, the technique you're using.
The technique, if you're not hanging on the oar handle at the catch, and you're using your arms right away, you're going to get tired awful fast. So it's legs, back, arms.
Yeah, you pointed out the strategy, at least for today, on the course here on the Cooper River, just outside of Philadelphia in Camden County, New Jersey, of what's been working really well so far this afternoon. Also, something you pointed out, you were speaking with some of our judges during lunch, talking about some of the different lanes and some observations you noticed earlier this morning that you were spot on about.
Yeah, boy, was I surprised. I came up with some guesses this morning that were just spot on. We
I don't know if I'd
noticed
call them guesses, though. I think you're on to something for sure.
You caught me again. But no, a lot of the crews winning this morning were lane 6 and lane 5, and I understand that. And I don't know how true it is.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really seen the heat sheets for the finals this afternoon.
But it's all about the placement.
But, well, yeah, no, it looks like they've reseeded using the center lanes. But lanes 6 and 5 had an awful lot of winds this morning, meaning to me that there was probably less wind and less water disruption in those lanes. And then chatting with some of the referees, I was correct in that guess. But we were just handed heat sheets, and it looks like some of the winners from the earlier heats are in lanes 3 and 4. So it'll be interesting to see what happens this afternoon.
Especially as the winds continue to pick up a little bit more. The windiest part of our day will be from pretty much as we're wrapping things up in the 2 o'clock hour into about 3:30 or so. Oh, I just stepped on the cord again. I got to jiggle this. Hold on a second. Let me get under the table for just a minute. Hold on here.
Oh, Drew.
There we go. All fixed. All right, I got it. Look at that sight right there. I love this spot right here because I feel like one of the spectators that we just saw. We saw that huge crowd, and we're with them right now, and we're seeing what they see.
This is, yeah, folks, what you're seeing at home or on your computer or whatever is exactly what Drew and I are looking at.
We also have a nice little bird's eye view from the boathouse. We get to watch them come by, and it is pretty. All right, so here's what we got right up here for the women's varsity 4. That's the D3. We got Carnegie Mellon. Cabrini, which is right up the road. Franklin and Marshall in beautiful Lancaster County. That's this area of Pennsylvania that's known for farming. There's a lot of corn there. You think about a lot of corn, say, in Iowa and southern Minnesota. Well, if you want to see corn, you go to Lancaster County, where Franklin and Marshall is. And our last team is Stockton competing here.
Did we?
So for what?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You did mention, folks, I got distracted there. So, Drew, this is the women's varsity 4, and you read out the
Absolutely.
lanes?
Jumped right in for you as you were getting the latest information on your phone about some of the results I saw right there.
No, it was a complaint.
So this is great to see this. Oh, look at that duck in the water, at least not in the line of fire with some of our rowers.
Those darn Canada geese.
And there is some folks getting ready to get in place for the next competition, right? That's why they're rowing backward.
Yeah, they are heading towards the starting line.
And look at that flag right there telling you more about the wind.
So they're through the 500-meter mark. I can tell by the red buoy on the far side there. And it looks like...
Oh, there's Temple going to get ready.
Cabrini out in front.
So from this standpoint right here, this is competitive. All 4 of those teams, they're not far apart at all by any means.
No, they aren't. Looks like lane 5, Franklin and Marshall.
F&M, as we like to call them.
But no, with a 1,500 meters to go, you have Carnegie Mellon walking up on Cabrini. I know how to speak, I swear.
I'm still working on my spelling personally. Still working. I grew up in the world of red squiggly line.
Look at this.
In Microsoft Word.
Going Carnegie Mellon going through Cabrini.
So these are the longer strokes you're talking about too. As I watch this team, they're really kind of pulling back.
Look at the little bit of layback. I would teach a little bit more, but that's just, once again, that's just me. And here they come. What bound number's on that out here, Drew?
Okay, so we're looking at number 2 right there. That's the one where the person in the front's really kind of going farther back from my vantage point. Just going off the screen is 2, and then we're seeing right next to them 4. So 4 is kind of on the right side of your screen. The left side of your screen is 2.
There was nobody in lane 2. You mean 3?
You know what? Maybe my eyes are fooling me. Let's go with 3 and 4 then.
That's what, Drew. I got old eyes. You got young eyes.
How about I just put my glasses back on? Here, this is me put my glasses back on right there. I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah. Here's the 1,000-meter mark, folks. Halfway through this race.
Oh, yeah, there's the 3. And I can see 3 and 4. So that's neck and neck between
that's Carnegie
and Cabrini.
And Cabrini.
Yeah. With Carney having the edge.
Yep. They were in second place and coming into the 1,000-meter mark, made a move and took over at first place.
And now we're starting to see a bit more of a gap between the two.
Yeah, Carnegie Mellon is rowing very strong.
So what do you notice between the two teams? I notice I'm kind of watching the one team splash a little bit more with the oars versus the other team.
Yeah, see, a lot of that has to do with the water conditions.
Oh.
But you just have to plow through it. You have to get tough and say, hey, everybody else is rowing in the same conditions. Let's show them who can row better.
There you go. It's an attitude. It's a mentality.
In rowing, yeah, it is.
So many things are mental. I mean, right? You put your mind to anything, it's going to happen.
If you put the work in, it'll happen. You don't put the work in, hey, be happy with second place. And I'm saying the second place crew here didn't put the work in.
No, not by any means.
That a second place,
But you're speaking through your lens as a coach. You've coached, I mean, not only do you row and you still row, but you're looking through the lens of you as coach.
Every time you get in that boat, you want to row the perfect stroke hard. As hard as you can, keeping that stroke perfect. So perfect strokes and power moves the boat. Cabrini's not taking no for an answer. Cabrini's like, nuh-uh.
No,
We want this as much as you.
And there's still time. We haven't even gotten to the red boobies yet.
No. We're coming down to the 500-meter mark.
Yeah, we still got time for both of these two.
Yeah, you can see the water catching the blades. Watch the blades bounce off the water coming up.
Yeah, I see that. I see exactly what you're talking about. Do you think that's the wind making the water a little more choppy?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So we're in the last 500 meters of this race. And Carnegie Mellon is...
They're pulling away.
Carnegie Mellon said, we're done messing around.
Yeah,
let's go to town.
They sure are.
Let's finish this off. Let's show them who's boss.
Hey, you know what? They're just powering up a little more.
Yeah,
you're feeling this one.
Put me in. Come on.
Come on, coach. Can we tag team? We'll get you. We'll get you on the motorboat, and we'll motor you right on up right there right now. We'll have you tag out.
Yeah. That's funny. I get excited, folks. It's the nature of the beast, and
well, you've been there. You're thinking about your experiences. This is this is bringing you back to when you've been in these situations, in these competitions. You know what it's like right now when the finish line's getting closer, and that's where you're at, which is so much fun. You're taking us through exactly what it was like for you.
I guess I am. Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing here.
And you know
but any problems they're having is course related, water, wind related, weather related. But they're tough. They're tough ladies.
Oh, I love the bird's eye shot right here. So a couple different schools, if you're not familiar. Adrian, that's out of Michigan. Was just checking in on Gordon out of parts of Massachusetts. And then I wasn't sure about Catholic, but I'm assuming it's DC.
Yeah. So Adrian.
Yeah, so Adrian, Michigan. School, Michigan.
Adrian attacking the course nicely. See if I can get a stroke rate on them.
Yeah, these guys are rolling. Look at them right there.
33 strokes per minute.
I think that car was racing them for a second, but the car won.
Barely.
Barely. Yeah, just barely.
Come on.
Well, it's look at that. Another geese has popped. I thought that was a swan for a second right there.
Here they come right past us.
An ugly little looking swan, so I think it's a geese.
So the race for second place here is going to be nice.
Got a runner. All right, so now the runner is going to be running against the rowers. Let's see who wins out here. And I think the rowers got the edge.
The rowers will.
Oh yeah, that runner didn't stand a chance.
No. He ought to give it up. It's what a waste of no.
Nah, he's doing a jog.
I'm kidding.
He's working on endurance.
I mean,
it's fun seeing the color on the trees right there as the world's coming back to life after that winter.
1,000-meter mark. Uh-oh.
Oh, what's going on there? What was that about? What happened?
They must have broken equipment.
Oh, no.
Broken equipment.
Oh, I understand what's going on.
Oh, somebody's not in the boat.
No, the person has looks maybe potentially passed out in the front. I don't know if we need to hold on to this. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we want to get off that. So our medical team is checking them out right now.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they're fine.
Yeah. We have, we can hear the calls over different radios. So the medical team's on their way over right now. That's where that boat's heading to check on that teammate at this very moment.
Yes. So they will stop the next couple of races until this is all cleared up.
Yes.
But yeah, out in front here, Adrian is doing a nice job, followed by Gordon several lengths behind, but rowing well.
And that team from the start has dominated and continues to do so right there.
Yeah, they've had a good row.
Hey, they deserve it. They drove, put a mile or two on their car coming down from Michigan. Well, I mean, all the teams, are second place one from coming in right there in that lane from Massachusetts.
Adrian.
So
Gordon.
These guys are rolling. Yeah, so Gordon, the folks from Massachusetts, Adrian's from Michigan.
Michigan,
by the way, they have an ice cream flavor if you've never heard of it. It's called Blue Moon, and It doesn't taste like a moon that's blue, because I'm not sure what a blue moon would taste like, but it tastes like Fruity Pebbles. And here's what this flavor would be. Oh, I'm sorry, I just knocked it.
Oh, come on.
I thought I had some ice cream down there. And that flavor is actually like an almond paste flavor, and it's unique to Michigan and Minnesota. Oh, geez, let me jiggle the cord here. So I got to stop moving my chair. And you know how people talk with their hands? I'm talking with my feet too much.
There, we're back.
All right.
We're back live.
So we're taking a look at that team right there and just kind of looking at the water. The water's gotten more choppy, and it makes perfect sense since the wind has picked up a little bit over the last 2 hours or so. You know, earlier when the water was a little more calm, we would see the wake kind of right as the boat goes by. And we still do see that, but now it's a little bit harder with the wind kind of moving things around. And you can get a perspective of how far apart the two teams are at the very moment. And by the way, if you missed any results, they're waiting for you at KnechtCupRegatta.com, along with the history of the race, how this all came to be, more about the Cooper River, and then, if you want to be stylish, we got some merch for you there too. KnechtCupRegatta.com.
Yeah.
Beautiful trees. I see the pink there on the right. Gorgeous. You know, it's interesting, and I could maybe just missed this morning, but I don't remember the river looking as muddy as it does now. And I wonder if maybe the wind is kind of giving that vibe, or maybe I just wasn't paying attention this morning. It's interesting because to me it looks like the color of the river looks a little different.
Yeah, it does. I wonder.
Wow, look at all the cars. Look at everyone here cheering their team on and just here to enjoy and watch and enjoy the weather today. We've made this an event. They were talking about a beer garden for this today as well. Pretty cool.
Yeah, no, if you like beer.
You're not a beer guy?
I gave up alcohol when my first grandchild was born. 'Cause
Interesting.
They were living with us, my daughter and the baby. And I didn't want to wake up at 2 in the morning to change diapers or feed the baby and smell like booze. So I just cut it all out completely.
I like that.
So I just...
That's an inspiration. I'm doing this year dry 2024, so I've not had a drip of alcohol this year.
Bless you, man. It's, you know, a lot of people find that hard to do, and
It wasn't too bad. I was more of like a social drinker, just a beer here and there.
yeah, I was surprised at
It was easy. It wasn't too big of a deal.
yeah. So yeah, 11 years, and I'm happy. People think I'm nuts, and I may very well be, but it had nothing to do with alcohol.
No, it was just a lifestyle change, right?
Yeah, folks, I'm going to take off my headset for just a moment and chug some coffee.
That sounds tasty. So that's the equivalent of the rocket fuel. When you're not doing alcohol, you do some rocket fuel. There'd be some coffee. And I've been talking with Tom. He was telling me he's actually not a fan of coffee. He just wants the caffeine. So here's what's happening. We just had lunch. You know, when you have a big lunch, a big meal, you start falling asleep a little bit. So we needed to give him a little tune-up and get some of that rocket fuel to get him fueling here right through the rest of the races.
Oh, look at that, man.
I was telling
I'm tapping my toes. I'm tapping my toes and
It's working fast.
fingernails on the desk already. This is great. Excuse me. All right, now I'm going to go fast. I'm ready.
So when you're talking so fast, just like this, we understand what just happened. It was all the coffee that just came down.
It was coffee, folks.
Got it.
So these crews are going upriver.
Yeah, we're just kind of,
and there's
taking a
another
minute or
event
two.
coming downriver.
Mm-hmm. There's some more of those pesky geese, but these ones are chilling. We like them there. That can be their lane. Here's our next one.
There it is, men's varsity 4, Division 2 and 3. So we have Skidmore in lane 2, Catholic lane 3, Stockton A4, St. Mary's in lane 5, Adrian in lane 6.
So I'm thinking at Skidmore, that's a school up in New York, and Saratoga Springs, which is a beautiful town. I always mix those two towns up. There's a couple springs up that way, and one of them is where they filmed that movie, It's a Wonderful Life. I want to see which town that is.
I like that movie.
It's a classic.
It is. I agree. It's like a Christmas movie.
Oh, you see it all the time.
It's just like a Christmas movie.
That's a feel-good movie.
It is. It's one. It's close to being one of my favorites. Look at this. Can you see those bound numbers? Is that a...
So I see 4 right there in the front, in the lead right there. Here's number 2 right in front of our screen.
Stockton.
Seneca Falls, by the way, is where It's a Wonderful Life was filmed, not too far from where the school we were just talking about is, where Skidmore is. So I'm getting a perspective of these different teams. In here, we're noticing some differences in positioning. You know, this is not as neck and neck as we saw earlier, and this really
Correct.
paints the picture.
So, yeah, Stockton's out slightly, followed by St. Mary's, and then Adrian. Adrian and
So they're
Catholic? No.
Oh no, so
Skidmore. That's Skidmore.
no, I was going to say that's Skidmore. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Adrian and Skidmore fighting it out for third.
sure are.
But, yeah, Stockton looks good.
And they have throughout the day too.
Yes. Yes, they have, Drew. You're correct. Look at it.
I'm just looking at the form between the teams.
Yeah.
Different strategies here, but all kind of similar. Look at the water splashing up on the one in the middle. I think they're doing a little bit of a water fight. No, I imagine it's the wind, and obviously,
yeah, no,
yes. I'm joking.
Yeah, no, it's. Yeah, it's.
I love our bird's eye perspective here.
Yeah, here. Yep. Stockton right out my window, followed by.
Beautiful. So right there, we're looking at Stockton in that boat.
Yeah. Oh, look. See, did you see the wobble?
No, no.
Oh, huge wobble.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah.
Look. Now that's a combination of weather and being tired.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What clues you into the tired part of that?
Watching particular people, just I can.
You have an eye for it.
I can just say, yeah.
Well, not far behind right there is the other team, and that's, as we look right there, Skidmore.
St. Mary's is definitely in second place. And third is Adrian and, did we say Skidmore?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys are all in it.
Yeah, conditions are a little tough out there today, folks.
Yeah, it's that wind picking up this afternoon.
It is. What we need
Oh,
is
those.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, there's some babies in there too.
Oh, yeah.
One of them might have a little bit of a headache. No, I'm sure they got out of the way.
No. That's where the coxswains should be yelling at the geese. The geese will stay in front of you unless you yell at them.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Get out of here. They're that docile.
They're not the brightest animals in the world. But hey, I sit in a boat and go backwards. What do I know?
You know what? You're not going to offend anyone. I don't think they're watching right now.
The geese.
Yeah.
Those Canada geeses. All right, here we go. A little wobble. Yeah, look. See, that's being tired, but they're still pulling away. I like it.
So Stockton right there doing pretty well.
Yeah, I wanna see the race for third place here.
Oh, do you think those guys are going to start catching up between St. Mary's and Adrian?
Skidmore?
Oh, it's Skidmore. Okay, yeah.
Is that Skidmore? And
Oh, I didn't see
lane-
those neck and neck. Okay, I
lane
was
two,
thinking. So we're talking 3 and 4.
Adrian?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Got it. So you're looking at the ones that are more,
Well,
the
I'm
two that are
looking- yeah.
more competitive.
Exactly.
Got it.
And I don't see Catholic U anywhere. but
No,
I'm
same
sure,
here.
I'm sure they're behind the Chiron.
Little fancy TV term for that little graphic in the top right of your screen.
Ha ha ha.
I don't know why we're censoring Catholic. No, it's just the camera angle, of course.
That's what it is, folks.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go.
We're joking. No, we were just joking, but thanks for taking it down. No, our crew doing the cameras today is remarkable, led by Colin, his whole team.
Colin Stewart.
Just unreal shots, cinematography.
Yeah, five Tribes Productions here is just amazing. I listen. You got something going on? Give the guy a call. He knows his stuff.
And what's the name of the team again?
Five Tribes.
Okay, so there you go. If you're in the Philly area and you need something professionally shot and done and live broadcast like this, man, they got it and they crush it.
Oh, they're doing this at regattas everywhere now.
Which is so cool.
But I was saying earlier,
Yeah.
Rowing it's really not a spectator sport until the last 500 meters, where everybody's standing around on the banks. I mean, they can't see what's going on.
Well, that's fair.
You know,
It's kind of like football. I'll flip it on when we get into the fourth quarter of some games. You know, you're interested about the end because it's all about how you finish. You want to finish strong.
But with these drones, we can see pretty much the whole race.
And it's been fun seeing the differences of teams when they go neck and neck and then one pulls away, or just watching the progression of different teams. Or like for this one, just, Stockton's just tearing it up.
Yeah, they are just strong. Look how the boat wobbles. They are just exceptionally strong.
Okay, here we go. Now, are these guys also getting time today?
Yes. Yes.
I asked that because I have a little cheat sheet of the results, and I see some numbers that look like times.
Well, that's how they would, for the heats, for the finals for this afternoon, that's how they decide who gets what lane, and top seed, by the time. We're in the next event, Stockton B, lane 3. Franklin and Marshall, 4, Carnegie Mellon, 5, U.S. Merchant Marine Academy in lane 6. And it's the men's Varsity 4, Division 2 and 3. So, yes, they time every boat from start to finish.
Oh, I can see. I think it's one of our cameras on that boat right there. There's something on there in the front.
Who's that? Carnegie Mellon. Looks like Carnegie Mellon out in front.
I like that person with the hair. I'm trying to see if that's a pin. A pen? Yeah, I think it is a pen in the back of their head.
She's writing with a ponytail.
Just lean down and start writing.
That's it.
Crunk your head to the right, and you're good to go.
The left-handed ponytail, dude. Come on.
No, that's TV vision. Everything's opposite of the TV.
Yeah, but she's left-handed. She's left ponytailed.
Is that the port side or the starboard side over
yes.
there? Oh,
this is Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, there we go.
Out in front. Sorry about that, folks. We get... Did I say out in front?
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
This really shows the perspective between the different teams.
Merchant Marine Academy and Stockton B going to fight it out for second place. Just at this point, Carnegie Mellon just needs to tap the boat along, stay strong, don't crush it. See if I can get a stroke rate on them. I'd like to see it be low.
Really?
Yeah. 33? Yeah, 33, 34 strokes a minute.
Oh, I see a little wobble on the front.
Yeah, nice and relaxed. Did you see the bowman turn his head to look around?
No, I didn't catch it. I was just admiring how low that person is.
He's looking for the finish line.
Yeah, these guys are running away with it.
Yes. And that looks like Stockton out in front there.
Yeah, so there's those two different schools. There's Stockton
and U.S. Merchant Marine Academy with them.
Boy, what a beautiful shot.
Yes. Look at the
water glistening with the sun.
Sunshine. You can, but you can actually see the wind blowing across.
Yep. No, it shows you the conditions that they're experiencing right there on top of the water.
That's beautiful there. These kids are well conditioned, well coached. They've trained.
And this is Carnegie Mellon, right?
I believe it is. Yes. They're out on the western side of PA.
We call it Pa. You know, I live in Pa. Why don't you know it as well as I do? We call it Pa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe right in downtown Pittsburgh, or around that region.
Yes, it is. Now we're a little close to the buoys, but that may be the wind pushing them. There you go. Now we're coming off them. Nope. There.
Yeah, I could see that. It does
I like this. I like the way these four gentlemen are sculling the boat along, tapping along, rowing the boat. Whoa.
Cool.
Who's this? That's the men's Varsity 4. I was going to say, whoever that was, they were strong. That was the start of the next event, folks.
A little sneak preview of what's to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of teams in our next event.
Did you hit that cord again?
Hold on, let me jiggle it. I was plugging in my cell phone because it's running out of battery. There we go. I got it all fixed. I just had to take my cell phone. Well, I just put it in the next outlet. There we go.
There's
kind of the folks
wow,
behind.
they are so far ahead. It's scary. Yeah, I want to row with them.
Boy,
I can say I went fast.
they are rolling. Nice little track in the top right corner.
Look at us. Holy smokes.
Yeah, they smoked them. But, you know, that's not necessarily commentary on the skill of the two teams that are behind. There's different factors that one can take off, and it doesn't have to do with
well, it's combined Division
power.
2 and Division 3.
Exactly.
And the other, this one may be Division 2 and the other's Division 3. And there is a difference between the divisions. So.
Oh, I love when we do picture-in-picture. As that race wraps up, we can see the one that's currently happening.
Yeah, that's the men's Varsity 4.
Wow, look at that flag. That wind really starting to roll.
Yeah, Division 1. These guys. So you're going to have Gordon on lane 1, Michigan lane 2, George Mason lane 3, Temple 4, Mercyhurst 5, and Iona 6.
I'm going to guess that's Temple right there. We'll get a closer look and just, yep, that's definitely Temple. I just saw the Temple T on the oars.
Yeah, Temple is very, very strong. What a program.
So I'm looking at Temple, and then right next door, I see that 5.
Mercyhurst?
Yeah.
You do see that 5, or is that a 6?
Well, I was thinking it was a 6.
I think that's Iona.
You think that's a 6? You know what? There definitely is a lane between them. I got to put my glasses back on. Let me pick them up again.
Quick, how many toes am I holding up?
3?
That's it.
Oh, hold on a second. Those are fingers, not toes.
There you go.
Now I got the glasses on. We're good. He fooled me. He put a fast one on me.
I used to do that. Well, I'm getting off the subject of rowing.
All right, so this is the team that you said these guys have come to play. These are the Varsity. They've been training for years. They are in tune. You're watching all the power, the muscle, and this is
yeah,
what
some
it's
of
all
these
about.
guys have full scholarships for rowing, and you know, they're going to school to study and row, in that order.
So there's Temple right there.
That's Temple.
You know, it's interesting to me to see some people with hats, some people with a visor, just the sunglasses, and it's, you know, I guess everyone's different, and it's kind of cool to see that play out. Same with this team.
Yeah, the headwear is, you know, optional.
Were you a hat guy? Are you a hat guy when you?
I am, because I'm not a sweatband sort of guy.
Got it.
But you know, having had a lot of skin cancer, I do wear a hat.
You want to cover up.
And yeah, you know, you've seen the pictures. They are not pretty. Folks, use sunscreen. I don't know how else to say it. You know, I've had more Mohs surgery than you can shake a stick at. But
Yeah, my aunt learned that lesson. She was always out in the 80s without sunscreen, tanning, put on oil, and she's learned the lesson now. They have to do some surgery on her face. It's not pretty.
Nope. Yeah, I'm using my wife's oil of Olay every day, SPF 30.
Oh, so here was the team you pointed out. Iona right there was the one you said, yeah, they got some power.
Yes. But there's Temple. Temple just...
Do you think Temple has some home field advantage, so to say?
Here?
Yeah, because they can come over here and practice anytime they want.
Well, it doesn't mean that they do, though.
That's fair.
33? About 33 strokes a minute on Temple.
That's pretty good.
Yes.
I can't say this team did, but I know a Temple team did come over about a week and a half ago and just did a little practicing on the Cooper River here.
Yeah, that may have been a novice. It could have been these folks.
I don't know.
But, yeah, I mean, their boathouse is right there on the Schuylkill.
Right, and that's your convenience. They're there for a reason.
Yeah, it's the Schuylkill's the home field advantage. I don't know. I don't know that. Well, none of these colleges have home field advantage here.
No, of course.
None of them are really from the Cooper River, right?
And that aside, unless you're here all the time, you're not going to get a feel of the winds. I mean, to me, that would be one of the advantages you get is the different wind conditions and maybe, all right, we tweak this and that. But that's getting really nuanced and into the weeds, in my opinion.
Yes.
And you'd have to be out here all the time to really know something.
No. Yeah, I would say no, there's no home field advantage for Temple. They're just good. You can quote me on that, folks. They're good.
They're doing well. They're doing very well.
Yes, they're.
So one of the things that I'm kind of keeping an eye on as you look is I'm looking at the waves kind of, see that on the right side of your screen?
Yes.
They're just rolling out. I'm assuming that's a wind gust, seeing that little pattern compared to everything else. Oh, here's our picture-in-picture. Love this as we swing on over to our female division.
Mary Cassidy is asking for stroke rates. Mary, let me help you out here.
And by the way, if you're watching live, say hey. I'm at Drew Forecast on all the socials. So Drew Forecast on all the socials.
They're across the line. Look at that.
Boom.
And the next race is up. So the bottom screen is the next race. We have West Point in lane 1, Temple A in lane 2, Fordham 3, LaSalle 4, Adrian 5, Oklahoma City 6.
Go Oklahoma.
And who's this way out in front already?
These folks are looking good.
Is that Temple out in front?
So Temple again. Well, we got the right. Yeah, it is.
The
Yep, I
Temple
just
A-boat way
saw
out
the
in front.
T
Yeah.
on the oar. All right, so now on kind of the front there, we're looking at LaSalle, your alma mater. That's 4, and then if you see that number, 5 right there.
Adrian.
Yep. Oh, there's some folks. I see some Phillies hats on. We got a Phillies game happening right now just across the river. Not this river, but 2 rivers across the Delaware River in Philadelphia. Our baseball team. Well, here's some perspective to kind of give you a feel for where Temple's at compared to some of the other folks right now. And look at the Temple, how they're kind of churning up the water a little bit with the oars. And I'm looking at the other teams and what they're doing with their oars, what kind of wakes left behind from the disruption to the water. And that's one of the things you told me today, Tom.
Yeah. So you can see with puddles, when the blades come out of the water, we refer to those as puddles. Those are big puddles from Temple.
Sure are. What does that mean?
It means they're rowing hard.
Okay. Okay.
It's out on the far left there is Oklahoma City in second place, followed by LaSalle. And then a battle for 4th place between Adrian and West Point. But Temple is, wow, they're tapping the boat along nicely, aren't they? 500 meters to go.
Yeah, that's some smooth sailing right there.
No, everybody's rowing well, but Temple is strong and long.
Oh, so you're talking the rhythm that we see right there on the screen.
Look how strong and long they are. Look.
So that lean back is what you're talking about.
The lay back on the back end of the stroke, drawing the oar handle into the body. You want to keep that blade in the water as long as you can. As long as the blade's in the water, the boat is going forward. Now there is a trade-off, but no, this is perfect. The battle for second place between Oklahoma City and LaSalle. I want to see this.
Yeah, those two are just right up to each other. That'll be a photo finish if it were to end right now. And I see the red buoys, which means we're not too far from the end.
250 meters to go. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say Temple.
I think you might be onto something.
It's possible.
Did you get a little heads up somewhere? Maybe looking at the screen? No, honestly, impressive all the competitors showing up, because if you look back behind Temple, everyone, for the most part, is not that far apart.
Correct. And it looks like Oklahoma City's taking the rate up a lot higher than LaSalle.
And that just happened in a matter of seconds. And
Yes.
it's just fascinating to me that in just a couple seconds, boom.
Bang, yeah. Here's the finish, Temple.
Look at all the spectators. Looks good out there.
I had no idea there'd be this many people wanting to watch us. They're here for us, aren't they?
They must have heard the shout out last night on Fox 29 that there was
that's
going to be
it.
good weather and this was going to happen today.
Oklahoma with LaSalle coming in after them. And here's your next event.
Yeah, so we saw some of the women rowers. They were getting in place. We're rowing up the screen as we were getting ready for that past one. And now we've flipped over the page.
The women's lightweight 8 event. Lane 3 MIT, 4 Boston University, 5 Georgetown, and lane 6 Radcliffe.
I'm liking the red combo. I'm kind of looking at all these different folks, and you know, I got to tell you, to see that many people in a boat, the kind of combination in terms of being in sync, and then also, I would imagine, just the communication is probably what sets some of these folks apart, I would think.
Yeah, the technique, the sync. I mean, you're searching for the perfect stroke every stroke, and like I said earlier, the power shows up. Holy smokes! Who's that?
What's catching your eye?
Lane 4.
Boy, they are pulling ahead fast. So we're looking at Boston University then.
Is what I'm looking at.
Wow.
Yeah, red and white blades.
Talk about power.
Look at the timing. Bang, drive, nice.
Do you think it's communication helping to guide that?
Yes, the coxswains will. I'm sorry, folks, I got distracted there.
No, it's all good. Yeah, so you were talking about.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
How about the
State,
communication kind of helping? So we got the
yeah,
T right there.
Here's Temple.
You're seeing MIT right in front. We'll hold off on Temple for now as we look at MIT.
We're 2 different events here. Lightweight 8, yeah.
Yep, right at the top of our list right here.
So that's Boston University.
Mm-hmm.
MIT.
Yep, that's what the T
There you
for.
go. Okay. For some reason, I'm looking at Temple in the next event.
Yeah.
Folks, that's my fault.
We call that foreshadowing in the story of life.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, what we see in Temple very soon. But first,
That's MIT.
here's MIT. Yep,
They're rowing nice.
it's smooth.
Yes. I like their finishes, the
So-
way they draw the blades into their bodies.
I was just going to say that it doesn't seem like the blades are going down as deep, or are they?
They are.
So it's when they come out, because something's very unique about the strokes here that I don't think I've seen as much from other teams.
A lot of people will feather
That's it.
The oar out of the water, which means that they
Interesting.
just turn their wrist to let but the MIT boat and this Boston University, they're actually tapping down on the back end, and the blades are coming out pretty square and then feather, which is really what you want.
What's that? Is there a little advantage from doing that technique?
Yes, it keeps the blade up off the water a little bit higher on the recovery, as opposed to.
So that allows you to maybe really get more power as you push it through the water to kind of repel things?
It's easier. It's a lot easier. But this MIT crew
They're nice.
they're not taking no for an answer from. MIT, I'm sorry, Radcliffe.
Yeah, so MIT is the one that's a little farther back.
But yeah, Boston, wow, they are just beautiful. Look at the way the blades come out of the water, and they come up the slide, and they just drive. Watch, bang, bang. Oh, look at this.
It's mesmerizing.
It is. Everybody, from the back end of the boat, their hands come away together. Their bodies come across, swing at the hips together. They come up the slide together. They're not stopping the boat at all on the recovery. They're keeping their boat speed, which means comes to the next catch, you don't have to hit it as hard. You just keep doing it.
That's great coaching.
Both boats.
What competitors? Beautiful.
What did you do?
Oh, I just was jiggling around on the TV. I was trying to lift the TV up for just a second to put it on top of my little piece of paper here. There we go. I got it back down and flat.
There.
Philly in the skyline there for a second. Oh, yeah, a lot of people just see, look at that little island area. People just kind of hanging out. Now we're going to see the bigger crowd. What a great day for the race.
It is.
Temps so comfortable in the 70s. The weather today is more like mid-May for this area.
Yeah, Boston looks like Radcliffe.
All right, there we go.
Followed by Georgetown and MIT. Once again, check the results at www.knechtcupregatta.com. The results I give you, folks, are not official. They're probably right, but they're not official.
Well, you got to cross some T's, dot some I's, check everything, all that good stuff. I'm excited to see West Point here. I don't remember seeing West Point on the list earlier, unless I missed them.
Oh, yeah.
They were on there?
Yeah, Army's had been 3 or 4 events so far.
Well, you know what? I think I have my head in the clouds. I'm just staring at those beautiful white puffy clouds.
There
Look at the picture there.
Weather person.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. Army, lane 3. Penn State, Carnegie Mellon, and Temple, lane 6. And this is the women's Frosh Novice 8. Once again, folks.
What's going on with that one?
What is going on?
With that one team, yeah, something's off. Something's not right there.
Well, we have 4 competitors.
Yeah, it looks like one's just kind of sputtering.
Is somebody going upriver, I guess?
I don't get that vibe. Huh. We'll keep an eye on that for you. All right, so in the meantime, we'll focus on these 3 right here. So right in front of your screen, you're looking at West Point.
Yes.
Oh, yep, there's that Army logo on the oars.
Folks, you got to love West Point. You know, it's what they do, the service to the United States of America, it's unbelievable. I salute you. I say that, but I really mean it.
You know, it's incredible, all the things that all our athletes do. It's more than just being an athlete. Some of the things that our athletes do in the community, some of the things that athletes do to serve our country, and just even the leadership they have on different schools is remarkable.
Yes.
All right, so there's our focus between these 2 competitors. So I'm looking at the other team, and I'm admiring their oars with the different colors on there. It kind of reminds me of like a car logo, one of those kind of fancy cars, the ones that are out of my price range. On the one oar for the team that's a little bit farther over. I'm gonna assume that's Carnegie Mellon, but we'll see.
And I don't see Penn State look like they were having some technical issues further up the course.
Maybe I'll have to text the Penn State coach. I actually got the number yesterday, the Penn State coach, and maybe we can get a little inside track, actually.
They're back in the race, look.
Okay.
Are they? Am I seeing?
Well, someone's back there. We have all 4 teams now at this point. There's at least 4 different boats that are rowing at the moment.
So this is Temple out in front, just tapping the boat along. Nice, fairly relaxed. I'm
just looking at the way their oars are just going to the water. A much different kind of look than the one you said that we watched that was feathering. This is a different style for that boat in the front.
Yeah, you can see that some of the ladies are feathering the blade out of the water rather than tapping down, pushing down on the back end, and lifting the blade just slightly and then feathering. And once again, it's kind of a different style of rowing. Don't know if it's good or bad.
Sure, but it's for whatever reason, that's what those guys decided to do.
This is, and once again, they're Frosh Novice 8s. This may be their very, very first race.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Really cool.
And, into the buoys.
I think our camera's kind of blinking its eye a little bit. Bug flew in his eye, or a little piece of pollen.
That wasn't us.
That was allergies. This time of the year with all those budding trees, there was little allergies kind of squeeze your eyes a little bit, getting a little scratchy.
Yeah. Looks like West Point has walked up a little bit, but now they're going kind of off course a little bit.
I wonder if that's
there they go.
wind-driven.
They're straightening out. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Temple just tapping the boat along.
Temple is doing well this afternoon. They really are. Just in all the different races we've seen so far.
No, Temple's program is magnificent.
Are they a well-known school
For rowing.
for rowing? They are.
Yes.
What are some of the most well-known schools? I mean, so many different schools have excellent rowing programs, and it's tough to name, but
Well, but you have slightly different divisions. You have the super high-end, like Harvard,
okay.
Penn,
Got it.
University of Pennsylvania, like the Ivy League schools, University
Understood.
of Washington, several, Stanford. It's just amazing. They would come to something like this and kind of clean up. Drexel, and Temple, Varsity 8s, LaSalle's Varsity 8 would probably hang with them, but not win. That's just an opinion, folks. This is kind of a step below, and in some places, the Division 2, Division 3, three steps below. But no, it's 500 meters to go. Temple just.
Okay, yeah, there's the buoy marking that. I see it there.
Temple just tapping the boat along, not being pushed. But West Point looks nice. This is fun.
Just some nice form.
Yeah, with those trees over there, you think they're getting that much difference in wind?
Yeah, it's interesting. You think the trees would block out the wind a little bit, because that's really what trees do. They add some ways to kind of erode and slow down the wind.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you what, I can hear the wind actually pushing this building around, so the gusts have really kicked up, and I can see it on the tip of the trees, and I'm looking just outside of our boathouse.
It's funny when you said that, I heard the wind.
Yep. We should have knocked on wood, some of that wood on one of those trees.
Yeah, that's it. This is.
Oh, yeah, the wind is howling now. We're hearing it howl. Winds are always stronger higher up in the sky, and the drone, I got to tell you, is doing real well, despite some of the stronger winds. In fact,
this West Point boat is not giving up. Look.
You know what? That's the attitude you have to have, because now it's really getting close. Even though the finish line is getting close, these guys are getting close.
Yeah, they're a length behind. They were a lot further behind at the.
No, they're doing good.
But yeah, they've walked back nicely. When I say walked back, it means they've rode slowly closer to.
Hey, this is getting close. This is like a NASCAR race.
Yeah, this is.
I can see them taking the lead here.
This is.
Wow. Look at this.
Look.
Wow. Oh.
Come on.
Who's going to get it?
Come on. Temple.
Oh. By inches.
Once again, folks, that's not official.
Wow.
Well rowed.
Wow, I would definitely check that one at Knecht Cup Regatta for sure.
Holy smokes.
Because, you know, our angle may have skewed things a little bit. Wow. That was impressive.
That was fun. I'm out of breath. Look at me, I'm sweating.
That is what racing is all about.
That's it.
And they had to fight the winds picking up just during that. They were able to power through and get through it despite that stronger wind gust that we actually heard rattling the building and then howling outside.
Holy smokes.
Wow. Oh, yeah, look at the wind. Look at that flag right there. You can see it. Hey, anytime it's windy, look up in the sky and the clouds will be racing across your sky because it's windy or higher up in the sky, it'll push the clouds really fast on any windy day down on the ground. I love cloud watching. All right, so there's our next event. Looking forward to these teams. I just saw a Wisconsin flag last night. I was walking the streets of Philadelphia. I was on Side Alley Street, and there was a Wisconsin flag flying above a door, and I thought, interesting. I wouldn't expect to see that in the Philly area.
No, you wouldn't, but
we got some fans. Maybe they're
Rush, Novice 8, Event 17. I'm using a new cheat sheet or heat sheet. So lane 2, Wisconsin. Delaware 3, Boston lane 4, Rhode Island 5, and Gordon lane 6. Gordon is the closest to us here. And look, you can see the boat backing into the starting blocks, to the stake blocks.
Mm-hmm. Who's that? I think that's what, Rhode Island? That'd be my guess.
Delaware.
Oh, is it Delaware? Did I flip things?
So 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah, it looks like Delaware just
was coming in.
So now the coxswain will raise their hand if they don't have a point. They want to point their boat straight down their lane. If they don't have, see they got the 2-seat bringing the boat around. The wind's pushing them that way.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So you have somebody laying down back here holding the stern of the boat.
Okay.
And then somebody on the bank looking at all the bows and make sure that they're dead even.
Mm-hmm.
No bow is further out than anybody else's. Now they're getting ready. And watch. No. Get your foot off the cable. That's not us.
You know, we're going to give a different color to each one of those teams.
Here we go.
All right, cool.
But the starts, most crews will take like 3 to 5 short strokes.
Mm-hmm.
And then lengthen out for 20 strokes, and then settle in. And when I say lengthen out, I'm sorry, take 20 high strokes, they're off. Yeah, you can see the one boat has turned.
Boom.
So they'll do 20 high strokes, so like 42, 44 strokes a minute, and then they'll settle down. See if I can get a... Looks like Wisconsin out in front.
I'm just impressed just watching the form here from the ones closest to our screen.
41 looks like Wisconsin. $39 for Boston.
There we go.
And Rhode Island's still around 42. So we'll see what they settle at. So we said, yeah, Wisconsin out in lane 2 there. Out slightly ahead, but...
Yeah, this one just goes to show you how much each one of these teams is a competitor, because
they're at 36.
Those 4 are just neck and neck, and you're just giving our numbers of the strokes per minute to give you the power of these different women, of what they're really pushing
I have
out.
at 36 out in front.
Wow. That's impressive, despite the wind, too.
Yeah, Wisconsin in lane 2 on the right-hand side.
Hey, let's say there was no wind whatsoever, and let's say the water was totally calm. Would you imagine those strokes per minute numbers would be a little higher?
Absolutely.
So those numbers even sound pretty high despite that wind that's flapping that
Well,
flag around.
I shouldn't say that. Once again, this is a women's Frosh Novice 8, and some of these people may be their first time racing.
Oh, so they're still kind of getting their sea legs, so to say.
Right. But to come out of the starting gate at 42 strokes a minute, these two crews, and settle at 36,
Yeah.
they're more Frosh than Novice, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
But and both are rowing very, very well. So, yeah, on a flat day for Frosh Novice, it might be very similar to this. But the varsity boats and some of the lightweight boats would definitely be rowing higher strokes.
Hey, let's send them a wave. They're just about to pass our boathouse here. There's our boathouse. We're literally waving back here at them.
We are waving.
I don't think they see us, though, which they should, because, as you say, they're not there to look around. That's why you have that position.
Boston University. They've got 3 seats up.
Hey, what's that headphones that one person's wearing with a hat? Did you see that?
Headphones with one person.
Oh, yeah, the person that's kind of sitting, giving everyone a little extra coaching and being the eyes. I saw that some headphones on.
This is Wisconsin's lightweights. Is that a 2 on the
That is a 2, yep. So anyway, those headphones, that's your speakers so everyone can kind of hear.
Yes. That goes into what they call a Cox box.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an amplifier, so there's a couple, 2 or 3 speakers throughout the boat so everybody can hear what the coxswain needs them to do when they're going to make their next move, where the other boat is. Theoretically, nobody in these 2 boats should be looking at each other.
Right. They should just be focused on rowing.
Focus.
And being one.
But here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody glances.
You can't help yourself.
No.
Happens.
Nope.
Really beautiful boats. I'm looking at the shape of the boats between the 2, and to me, there's definitely a little bit of a difference with the one on the right versus the one on the left.
The one on the right looks like it's manufactured by Wintech. The one on the left may be a Vespoli. So there's different manufacturers of boats.
So it's like when you get an airplane, you got a Boeing versus an Airbus kind of deal.
Yeah, you pretty much want the Airbus, don't you?
So I hear. Don't say that. I got Boeing stock.
But, so the Wisconsin lightweight women.
This is competitive. This is great.
This is awesome.
Really impressed.
And Boston University lightweight women. They're both lightweights. I don't know that they have to be lightweights for this event. It doesn't say that it's a lightweight event.
Right, just a couple, just looking at the rundown here.
Yep. Wisconsin looks like they're walking away a little bit. See if I can get some stroke rates.
So it's just nice to see sort of the differences.
35?
Wow.
For Wisconsin?
From a team that potentially be a first-year team.
34? For Boston? And both crews rowing very, very well.
I'm taking a look personally how long each team has the oars in the water to kind of notice some of the differences. And that's what I've been focusing on, the differences between the 2. Because some of these little nuances here, that could really help one team excel when it's just like this.
Well, and like I said earlier, the longer, in theory, the longer the blade is in the water and pushing, the better, the more the boat goes forward. It's physics. The boat, once you put that blade in and you press, the boat's going to go forward.
Yeah.
The oar locks in, the boat moves. The oar moves minimally in the water itself. It just locks in. So, yeah.
Oh, look at that one, Gus. Did you see that?
Yes.
I just, look at the water's getting blown.
Look.
Can't miss that.
No.
Oh, there's those buoys changing colors, so we're getting close to the end. What, probably 250 meters or so?
Yep. Wisconsin, not even half a length out over Boston University.
You know, a lot could change here in the last couple strokes.
Oh, I'm counting on it. Let's see if we can get some stroke rates again. We got some funky stuff going on with the... Oh. There we go. We caught up.
I'm just tapping on the cord. It makes things go faster.
37 for Wisconsin.
That's remarkable. One of the higher numbers we've heard today. I think you mentioned one of the teams maybe gotten around 40, 41.
Well, that would be at the start, and then they settle in.
Yeah, so there's more here. There's more wind here, that is, because the trees aren't as numerous, and the river's a little more exposed. Okay, there you go.
Yep, I couldn't get a stroke rate. That's a quarter-mile difference there.
So one of our teams that's coming up here in the next one is Michigan, and folks have been reaching out to us on the socials. I'm at Drew Forecast on every single social, and Vicky is watching. She's watching for her grandson, Hayden Williams, from Michigan Row. She says, "Go Blue," and thanking us to be the soundtrack to the Knecht Cup Regatta today. So appreciate that. It's great hearing from everyone. We got someone watching Embry-Riddle from Boston, Massachusetts. That's Karen. Camille's watching from Dayton, Ohio, but cheering on MIT. Let's go Nora Miller. A big go blue from the team up north. That's from Kim, cheering on her son, Alex Waldman, a sophomore at Michigan.
Watch us start. You'll see how the stroke rates vary from the start to the settle. So we have Penn State, Michigan, Rhode Island, and Pittsburgh. Somebody's not there.
You mean one of these is not like the others? AKA one's missing. So I see Michigan. A lot of support for Michigan there. That is in the center.
So is Pittsburgh not here? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, we'll
5,
see.
6. I don't see Pittsburgh. I see Penn State, Michigan, and Rhode Island.
So the S on the or will be the giveaway for Penn State.
Yeah, see how they're turning?
Yeah, I saw
the boat
the red
to
one.
go that way.
Yeah.
To go to starboard.
Yeah, look at Michigan right now, kind of moving a little bit.
But look at the wind pushing the boat.
Yep.
Look.
Yeah, this is tough. See that? Whoa, look at that gust of wind. Did you see that right by the logo?
Frosh, Novice, 8s. Here they go. Look at the high stroke rates.
Oh, already the wind kind of pushing that one boat.
Yep. 47 strokes a minute for Michigan.
What a beautiful shot right here from our bird's eye view with Philadelphia in the background.
44 strokes a minute.
So you were mentioning that, you know, that
Rhode Island
40 mark kind of out of the gate.
I'm sorry, say again?
So you're mentioning that out of the gate.
Yeah, you want to
higher.
take you want to take 3 to 5 short strokes just to get the boat moving, and then what most coaches will say 20 very high strokes to get the boat up to speed. And once the boat is up to speed, they will watch. You can see how they brought the stroke rate down.
Pretty quickly too.
So yeah, now they're at 34. Michigan's at 34 strokes a minute.
Boy, these two teams, they are in it to win it. They are just neck and neck from this vantage point. The one obviously just a touch more than the
Rhode
other
Island,
in front.
Yeah, Rhode Island's at 36. But you can see slight differences, like not as much layback in the yellow boat, more layback in the red boat on the back end.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying.
There.
Yeah. Just watching the form.
So I like to see a little more layback because if you're just driving with your legs and then use your arms, you get tired faster. Use your back and your arms, you can last longer.
So you can almost leverage your whole body. I've done axe throwing one time, and when I was finally doing it right, it was about pivoting and moving my whole body kind of as one to make it work. And that's the vibe that I'm getting from you here.
Ooh, missing water here in the...
the Rhode Island crew.
That's what I meant to say. But they're hanging right with Michigan.
Well, maybe some of their power is kind of making up for it too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that water spraying up. You see that? I can.
Yes.
It's almost like they're.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're splashing water at each other, but it's just the choppy water.
It's the conditions.
Exactly.
Oh, this is going to be fun to watch the end. So here's what happens. Watch the bowman's oar, the actual oar itself, the shaft. He puts it in, or the 3-man here.
Okay.
He puts it in, and you can see a bend. Watch the bend in the blade, in the shaft of the oar. That's strong.
Huh.
So what happens is the blade goes in,
Yeah.
you drive it with power, the blade bends, and then on the back end,
Yeah.
the blade, the oar shaft snaps back
Wow.
and helps send the boat forward.
You want to talk about some physics right there?
Hey,
You're not messing around.
no, it's not magic, is it?
You know, that's one of the things that I really noticed throughout the day is it's so many different components to make these different teams excel. There's so many different techniques you can use, from just strategy to the rowing to how you use your body. And there's no magic way. At the end of the day, it's all team related. It's what works together as a team that works best.
Oh, I have Michigan at 34.
Yeah, Michigan just continues its lead and its dominance here. They were dominant from the beginning, and they continue just to be rolling. Just beautiful here. So you're doing some of the calculations, kind of getting the different feel for how fast the roam per minute.
Yeah, I'm getting
What's the
Rhode
strokes?
Island at 33. So, yeah, Michigan's just, 1 beat per minute. They're taking one more stroke in the course of a minute. But they're very strong, and they're also bucket rigged.
What does that mean?
Instead of alternating oars, you see the 2 oars together on the starboard side, on 5-seat and 6-seat. Their oars are, rather than being staggered one side or the other.
I was just counting here with my fingers. I'll put my finger on the TV and got 1, 2, 3, 4. Up there's 5, 6. Okay.
I mean, so 5-seat and 6-seat in this Michigan boat have their oars on the same side. That's what we refer to as a bucket rig. So there's a space. You still have 4 oars on each side, but there's a power difference in the boat, and the coach is trying to compensate for it. So he's got two people one in front of the other.
Neat just to see that and focus on all that.
Michigan's really doing well. And once again, this Frosch novice, I get the feeling that's just Frosch, not really novice.
Well, let me put it this way: over the next couple of years, that team will be soaring even more.
Yeah, but
some great talent.
Yeah, no, whoever's running Michigan's program is doing a heck of a job.
Yeah, all day long, Michigan's been very nice.
They're coming along year after year after year. In the final 250.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at this.
They're well coached. Their technique's a little off, but once again, it's freshmen and novices. Hey,
look how the gaps even increased as well here as we get toward the end.
Well, Michigan said, let's up the stroke rate a little bit. So
finishing strong for sure.
But you can see the blades aren't going in together. That's a function of training. Somebody's weak.
Now let me ask you.
In my opinion, that's just
Sure.
That's over. See how they took that extra stroke to get through? I like that.
Just to kind of finish it up.
Oh yeah, make sure you're across that. I don't know how many times I've seen crews just stop rowing with like 4 feet left.
Just let the power carry them when they should just finish strong.
So watch how high these stroke rates are.
Hey, we got a shout out for this one. This comes into a DM to me on Instagram. Bill right there says, "Go New Hampshire," and appreciates our coverage today. So go New Hampshire.
Once again, Men's Frosh Novice 8, New Hampshire, Carnegie Mellon. Michigan A, and West Point.
All right, let's take a look there. I'm getting another message. They're asking me to stop kicking the cable and getting things to jump around. I'm going to work on that.
Who sent you that?
We're getting that coming in. By the way, we're just joking, by the way, when we say kicking the cable. Sometimes with the different wind and different things, switching different shots, it takes a second or two to switch some things.
Yeah. Once again, we're not here to find fault. We're here to lay blame. And it's Drew's turn.
I'll take it. I get it enough for weather. Wow, we got someone watching from Port Elizabeth, South Africa.
Get out.
And they're loving your coverage, Tom. Yeah, so this person...
Did they mention me by name?
They sure did.
Oh.
This person is rooting on their son, Elmo, who's at LaSalle.
Nice.
And stroking for the first time today. And they asked us to stop the wind from picking up anymore, please. So we'd love this.
No, I got it. Don't worry about it. I'm a LaSalle grad.
Yeah, hook up your LaSalle peeps, please.
Yeah.
Love hearing from all you guys and around the world. On the socials, I'm at Drew Forecast.
So this looks like West Point out there. And that's Michigan's A boat in the Frosh Novice. Right now it looks like a race between West Point and Michigan. Let's see if I can get some stroke rates.
Yeah, I would love to get a feel for what these different teams are doing. So here we go, Michigan again. As we look at those different two, there's your West Point, as you were mentioning, and a little bit of a gap between the two.
I got 32 for West Point.
Love the bandana in the West Point. Oh, what a beautiful shot.
32 for Michigan.
This is neck and neck. Michigan starting to try to edge their way up just a touch more.
A little bit of power
Just a
goes a
little bit.
long way.
Love the Michigan colors, the blue and the yellow
But
on the oars.
You can see the slight difference in experience. I was going to say technique, but I'm going to go with experience.
Why do you think that? Because they're handling the weather conditions and the water conditions a bit better?
New to rowing.
Okay.
It's a Frosh Novice. The officers from West Point, their first is probably their first spring of racing. But you can see the starboard side, and some people on the port side are dragging their blades across the water.
When you say drag, does that just mean they're just kind of holding a little too long?
No, the blade itself is on the water dragging. Watch.
Okay.
But stuff like that, fixing that is just comes with miles. It comes with being patient and learning to tap down a little more, and
The practice of, in other words, build that muscle memory.
It's
Getting yourself to not do that and just do this.
But they're doing a heck of a job hanging with Michigan.
Yeah, these guys are competing for sure between the two. Wow, I got to tell you, the roof is creaking here. We are a wood roof.
33 on Michigan, strokes per minute.
I'm going to take a look at some of the wind speeds right now from just up the road at our local.
31 from West Point. So Michigan is overstroking them, but West Point, well, all of a sudden there's a difference, right? Look. I just see the goose trying to get out of the way.
Those goose, they are pesky today.
Go Army. Go Army.
Boom. All right, so I just checked out some of the winds. The winds kind of sustained around 16. They've crept up from 13. So kind of every hour they're going up a speed or two. They peaked
Last
a little
500.
The wind gusts, by the way, so far have been 25 miles an hour. I suspect we're going to get one closer to 30 when the hourly update comes out here in just minutes. Because they measure kind of the wind speeds by the hour here at the local airport.
Michigan 34 strokes per minute.
a nice job between the two teams for keeping it even.
Both crews are at 34 strokes a minute.
They kept it even, and then you see the team who's kind of pulled away as they just kind of really kept pushing it and kept grinding at it.
Yep.
So Michigan, again, doing well here.
Yes.
Yeah, so I would almost think that's kind of coaching in all levels right there. Now, and it also could just be the team, but to me, I think that's almost coaching because you're probably trying to help conserve some of the energy of the folks rowing and then really get them to go when the time's needed, when we're getting ready here close to the end.
Yeah, and knowing your competition helps a lot.
How so?
Well,
Like what they do?
Knowing your knowing your competition is going to settle at a 32 or a 34, and you know that you're bigger and stronger, so you'll settle at a 32 or 34 and just try to outpower them. Or if you're smaller, try to settle at 35, 36, and try to outstroke them. And then once in a while, throw in a 10, 15, 20 stroke burst to rebuild momentum across the line. So yeah, there is strategy. Definitely there is strategy. Well rowed, Army.
Beautiful again.
I mean, congratulations, Michigan, but well rowed Army.
Yeah, both those teams did a really, really nice job.
Yes. Okay.
Pretty impressive competitors, both.
Women's third varsity 8 is coming up. Oh, there you go.
Boom.
I was right. So we have Wisconsin lightweights at lane 2, Eastern Michigan 3, Fordham 4, Connecticut 5, and Delaware 6.
We've seen Delaware a lot today.
Yep, especially the women. Here they go.
All right. Seems like kind of just getting out of the gate, so to say, is really what's been one of the more difficult things with this wind, right? Just kind of, it's pushing the positions.
38 strokes a minute on Delaware, and they're pulling away already. They're strong. Look. They're finishing their strokes even on the high strokes.
Boy, these guys are moving.
Yeah, they're down at 34 now.
Really impressed with
34 strokes a minute.
With all the women here, I could really feel the speed as we look at this team and these sets of competitors.
Who's that? Wisconsin out in lane. Where am I here? Wisconsin, lane 1?
So as we look at some of the different teams here for our women's third varsity.
If you have 3 varsity 8s, you got a lot of people in your program.
Look at UConn. So UConn, they've done very well with basketball. Some of their fellow students there recently.
Yes. Very good basketball program.
Great program. What is it, 2 years in a row they got the national title?
Yeah.
So they're fortunate. They're kind of short end version, how everyone says it. I went to Penn State, so we always say Penn State, but it's nice
Delaware's not in this race.
It's nice that UConn fits on the oars. Penn State just goes with the S, but Penn State not quite here in this one. I was just thinking about when we were talking earlier, what fits on an oar and what doesn't fit on an oar.
Yeah.
UConn sure does. Good nickname.
You'd think you could get MIT on an oar, but nah, let's just make it.
Sometimes you gotta go for the colors. Oh, cool
Look
shot!
At this. Look at this.
Wow.
Look at this.
What beautiful camera work. Flying high above the Cooper River. Boy, doesn't this paint the story of who's in the lead, who's got the edge.
Wisconsin barely.
Who's coming up.
Eastern Michigan.
Wow.
And is that Connecticut? Yeah.
Yeah, UConn on the end there. There's your Eastern Michigan. You see the E.
Yep.
And there's Wisconsin. Boy, is that competitive.
So it's the women's third varsity 8.
The W's and the E's. One's going east, one's going west. Not really, but, I guess technically Wisconsin is farther west, and
Yes,
Michigan is more east, so.
It looks like Wisconsin and Connecticut out in front. maybe.
It's tough. It was so close.
That's us. Hey, wave.
Oh, I should have jumped out. Oh, they're off the camera. When I ran out last time, they
So
just took the shot off.
Here's Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Look how strong these kids are. Bang. Bang. Nice.
Okay, so Wisconsin really kind of pulling ahead now at this point. Big difference from the last time we had this perspective of a shot.
Yeah, here's second place is Connecticut.
And then not far behind is Eastern Michigan.
And they are followed by... I'm sorry, folks. I lost my train of thought.
Oh, don't worry about it. So you're just kind of walking us down the line. I was looking at those two boobies right there and just kind of getting
who's
a
that,
feel.
Fordham back there? I'm sorry, folks. Fordham.
Yeah. So
Eastern Michigan is slowly dropping back. And Connecticut is slowly inching up. All right, time for stroke rates here.
Yeah, well, right at this point, we're getting into that endurance part of the race. This is that part of the race where, boy, I feel their pain. You were telling me. Oh, who's got 34, by the way, for the stroke rates?
Michigan.
Okay. But this is the part of the race.
Wisconsin. It's Wisconsin.
Oh, so you did the one that was in the lead first for the stroke rates.
Now, second place we have.
So this is really are feeling kind of that muscle pain from, as you mentioned, the lactic acid building up, and it's difficult.
Yes, like I said earlier, the third 500 is brutal, and after 1,000 meters, everybody's just gasping for air and trying to stay together for that third 500. But once you hit that last 500, all bets are off, man. It's just like, here we go. I don't care how tired I am. I am going after this.
Right, it's the home stretch. You got whatever you got left in the belly, whatever fire is left, you put some lighter fluid on the flame there and just take it home.
Yep. Yeah, Wisconsin's really moving the boat nicely now.
They sure are.
And it looks like Eastern Michigan is walking on Connecticut. Fordham way back.
Boy, this is looking really nice here between
Connecticut looks like they're fighting back. Look.
Yeah, this is a really nice. I think it's more of a volley, right? It's almost like we're volleying back the ball back and forth. This is nice. When it's competitive like this, boy, it grabs your attention.
Oh, it does.
It's fun.
Oh, it does.
Oh, look at that wind gust. You see that? The water just moved. What a competition here we have.
So Eastern Michigan looks like they're trying to walk back on Connecticut again.
I'm telling you.
With Wisconsin still out in front.
This is a volley. It's back and forth.
Look, second place is going to be brutal.
I wonder if we'll do another photo finish.
Look at me getting all excited.
And look, and the other team just kind of pulled ahead. That UConn just kind of nudged through. Eastern Michigan was just coming up and kind of had the lead and had the feel.
38 strokes a minute. Wow, this is a different race.
This is, yep.
Whew.
Well, of the race, I'll tell you what, that was a nail biter for second and third. No question about this.
So this would be.
Well, I'm assuming this is our
women's club
next
division.
one. Yep. Yeah, it's
1
another
and 2.
8 boat. Love our picture-in-picture.
Yes. I want to see the second place finish here.
Same here. UConn right now looks to have the edge by just a moment for our second place.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, all right. Not placing any bets. No, these guys are impressive athletes. To be able to kind of go back and forth and trade leads that often, that's impressive. But it looks like UConn might just pull it out.
Eastern Michigan and I don't know.
All right, well, certainly we have the results at KnechtCupRegatta.com.
Okay. Yeah, Women's Club 8, Division 1 and 2, Event 22. We've got Pittsburgh in lane 3, Lafayette lane 4, George Mason 5, and New Hampshire lane 6. And here's New Hampshire right in front of us.
I bet it's an interesting experience to train in some of the rivers around New Hampshire, because coming off the mountains, I bet you can have some pretty fast moving water, that's for sure, off those white mountains.
You get that ice melting, the snow melting.
Oh, yeah. And we're getting into that time of the year here over the next month or two.
Yes, we are. Rising rivers.
Mm-hmm.
Fast times on the race courses.
Boy, that wind is howling outside. I'm going to check the latest wind speed.
Is that Pittsburgh out in front?
You know, we're going to get a feel of kind of all the different teams here.
And that's lane 4. There's Lafayette.
What do you think about their strokes as you watch their oars? Anything kind of catch your eye? To me, it looks pretty smooth.
It looks very smooth. A little fast on the recovery for my taste, but it seems to be working for them. So who am I to judge? You know.
There's George Mason right there. Kind of see right at the corner of our screen on the left. The colors give them away. The green and the yellows, the school colors.
New Hampshire, about a length out in front of them. But I don't see Pittsburgh.
I was just checking the wind speed. We just had a wind gust pretty close to 30 miles an hour, and that's down at the ground, so a little higher up than we hear on the building.
Lafayette is just...
Yeah, they popped.
Taking it to them.
Yep. But right behind them...
Get off the buoys, get off the buoys. There you go.
Boom, there you go. Well, they had some time to adjust. They had a little extra time to...
Yeah, they do. You don't want to be in that position if you're with the pack.
But I would imagine the wind is kind of helping to push them toward them, right?
The wind is playing a good part in the boats going crossways.
Right.
Absolutely.
So this
look at the ripples on the water. You can see the ripples are, going left to right and not straight down. And look further back here. Look at the wind on the water. It's just, you can see it's going towards us.
Oh, yeah. Now, does that make one side of the boat work a little harder if they have to counteract the wind more than the other side?
No, it should.
Oh, really?
It should make the coxswain, the driver, work a little harder.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
In an 8.
Yeah.
And in a 4, in a cox boat. In a boat that is not being coxed, then yes, one side would have to turn the boat a little bit. Would have to row a little bit harder and make the boat go more towards the middle of the lane.
I love this perspective shot right here.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Not only kind of showing you the landscape of the region right there. Oh, there's the Citizens Bank Park where the Phillies are playing right there in the background.
Where?
Well, maybe it's just the bridges. I swear that's the baseball. Maybe I'm seeing things.
Yeah, it's Camden, New
You know what?
Jersey.
It sure is. It's Phillies on the other side.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain
Yeah,
here.
you're 10 miles off. Jeez.
We call that a rounding error.
Listen, we're just worried about wind.
Yeah, no question.
Well rowed here.
And the wind forecast, kind of right on par. It was when I was forecasting last night, I was sharing with everyone between about 2 and 6 p.m. would be the windiest part of our day. The winds were really starting to step up. That's when the gusts really started to pick up. And pretty much right on cue, maybe if anything, about an hour early, that the stronger wind gusts stopped by.
Lafayette crew is rowing very, very well.
But even the teams right behind them,
They're
I'm
not
still
rowing
impressed
bad.
with
They're
them.
just,
They're all in it together.
they are.
But, as we talked about earlier, sometimes a team can just pop and just roll, and it's not commentary on the other team. Sometimes it's just for whatever reason, one is just better aligned, and it just shows you when all those other teams are neck and neck like that, they're also in good shape.
Here's the next event already.
Okay.
Women's Club 8, Division 1 and 2. Assumption in lane 3, Pittsburgh 4, Stockton 5, and Rhode Island in lane 6. So down on the bottom, that's Lafayette finishing their race.
I have a feeling that one of those teams is going to do some magic here toward the end. The two that are kind of neck and neck for third and fourth, I could see one of them maybe just pulling ahead right at the end on the race we're watching. Oh, yeah, look at that flag now. I mean, that is just painting the story of the win. That is straight out. Before it was kind of waving a little bit. Now it's not even falling down at all.
Wow, yeah. So on the top left-hand side, that looks like Rhode Island way out in front. And this is the women's club 8s.
I see some guys getting in position in the interim.
Heading upriver to the start, yep.
Here's some of our teams. You already walked us through those folks that are here.
That's Rhode Island out there. Rhode Island Rowing Club, which means it's not a varsity sport, it's a club sport.
What do you mean by that?
No scholarships.
Oh, really?
They do this for fun.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's a
So this is the labor of
love.
love.
Chess club.
Yeah.
So yes, but as you know,
well, I will say
the club crews can be very, very good. Don't get me wrong.
One of the things I always like to say to my students is on a resume, it's your hobbies that'll make you pop. If you're applying for a job.
That is Stockton out in front.
Was that Stockton?
I apologize.
So it's Stockton tearing it up.
Look at that.
Beautiful. Just nice strokes.
Yes.
I see that kind of flick of the wrist as they're coming up. I see what you're saying.
Right. So some coaches will want more of a push down first and then a flick of the wrist. But once again, it comes down to style.
So circling back to some of these folks doing this as a hobby, one of the things I always like to tell my students is when you apply for a job, everyone's going to have the same degree, maybe the same sort of club. Let's say you're a business major or a business club. What makes you pop are your hobbies. And because at the end of the day, an employer is interested in you. So to say you did rowing as a hobby, someone's going to go, wow, that kind of effort and dedication, you're going to be more marketable for a job because of this on your resume.
This is Rhode Island here.
Okay, look at these. Yep, they're going.
I knew Rhode Island was around here somewhere.
Rhode Island has these beautiful blues. We've been looking at them throughout the morning and into the afternoon here.
Look at that. They're rowing really, really well.
A lot of differences between each one of the rowing teams as we look back. It is mesmerizing to watch this team. Hypnotic almost. Beautiful form from my vantage point here.
Yes, I agree. Look at me leaning into the monitor.
Me too.
I'm leaning into the monitor. Come on, come on.
I'm just staring. I'm looking at all the oars. Everything just looks technically perfect. It looks robotic, truly.
And they make it look easy.
Yeah, they're fighting the wind. They're fighting conditions, and on top of that, just to be in sync like that, to look robotic, is impressive.
It is. They've got nice oar depth. They're clearing the gunnels really well with their oar handles, and look, just driving that boat really, really nicely. Last 500.
This one's going fast.
What a shot, huh?
Sure is. So nice to see the sun just lighting everything up after that cloudy start we had yesterday and the lousy start to the weekend. And it's great to have this beautiful weather day, albeit a little windy.
Hey, I don't feel the wind at all.
You know what? We're doing inside. Hey, a couple shout-outs coming in.
Go ahead.
All right. Mercyhurst Women's 8 setting off at 2 p.m. Proud parents of Blight in the bow seat watching the race from the UK. So hello to across the pond. We love. I'm not sure if you guys are in England or Scotland or where in the UK, but
I'd need a translator.
No. Folks in the UK are so funny. That's the one thing I think about anytime I go over to any of those different places. The sense of humor, the fun. You guys know how to have fun, and I love that we have folks watching right now live in South Africa, in the UK. We heard from New Zealand earlier. We heard from Argentina. We are just crossing off the different continents.
These guys are at 38 strokes a minute. Guys, these young ladies are at 38 strokes a minute and powering the boat. And just about out of their own puddles. That's pretty strong.
So for our next race here, got another for the Mercyhurst women coming in from Casey. And so a lot of support. Oh, and that's someone else who's at school right now, watching their friends getting ready to compete here, as we see in the one picture. Awesome.
So here comes Rhode Island. And the other Women's Club 8 is off to a fine start. Thomas Jefferson in lane 1, Embry Riddle. Lane 2, Barry out of Miami. Lane 3, Central Oklahoma. Lane 4, Seattle Pacific out of Seattle, Washington. Lane 5, and Mercyhurst.
Yeah, a lot of support for them. Love hearing them on the socials. I'm at Drew Forecast.
And I'm going to say this is Central Oklahoma. Wow, look how strong they are. Bang. What's that bow number?
Okay, so that one's 4. It's darkened, and then 6. So 6 is the one with the green. 4 is the one with the darker that we're seeing right there.
So that's Central Oklahoma.
Yep, that's 4. So that's what we're seeing front and center. And then the team with all that support was the one that's just off your screen to the right at the moment. That was number 6.
38 strokes a minute.
Oh, wow, another Mercyhurst all the way from Connie. Love Aunt Connie and Uncle Craig. Go Macklin. Coming in just now on Facebook.
Nice.
So we're getting some notes on Facebook, Instagram.
Embry Riddle. Is that Embry Riddle?
It is Embry Riddle, yeah, out of Florida. Great school for aerospace engineering. They have the yellow oars right there.
They're at 34 strokes a minute. And they are fighting for second place with Seattle Pacific and Mercyhurst.
Wow. All right, we got some folks watching from Worcester, Ohio. Actually, almost bought my car in Worcester, Ohio at the one dealership there. They had a good rate, but the place around me honored it, so I always think about that. That's, I think, in the Akron-Canton area. And they're watching their daughter from earlier this morning who rose for West Point.
Army.
So great hearing from everyone around our country as well as we watch all these women compete. I really like that one oar that kind of has that lattice, the crisscross right there. That's sharp. Who is that right there?
So the crew out in front at 36 strokes a minute. And they're rowing really nicely and pretty clean.
It's always interesting when we look at these different folks, when you have 8 lined up and the oars are not perfectly 4 and 4 and even. And maybe it's me kind of feeling off balance, but it's interesting to see that and to see that sort of setup, like say right top, the center of your screen versus the team on the right.
Yeah, like I say, they refer to that as bucket rig. So they're, it's a, in an 8, it's more of a strength issue from what I understand.
Yeah, so it's to your team members. So you're working to the strengths of the folks that are in the boat.
Second place, man, this is, let me get some stroke ratings.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. As you can tell right now, it's anyone's game for second place. Certainly we see that one team that's kind of with the yellow oars that's a little bit farther ahead, but still, I would say it's a toss-up.
I have Mercyhurst in lane 6 at 35 strokes a minute.
You said 35 strokes a minute.
The crew next to them, Seattle, 34.
Wow. Such a nice backdrop. Every time we do this and we see some of the spectators in the background, and we can see that. See those folks just kind of having a picnic and just watching right there on that island right underneath where it says Event 22.
Yeah.
I just like it. It's because it's a perfect day to be outside and enjoying. Now, I appreciate we're inside. I didn't have to put on sunscreen today, but still, I kind of wish we were outside with just like the folks competing. All right, we're coming to the home stretch here. So
I have Embry-Riddle at 36. All right, let's get back to Central Oklahoma. What are they?
All right, I can't wait to see how second, third, and fourth plays out here.
I have Central Oklahoma at 36.
All right, we're building suspense right now to take you to the end.
That's real suspense.
For sure. Oh, some more geese. Look at them. Some more geese. Oh, those pesky geese. Hey, we're going to have the results of the other one on our website at KnechtCupRegatta.com.
So this is the men's Club
here.
8.
Okay, so there it is.
Division 1, Event 23.
And back to the women's competition where we want to know second, third, fourth. And there you go, who got it. So interesting. It was the team on the one far end that ended up coming in second.
So here we have George Mason in lane 3, Michigan lane 4, Lafayette lane 5, and Villanova lane 6.
Nova, local team.
Men's Club 8. And it looks like Lafayette out in front.
I see the George Mason colors, those yellows.
Michigan's
greens.
right there, as is George Mason. Shall we go for the stroke ratings? Why
Sure.
not, Tom? What the heck?
Hey, put those fingers to use. If you need some help counting, I'll even pull up my toes for you. I didn't wear socks today,
30.
so I'll just slip off my shoes. I'll help you out.
Looks like Lafayette at 35 strokes a minute. Let's go to Michigan. Boy.
All right, I'm looking at these different teams.
Yeah, where are
Here's
we
5. Just 5 just went right past 4. So just to give you perspective here, Lafayette just went right
Yep.
past Michigan.
Yep.
That was cool. Great shot to capture that.
And they're 750 meters into the race.
Lafayette's been dominating today, too. They've done very well.
All right, let's.
All right, so as you do the
I got
counting there.
34 for Lafayette. Let's go to Michigan.
Another school in the land of...
36 for Michigan.
So that school's in the land of Crayola crayons in eastern Pennsylvania.
Crayola.
Always think about playing markers and crowns and all that stuff. That's one of the most mispronounced words. So I actually say it with my accent, I would say crowns. But since I'm on
Crowns.
TV, I know to say a crayon.
Crayons, yeah.
So that's the thing you play with as a kid. That's
Yep.
crazy. It's actually pronounced a crayon and not crown. So I always called them Crayola crowns. But, you know, someone calls you out one of these times and it's like, okay, I've been saying that wrong my whole life.
My grandkids in Massachusetts tease me about my accent.
Oh, just recently, let's see. What did they get after me? I think I always said library incorrectly. So I had to work on-
Library, yeah.
I always said library and not library. I think I just don't want to move my tongue. I'm a little lazy.
Yeah, that happens. Lafayette's really holding off Michigan well.
But it's still competitive, though.
Very.
Boy, gosh, look at the wind. Look at this on the left side of your screen. Look
Yeah.
at the wind below the water.
Wooder.
Wooder. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's wooder around these parts. If you're not
Yo.
familiar, that's how we say in Philly. You see Philly in the top right of your screen. Wooder.
That is a nice background, isn't it?
Sure is.
Michigan's not saying no. Look. More stroke rates?
Now, we got time. Both teams have plenty of time here. This is not decided yet. So throughout the day,
I have
Yeah.
Michigan at 37, folks. I could be wrong.
but it gives you a gauge.
And walking on Lafayette. Let's go to Lafayette's stroke rate.
These
35.
8-person teams have really fascinated me throughout the day. You know, we went from singles to doubles. And
39. I got Michigan at 39 and walking
so they're clocking in fast then.
through. Well, they're in the last 500.
All right, so look at Michigan.
And this is it. This is time.
They're pushing. Look at Michigan push.
Yeah.
They're pushing. Push. Push, yeah. Michigan's got this if they keep on this
37,
pace.
Michigan.
They just got to keep doing what they're doing, but we haven't hit the red buoys yet. So there's still time
34. I got Lafayette at 34.
here. Yeah, Lafayette could get it done. But that kind of difference of the 4 strokes certainly could be ending up the winner of the match.
Yeah. Everything, if all other things even, power,
All right.
layback, wind conditions, everything equal, the stroke rate will matter. But no, here comes Lafayette. Here we go.
We talk about probably, what, 200 meters to go, if that? Let's see.
35, 34.
This is what competition is all about. Look at this. We don't know who's going to win here.
I have them both at 34. Here comes Michigan.
Michigan might have it here. We're getting close to the finish.
Yeah, they brought their stroke rate up.
Yeah, Michigan, it looks like they got it.
And yeah.
It really does.
Oh my gosh. Look at that.
That was
beautiful.
impressive.
That was beautiful.
That was cool. That was really cool. All right, so we got another one out of the men's club. 8.
Yep, Division 1, men's club. Connecticut in lane 3. Villanova, A, lane 4. Pittsburgh, 5. New Hampshire, 6.
So in Pittsburgh,
Here come the short strokes.
I had the most unique pizza. It's called Ohio Valley style because the Ohio River around that area. What they do is they do a square pizza. They cook it normally, and then when they pull it out, they get a big handful of raw shredded cheese and put it on top. And it's the cold shredded cheese with the warm pizza. It is so unique.
Really?
Yeah, Beto's is the one place around Pittsburgh I get it, but a lot of them have that kind of unique style, and it's fun. So in case you're craving some pizza,
in
Pittsburgh.
There's good food out that way.
They do some unique things with food, from french fries and coleslaw and sandwiches to an extra handful of raw cheese on top of a fully cooked pizza.
Looks like Villanova's men are out in front here.
A lot of power from the team on our right.
Drive. Let's check their stroke rate real quick.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Oops. Let's check it again.
All right, I see those other competitors slowly going upstream just to get ready for some future competitions here.
I have them at 30, New Hampshire.
Yeah, it's interesting. So you got the two New England teams. We got a local team, that's Nova, and then we got the other side of Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, the land of that square, unique pizza.
Yeah. Let's get a rating on Villanova real quick. There they are. I can't.
Hey, they're going to be coming by our boathouse here. I'm going to stand up and actually watch. You can see
Go
our
cheer.
boathouse right there. I'm on my feet. I want to see these folks come down because to me it really looks like they're cooking as we
I have
watch.
Villanova at 34.
I kind of wish I had enough cord to step out and poke my head out onto the deck right there.
Put your headphones down.
Yeah, that's true. I couldn't go out there with my headphones on because you'd hear the wind.
No, you could snap back like a rubber band. You'd be flying across the room. And yeah, Villanova's really moving the boat well.
They sure are. Okay, so here they come. Just watching outside of our windows here from our little perch.
Yeah, I Villanova 34, 35 strokes a minute.
Yeah, they are just sliding down the river. It almost, to me, looks like the speed reminds me of when you sled down a really slick hill. If you're doing some sledding during the snow, they are just flying down in front of our vantage point.
You can once in a while you can see the wind hit the boat.
What do you see that? Does it make it rock a little bit?
It does, yeah.
So right above our teams right now is a Southwest airplane. Looks like it's heading from Philadelphia or heading to Philadelphia.
That's one of our drones.
Well, that's an impressive drone then. We contracted out Southwest. I can't tell if they're taking off or landing.
Villanova tapping the boat along rather nicely.
All right, this went past our building here out of my sight. Yeah, it's been fun. We're on a flight path here. We're right by Philadelphia International Airport, so we're watching all these different planes throughout the day fly right past us and leave some of those clouds in the sky because you get those cool lines of clouds from the exhaust of airplanes.
Contrails, yeah.
Exactly. You know your cloud types.
Well, did I mention LaSalle, 12 years at night?
You sure did. So you'd work your day job and then do classes at night?
Night and Saturdays, yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I finished high school in 74 and finished college in 86. Two of the three kids had been born by then.
I can't believe you're able to make all that balance between work and full-time job.
My wife is...
Your family?
To say my wife is a wonderful person would be an understatement.
Wow. And you said she's down in Alexandria,
She's visiting
Virginia.
a sister down there, yeah. She has 3 sisters and 4 brothers. I only have 2 brothers and 4 sisters. But other than that, they're rather small families.
Sure.
This is nice. I like the rowing here.
Yeah, everything here's smooth.
And you know what? We haven't seen any really bad rowing.
No. I can only think of that one team that got a little turned around out of the gate and maybe a little novice or rookie mistake, but that's about it. But it could have been the wind.
The Catholic University ladies had to stop. I was waiting on word what that was about.
Yeah, it looked like they had a little bit of a medical issue, so we'll put that aside.
But no, I'm sure she's fine.
Just beautiful watching the strokes, the way they interact with the water. Some beautiful rowing.
Very, very pretty. Nice and long, clean.
Now they're about to get to the part where there's fewer trees, so they're going to start feeling the wind a bit more. That continues to kick up.
But everybody will feel it at the kind of the same time. Well, they'll feel it first because they're out in front by the length. But all things considered,
a little bit of an adjustment.
Yeah.
So we're kind of getting slowly toward the end here. I see the buoys changing color. Let you know we're getting close to the end.
You can see buoys. I can't see the buoys on the
sure
screen.
can.
Can you?
Yeah, we're red now. We just switched over to all red.
How come he's got a better screen than me?
It was in my
Colin.
contract.
Dude, I got to rewrite I need a better agent.
I asked for the HD TV.
I can't work under these conditions, Colin. Come on.
Uh-oh. We need to get a manager down here. We're having a little talent freak out.
It's a meltdown. Tolan's having a meltdown. Look, they're walking back.
Hey, by the way, on the left side, see how there's some ponding of water? We've had so much rain in this area consistently over the last couple weeks.
Yeah. Look, they're
there we go.
Yeah.
There's the finish.
Oh.
What a great competition.
Yeah. Well rowed.
Really impressed with all 3 teams. That was really competitive.
So, yeah, Villanova. Woo. Now we have the women's Varsity 8, Division 3. Off the start.
A couple St. Mary's in the mix here.
Yep, St. Mary's C in lane 3. Skidmore B, lane 4. Bryn Mawr B, lane 5. St. Mary's B, lane 6.
So I'm curious here. So we have 2 teams from St. Mary's. Are they still competing against each other?
They are.
And it's interesting. Is that typical to pair up 2 of the same schools in a competition?
It's not unusual. Well, I mean, you don't see it every regatta.
But sometimes it's just how things turn out.
I mean, the 16 women are probably talent-wise very close to each other. And here's a way to, let's see who separates.
That's a great point.
So it looks like, who's that, Skidmore?
All right, so I'm just looking at the number, and it's a 5. That's the boat that's yellow right there.
No, out in front.
Oh, out in front you were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to say that's Skidmore.
Yep, I see the S. I see the S on the oars.
That helps.
But I couldn't get the perspective of who was out in front.
You have the two St. Mary's. The C boat is out in front of the B boat. Or is it the other way around? No, it's the B boat out in front of the C boat. Tom, you know how to read a program, don't you?
Well, these letters, B, C, C, B,
alphabet. That's all I need is an alphabet,
What's that cereal that has the alphabet letters? Isn't there a cereal?
Alphabets.
I can't remember what it is.
Alphabets.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
All right, I haven't had that in a while.
Well, you're not 6 years old either.
I'll get that. But I was eating Cheerios last night as a late night snack.
I eat Cheerios all the time.
I had them because, believe it or not, you could use them for the eclipse to see the eclipse safely. If you put the sun, I'm dead serious. If you put the sun at your back, you held up
Paul.
the Cheerio, and let the light shine through the Cheerio onto a piece of paper, it would show you what the sun looked like during the eclipse. And I tested it out with a Cheez-It, because there was a small hole in a Cheez-It, and it worked.
Wow, who knew?
Yep.
So here's St. Mary's B out in front, followed by Skidmore, followed by St. Mary's C. No. Do I have that right?
Well, as you look at that, we got a shout out from Atlanta, Georgia. Cindy saying
Bryn
hello.
Mawr.
They're getting ready to cheer on their daughter rowing with Bryn Mawr College.
Well, here's Bryn Mawr now. So, Bryn Mawr.
Right up the road, there's a nice movie theater in that town. All right.
36 strokes a minute? That seems a little high. Let's do it again. 34 strokes a minute.
I love that you're crunching the numbers here. For the last competition, one of the last ones, we had some folks that were watching from Tacoma, Washington for one of the Seattle teams that you mentioned. And it's cool. They were saying that they usually have maroon oars with a falcon head on them.
Oh.
But they borrowed their equipment today because we were talking about that. If you're coming from across the country, are you going to bring it out on a truck?
Borrow. Sometimes they can rent equipment, but
so Seattle specific, they borrowed their equipment to race today. Thanks so much for letting us know, Hannah. Very interesting. We were wondering. Inquiring minds wanted to know.
Hey, when I was captain of Fairmount Rowing Association, the captain is in charge of all the equipment and the boatings. If there were crews coming in from out of town and we had spare equipment, I would always loan it out. I would never charge anybody.
Yeah, it's just the right thing to do.
Well, to me, it was the right thing to do.
It's professional courtesy.
Right.
I'll tell you, in the news business sometimes, even though you're competitors, sometimes you get to a scene and maybe you're running late or whatever. A lot of times the other team will help you out and be like, hey, here's the lowdown. If it's a breaking news situation, you know what I mean? Because it happens to all of us, and it's just, you see the same people every morning, and it's just like a professional courtesy thing.
Yeah, you can't be a pusshead to everybody, So Bryn Mawr is rowing exceptionally well and just pulling away from everybody.
Sure are.
Yeah, the Skidmore is dropping back. Bryn Mawr is accelerating. Shall we get a stroke rate on Bryn Mawr? Why not, Tom?
Yeah, I'd be curious.
1.
Yeah, it's been fun to get the different stroke rates to get a feel of the power for these teams.
34.
Despite the adversities of some of the weather conditions with these gustier winds. And that wind, by the way,
Skidmore looks like they're 32. But at 34, if my phone is correct, Bryn Mawr is really, really powering that boat through at a 34. I like it.
What in particular is catching your eye here?
No, just the power, the length. They're not rushed. They're calm. They're collected. But they're far out. They're way out. But they didn't get that far out by panicking. They put their noses to the grindstone and just decided, hey, let's get the timing down, find a rhythm, and go. And they did. Look.
Sure did. And we still got time in the race, but you can see who's really pulled away. They have.
Yeah. I like it.
So as we look back and see Philadelphia in the background, the blue skies, I just keep looking out there, and if it weren't for the wind, today would be just a 10 out of 10 kind of day.
Oh.
But still, we'll take a blue sky and a natural beauty like that anytime as we look live at the Cooper River.
Yeah, this is awesome.
This is just so pretty. And the park here in Camden County has so many of these parks around its county are just really nice. A lot of fishing, a lot of recreation, and keep an eye on the flags there in the top right of your screen.
Largest inner city park in the world?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Where?
I mean, I would guess in Ohio they'd have a lot of metro parks, but I don't know. Give me the stats.
Fairmount Park.
Oh, I don't know my Philly trivia.
Yo.
Sounds like you're talking Rocky.
How you's doing?
Well, the one thing I can say for certain is the Knecht Cup is the largest collegiate regatta in the country. Here's our next one.
So this is, once again, Women's Varsity 8, Division 3.
Mm-hmm. And this one's kind of a lot of folks ready to go.
Yeah, Skidmore A, Lane 1, Franklin and Marshall 2, Catholic 3, Stockton 4, St. Mary's A 5, Bryn Mawr A.
Okay, so
Lane
Bryn Mawr's
6.
back. Got a shout out here.
St. Mary's crew in the previous event did a phenomenal job.
We got a Mount Castle family in Texas cheering on and the Cardinals of the women's 8 Catholic rowing, the D3s, up and comers. So cool to have everyone watching around the country and around the world. And
who knew?
Love hearing you say hey at
It's got to be us. Last year they only had 13 people watching the live stream.
Nah, no, it doesn't go like that. So maybe we have 14 this year. Yeah, but if you want to say hey or give anyone a shout out, reach out on @DrewForecast. That's on every single social media. That's where I'm at.
So it looks like Bryn Mawr and St. Mary's in lanes 5 and 6 out in front. Bryn Mawr out in front, Bryn Mawr A.
I'll tell you what, though, that yellow boat, it's easy to see, that's for sure.
It is. See if I can get a stroke rate. Nope. So it looks like Skidmore A out in lane 1 is way out also. Well, why don't we just look out the window, Drew?
Oh, you know what? I'll stand up and take a look. Here they come. Right outside the boathouse. Oh, there's a plane on top. I can't even tell who's flying that one. That looks like a little puddle jumper one. That's probably going to, like, well, DC.
So is this lane 1 right here?
Which one? The one that's
right
closest
here.
to us?
Yeah. Or is that a 2?
I couldn't quite see. It looked like a 1 to me.
That's a 1. Yeah, that's Skidmore A.
Boy, this is cool to see them. Tell you what, they move fast, so these guys are tight together. There's not much difference between all of them. That's for sure. Kind of almost
Did you see the kayaker? You didn't see the kayaker out to the side here.
Oh, did I miss it? No.
Yeah.
The way I'm standing, it's blocking.
So Skidmore A and Bryn Mawr A out in front.
So you're telling me that kayaker didn't want to join in and see if that person could play the play?
We wouldn't let them on the course.
Oh, all right.
They faced the wrong way.
Well, I don't think they would be doing well in the race then, would they? You know, this is kind of cool. A little trivia for you about facing the wrong way. If you ever see horses sometimes, they'll kind of go from head to tail, 2 in a row. So if you look at it, it looks like 2 heads.
Right.
And it's actually a nature thing. Zebras will do this to confuse predators like lions in Africa, where 2 stand side by side, but not side by side in opposite ways. So that way, from afar, it looks like a 2-headed creature, and it confuses different animals that would want to have that 2-headed creature for dinner. Maybe think about that with the wrong way kayak.
I am learning stuff left and right. Look at the wind coming.
Yeah, it's just blowing the water. You see that right there?
Bursting across the water.
You can see it's like cascading almost. Just whoosh.
Cascading. There's a word I gotta look up now. Jeez. Use smaller words, please.
All right, that was a nickel word. I think I pulled that off my SAT
Holy
list.
Smokes.
I'll go back to the 2 and 3 letter
we're going back up
words.
to the starting line.
With those blue skies, we're flying with that bird
But
there.
I wanted to see the Skidmore Bryn Mawr race.
See someone on a bike right there.
I wonder if they lost the drone. If the drone fell down in the wind.
Because the wind's kicking up. Yeah, and by the way, if we do cut away early from one of the ends of the races, that is what's going on. You can always check who won exactly at KnechtCupRegatta.com. We obviously would not pull away from the
And
results.
get your merchandise online. If you're not here at the regatta, it's good stuff.
Yeah,
it is classy stuff.
Nice coat. This coat is really nice. Somebody wearing this windbreaker all the time.
No, this is.
It's a great brand.
I wore mine to bed last night.
I've worn a coat to bed before in the winter when it's a little chilly. All right, here we go. Just getting situated for our next competition.
Backing into the men's varsity 8 D2 D3 Division 2 Division 3. Backing into the look at the wind. Look. So that's why you see the bow persons
It's interesting.
taking strokes in order to keep the boat straight.
The wind has been slowing down a little bit of time. We kind of have a little cheat sheet of when each one's supposed to start, and things are running a touch behind time just because I would imagine it's taking some extra time to get everyone situated and ready to go to get out of the gate.
Yeah, you can see the crews here having a slightly difficult time getting into the starting gate. So yeah, Trinity B in lane 2. I don't see a lane 2. St. Mary's, lane 3. Catholic B in lane 4. Ithaca B.
Yeah, we're missing
lane
a couple.
5 and Trinity A.
Oh, they're still coming down. It's just taking a minute to probably get upstream.
No, the wind is.
They got to come upstream, so they're fighting the current, then they're fighting the wind.
Yeah, so there's no lane 1, but we're waiting for lane 2. And that might be them on the right-hand side.
So as a coach, what would you say to some folks on the team when it comes to the wind? Would you give them any special coaching?
Stay with technique. Don't let the wind decide on what you're going to do. The wind's going to do what it needs to do, and you can't control that. So you stay with technique and let the power show up. And just try to row as clean as you can in the wind.
Looks like we got some seagulls stopping by now, just to paint a colorful picture over the Cooper River. And if you're not familiar with the Cooper River, what's unique right here is things are dammed up a little bit. We were talking about this at the top of our afternoon show, and that allows it to be.
Look at the wind.
Yeah.
Look at the wind.
See that blowing?
Holy mackerel.
Let me get some of the latest wind gusts. I'm going to go to a different website.
We have,
to get-
yeah, that's St. Mary's locking in. And we're still looking for Trinity.
I don't know if this website works on mobile.
They may have scratch. We don't know.
Or they just might need an extra second or two just to get up there. We're going to find out.
Well, I have dinner plans, fellas. So, you know, like, come on. Oh, no, we're starting the race without
Okay.
them.
All right.
So, Trinity A in lane 6. Ithaca B. Catholic B. And St. Mary's. So we're missing 2 Trinity boats. Did I say that correctly?
All right, so just kind of getting a feel for who's really taking off here right out of the
So
gate.
this looks like Ithaca.
Oh, I love the different oars. I see the one with the stripe of blue. That's cool. That's a cool little look.
D2. Men's Varsity 8. Division 2 and 3.
Okay, so the 2 teams kind of farther back, they look pretty competitive. I see 4 right there. They're ones with the red visor. So it'd be Catholic B.
And what's that bow number there? 4.
Yeah, so that's 4. That's that center on our
Ithaca,
screen.
here's Ithaca out in front, tapping the boat.
Oh, yeah, you can see
Boy,
the
was
5.
high off. I thought they were out in front.
Yeah, so that one's Ithaca, the one that's on the left side of your screen.
Correct.
And then that leaves Trinity. Trinity A. So if I read this right, Trinity A's got the edge right now.
And Trinity B did not show up. Look at the size of 4-man in the Trinity A boat.
What do you mean? The orientation?
No, look how tall he is sitting up. He's a foot higher than everybody else.
Oh, I didn't see that subtlety.
He's a big kid.
He had a lot of that alphabet cereal growing up, maybe.
Yeah. What bow number's on that?
Okay, so that one right there, it's just out of my line of sight, but I believe it's 6.
I hope so. Yeah. Boy, they're strong.
Sure are. Oh, look at that, the angle. It's just kind of like a perfect angle back.
Yeah. Trinity A, followed by Ithaca B, Catholic B, and St. Mary's.
Yep, there they are. That is definitely Trinity.
And let's get some stroke rate.
And nice little oars for those guys, too.
34, 35 strokes a minute.
So those oars that are blue color with that yellow stripe going 34, 35 a minute, pretty cool. Those guys are flying.
And Ithaca B, let's get a rate on them. $33 strokes a minute.
Oh, I see some of the buoys right there. Oh, these guys are just going past our digs. You know what? I missed them.
They're at the 1,000-meter mark.
I should have looked up sooner. I got my head buried in the screen here.
Yeah, yes, folks, we still are on the edges of our seats. It's every single race we're on the edges of our seats here, which is good.
Keeps us going. Keeps us flying kind of right along with them. I feel like I'm almost part of them the closer I get to the TV screen.
Yeah, you can just feel the sweat. Well, maybe you can.
Well, I do have a couple coats on, so I think I'm feeling I should maybe take a layer or two of my coats off. Take one of these coats off you can get at our merch shop at KnechtCupRegatta.com. Just got a shout out, by the way. Another one coming in from Texas to JU Women's V4 Rowing in Kennedy.
Well, hi there.
It's coming in from Christy. Love hearing all the love from around the country and around the world.
Hi there, Christy. How are you?
Great having everyone around. Checking all the socials. Just checking Instagram. Now I'm checking Twitter, which I guess is technically X these days. Yep. Oh, Christy even checked in on Twitter as well. Will Thompson says shout out to Claire from Bryn Mawr College.
There you go.
So, all right, Will, thank you for sharing the love.
This Trinity A boat's very strong.
See if anyone's on Facebook.
They're rowing well. Trinity's, I said it this morning, Trinity is a very well-coached program.
All right, so we're getting into the home stretch now.
I remember they were Division 1.
About 500 meters to go.
If I recall correctly. Maybe I'm thinking wrong.
This is my favorite shot of the whole day.
It's just awesome, isn't it?
I love the skyline. I also love that dock area on the left.
Yeah, but look.
Oh, look
down,
at the geese.
You can see how shallow the water is at times too.
Yeah, it's right up by the bank. And what does that mean for someone who's rowing if the water is more shallow, like the team in front?
There's less buoyancy for the boat.
So it's harder then.
Much harder.
So the team that's in front kind of has some adversities right now because the water has to be shallower closer to the bank.
It's probably not as deep as the other lanes.
Yeah.
But you know, it's obviously deep enough because a lot of crews have been winning in lane 6. But yeah, deeper water and warmer water. There's your kayaker getting yelled at to get out off the course. Well, he was on the course. You could see he was on the course.
He's in his own world.
Yeah, this is why I dislike people.
I think he's going to get a visit from that white boat trailing behind in just a moment, saying, "Hey."
Yeah, you got a lot of river to play with.
Clearly, like, for example, on the left a little bit.
Like, do it tomorrow instead of today.
And there's other sections as well, too, in the water that's not affected by the competition.
Right. And the next race is off.
Okay, here we go.
The 2:36 race.
Yeah, this one's packed. As of now, according to our sheet, there's 6. Let's see if all 6 have showed
Franklin
up.
and Marshall, lane 1.
That's from
St.
Lancaster
Mary's.
County in Pennsylvania.
Yep. St. Mary's A, lane 2, Stockton. Lane 3, Adrian. Lane 4, Catholic A5. And Ithaca, lane 6.
Love the picture-in-picture. Because it really sets the stage. It shows you the conditions from start to finish and how the conditions are different. A little windier at the finish, not quite as windy at the start, as you see our boathouse there on the left of your screen.
So it looks like Ithaca here in lane 6 is out front.
So Catholic A, I like that.
Catholic A is...
That's the one with that lattice right there on the oars.
That's a cross.
Yeah.
Those Catholics are
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Catholic.
I didn't catch it because the cross is on its side. If the cross were up, I think I would have caught that subtlety.
There you go.
That's a good call.
But yeah, Ithaca rowing nice, strong, powerful.
I'm surprised the person that we're looking straight ahead, so Ithaca right there is not, the person in the front's not looking more forward, kind of looking to the side. Because from what you were mentioning earlier, you want to look forward more.
He may have family on the bank.
Oh, maybe he's just checking out the dog there.
Right.
We got a dog walker.
Yeah. A lot of times, believe it or not, the oarsman wants to watch his blade going in and out of the water.
Oh, I bet that's what it is then.
As a coach, we frown upon that, but they're out in front, and if he's comfortable doing it and it's not disrupting the boat, dude, do it. You know?
So what would he be watching for?
He wants to see how his blade is going into the water and coming back out and releasing from the water.
So is he essentially setting the tone for the boat?
That's his whole job.
Got it.
You know? Row hard, you want your best rower, not necessarily your strongest, but your best technical rower in the stroke seat so that everybody can follow that person. So you can put your strongest rower, but if nobody can follow your strongest rower, it doesn't mean anything. So typically we would put our 2 best technicians in the stroke seat and the 7 seat behind them. The next 2 technical in the bow seat and the 2 seat, and the horses, what we call the engine room.
Horses, I like that.
The engine room, the horses, we put them in 3, 4, 5, and 6 seats.
They're the worker bees.
Their job is to just kick butt.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Bring the power.
Yeah, right.
Fuel the fire.
So the bow pair helps set the boat up and keep it level on an even keel and row hard. And then your stern pair setting the pace.
I appreciate you just walking us through kind of each job.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
What's your favorite? Do you like the 8-person teams, the singles, the doubles? If you had
You
to
know
pick.
what? It depends on the day and the boat I'm in. If I have a good row,
Yeah.
that's the boat I love the best.
Well said.
Yeah.
I like your style.
Yeah. You know, I could be in the same boat with the same crew the following day and have a bad row. I never want to row that boat again. But
Enough of that.
But that's just me, you know. Put me back on my single. You know, it depends on the day. It depends on the conditions. Drew, I enjoy rowing.
I can tell.
It's just fun.
And it rubs off on you. I really love you sharing your passion with us, and you can feel it.
It's just a good time. Is that the 500-meter mark?
Boy, I can't believe we're that far down already. But we are.
We certainly are.
This is some nice rowing from all of these folks right here. Just kind of watching the form. I'm just watching the pace, and it's nice.
It is. Oh, you broke it.
I did actually accidentally kick the table there for a second. All right, so as we get ready and kind of do the picture-in-picture and check out the next folks, they're just rolling down the river. Nice house there, too, in the top right of the screen there in our left picture box. And how scenic does the shot look on the bottom right, too, as we get closer to the finish.
I like it.
I just like seeing the differences in the courses. It's greener, there's fewer trees toward the finish, as you see right there. And on the top left, where we see that flag, that's the start of the course. Where the
I
trees
just
are
got a
blocking.
text from Jim Dietz up in Cape Cod saying, Tom, you have to mention the American flag in the background. And 5 seconds later, you mentioned it. Jimmy, we're on it.
All over, because the flag paints the story of how windy it is. We have wind gusts right now around 30 miles an hour.
Wow.
I don't hear the gust as strong on top of our roof or as howling as much as they were last hour, but it's still windy nonetheless.
It is. But the crews are all handling this really, really well.
I know. They're making this look easy. They're making the adversities they're experiencing on the Cooper River look as if there's not any issue whatsoever. And that just goes to show you the skill of all these athletes. If you're traveling across the country and traveling across the states, and by the way, Pennsylvania is a long state to travel across, about 6 hours, right, you're going to have a lot of skill, and you're going to come to play here as we look at this competition now, the Women's Varsity 4.
Yep, we have Jacksonville lane 1, Marist lane 2, Georgetown 3, Lafayette 4, Delaware 5, Massachusetts 6. Jim Dietz mentioning the American flag in the background. Jim runs all American rowing camps, and they're not just in America. They're all over the world at times. He's going to, I think, Portugal early
Nice.
next month.
Great
for a rowing
food
camp.
place. Lisbon.
Three-time Olympian, three-time Olympic coach, and just one heck of a sweet guy. Do anything for anybody. Just a pleasure to be around.
Pretty cool to do a camp around the world with an Olympian coach. That's epic. Epic.
No, he's obviously got knowledge of the stroke, and he coaches it very, very well. So.
Well, we just saw some movement in the teams, who was leading and who wasn't. One kind of slid right in front, so Jacksonville just slid right in front of the three where we were just looking at just a couple moments ago.
That's Massachusetts on the left side, right? Lane 6?
So looking farther, yep, that would be Massachusetts kind of at that end.
Followed by Georgetown and Jacksonville in lane 1.
Yeah, Jacksonville was kind of going, they were farther back, then they came forward,
but
maybe
they've come up quite a
farther
bit.
back, yeah.
Yeah, Massachusetts. Jim was also the women's rowing coach at University of Massachusetts.
How did you meet Jim? How do you know Jim?
Ran into him on a pond in Massachusetts on Cape Cod. So I'm out rowing one day, and here comes some guy. I actually met him in 1970 here. He doesn't remember it, but he had won the event, and I had seen him. But yeah, rowing on a pond in Massachusetts on Cape Cod, and he's rowing one direction, I'm rowing the other, and we almost hit.
Really?
And we bonded over it.
Talk about turning a negative into a positive.
No, he and his wife retired to Cape Cod, and we have a whole group of people that row up there, and we just have fun. And yeah, Al Robinson's up there.
Who's that?
Steve McElwain. Al's rowed for Penn back in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s. Henley Regatta. Steve McElwain, Alwyn Huxley. Geez, there's like 5 other people up there that are all accomplished oars persons, and I'm probably the least accomplished.
I wouldn't cut yourself short right there.
Well,
but New England sounds like the place to be if you're interested in rowing, and I get that.
It is the place to
schools.
be, but to find this many accomplished oars persons on one pond is just amazing. And folks, if I left your name out, I apologize. It's not on purpose, because they're all my friends.
So in this race, as we do the kind of the picture-in-picture here, we got another shout-out on social media. I'm at Drew Forecast on all the socials. Cam says her sister is in this race that's just getting underway, cheering on MIT all the way from Dayton, Ohio. Let's go,
So that's
Nora.
the women's second varsity 8.
Sure is.
Jacksonville, lane 1. Connecticut, 2. Massachusetts, 3. Delaware, 4. MIT, 5.
With love
and
from
Boston.
Dayton, Ohio.
Everybody's from New England except for Delaware and Jacksonville.
Yes, you
Well,
said.
Jacksonville's southern New England. So,
Is that what you would call it down in Florida?
Yeah.
If you didn't hear lane 6, Boston University, I said that's a lightweight team. That's subtlety there.
Boston University, LWT, lightweight. Yes, you are correct.
Some of the lightweights have done well today throughout the day.
Yes, they have. So, yeah, Mass is doing very well in the women's 4 still, way out ahead in lane 6. And if you can get me a bow number, it looks like MIT here in the women's 8. Can you see the bow number?
You know what? I was just going to kind of peek there, and let's see what we got right now. Okay, so on the bottom right, how competitive is this one? You can really see how everyone is pretty tightly close to each other. And here's the full screen.
Yeah, that's MIT out in front. Look how strong they are. Look at the blades just dropping in the water. A little splash on the front side.
Well, I'll tell you what, some of these other 2 schools, like Massachusetts and Connecticut.
Lane 2 is Mass.
Yeah, look at UConn coming up.
And Delaware is right there.
Jacksonville, not far behind either.
Boston. Where's Boston out in lane 6? I don't see them.
I'll tell you what, this is one of the most competitive races we've had so far today. This is pretty even so far.
Yes, it is.
I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out. Are we going to start seeing more distance between some of the teams? Are they going to stay tight?
A couple of boats will make a break.
Okay.
I think the race here is going to be for second place, in my opinion, early here. But MIT's out by about a length, I think.
Just beautiful
And
rowing.
then Massachusetts here in lane 3.
Here we go. Yeah, you're not kidding.
Yeah, lanes 2 and 3, Connecticut and
This is a battle.
Massachusetts and Delaware.
A battle for second.
And 6, Boston University. So, yeah, MIT is out in front. Man, they just do what they're doing. They're going to wrap it up. But I think the battle here is for second place. Lane 6 is Boston. Lightweights. I want to get a stroke rate on them.
Yeah, get us a feel for how fast they're moving. You were talking about that team just having such power. And now we can kind of get a little bit of a feel as you
36. I have Boston lightweights at 36. Let's try MIT here.
Oh, yeah, that was the team that really had some power.
37. I have MIT at 37. Jim Dietz is probably sitting at home with his stopwatch doing it correctly.
So, you know what's
And
still
then
unique here?
Delaware. Let's get Delaware's.
This is still a fight for all the teams that aren't right at the very front. This is close. This is
37
tight.
for Delaware. Massachusetts.
Okay, everyone's within the last 500 meters at this point.
36 for Massachusetts.
All those numbers are just...
But the lanes 1 and 2 are dropping off.
Okay.
But second place, they're all right next to each other.
And as you mentioned, all those strokes per minute were just plus or minus 1.
Yes.
They're pretty much, and it makes sense that they're all going to be pretty much the same number just based on how things look at this moment. Boy, when there's competition like this, it's tough to take your eyes off of it.
No. I don't want to see them yet. I'm busy over here.
They're just trying to make up some lost time.
All right. You take the bottom screen. I'll take the top.
All right, your eyes are going to stay focused on the incredible sportsmanship in the top left. I'll keep an eye on the top right. I'm sorry, the bottom right, rather. The bottom right is going to be the men's second varsity 8. That's what we're seeing at the bottom right.
So it looks like Massachusetts and Boston University are trying to break away. Look at the goose trying to get out of the way of.
Smart move.
They hit. That's okay. They didn't. No, that's good. That's good.
They didn't even react.
Yeah, Massachusetts did the right thing. Delaware's not giving up on them. And Boston University may be in second place.
It's sure looking like that. Okay, here's the finish line's in sight now.
But yeah, MIT.
Here we go.
25 strokes, 30 strokes, right?
Boom.
Here we go. Here we go.
Done. Wow. What a competition.
No. Show me the finish. Show me the finish. Is this the other race?
This is now the other race. Yep.
Men's second varsity?
That is what I see on the sheet, but I just want to see a closer inspection before we sign off on that
There's a
one.
lot of man buns here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Or is this the race we... No, the other race we were...
I wonder if we just jumped ahead and maybe we're doing the women's varsity 8 instead.
Maybe.
That would be my thought. Let's go. I mean, let's go with that unless we have a thought otherwise.
So is that Radcliffe on the outside?
That would make sense because that would be in the mix here.
What's their bow number? Do you see that?
So that's number 6. It's the white one. I see number
bow
4.
4 is Boston. That makes sense.
Yep. So that's what we're looking at. The women's varsity 8. So the teams here are Sacred Heart, Jacksonville in lane 2. Lane 3 is MIT.
This is all very close.
4 is Boston University lightweight. 5 is Georgetown. 6 is Radcliffe.
I'm going to put a question mark here next to.
Yeah, we'll keep it on that men's second
varsity.
Varsity, yeah.
All right. And
all right. Another really tight competition. Back to back.
yep, you have a bow number on them?
Okay, so the ones at the front, you're talking about number 4. That's the one that's on the front of our screen that we were just looking at?
Number
Yeah, so that would have been Boston
yes,
University lightweights.
Boston. But lane 6 is Radcliffe, and they look like they're out in the head. 4, 3, and 2.
So Radcliffe and Boston.
MIT, and Jacksonville, all within striking distance.
Sure are.
All right. Stroke rates. Press the button, Tom. Atta boy.
So are you doing the stopwatch there?
It's an app. That's 37 strokes a minute I have for Radcliffe lightweights.
Yeah. Beautiful form.
Boston University, I have at 38.
I'm looking at the...
And they're walking up.
They sure are. So interesting. Maybe that extra stroke or two a minute can help them just kind of slide in front.
I have 34 for MIT. I'm going to go back to Boston University. One. I have them at 36. Back over to Radcliffe.
Mm-hmm.
$36.
So there you go. Pretty even.
Yes, stroke rate-wise, yes.
But now we're starting to kind of move ahead a little bit from each other.
Yeah, the race for third place is a lot tighter. But yeah, Boston University is breaking away. Radcliffe had broken away, and they're almost sitting. But here comes Boston University. They're not taking no for an answer.
Sure not.
I like this. Are they walking? Are they walking?
We'll keep an eye on them, how they all play out.
I have them at 37 strokes a minute.
They're getting closer to the end here as the next race gets underway.
I have Radcliffe at 36.
It's interesting to me how the rates and the rowing is kind of staying consistent now at this point.
Yes.
As we go through the home stretch. It doesn't seem like anyone's really kind of pulling apart or moving apart. We're just kind of just going with the flow.
No, these are some well-matched crews.
Yeah, clearly.
Are you playing with the
No, I wanted to do like one of those fancy photo ops and just kind of capture it in time.
we're on the next
It was such a classic. That's what I was thinking. It's a classic, so let's give it a classic picture. All right, so there is
men's varsity 8, event
Yep.
26. Lane 1, Iona. Lane 2, Michigan. Lane 3, Trinity. 4, Colgate. 5, Temple. Lane 6, LaSalle. Go LaSalle.
all right. Your alma mater.
Yes. LaSalle is out in front. Their new coach has done, I just can't say enough.
Yeah, they're starting to extend their lead a little bit more too.
But lanes
Oh, look at the wind
2,
now. The wind's
3,
the opposite
4,
direction.
5 are all, I mean, they're all right there. Let's get some stroke rates. 1, 2, 3.
So I'm watching this team. Not a whole lot of water.
39 for LaSalle now. 1, 2.
Just looking how much water is splashing back from the top as they just kind of slice through.
40? Are they at 40?
You think?
Holy smokes. Who's this in lane 3?
So lane
is
3.
Trinity.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get their stroke rate. Let's not. Here's Temple. Let's get their stroke rate.
Sure. Well, I'm just
37.
looking at the beautiful trees budding in the background. Just so scenic here on the Cooper
And
River.
it looks like Colgate is a little bit out ahead, as well as Trinity of Temple. Let's try for LaSalle again. Go LaSalle.
Your peeps. Bird flying right overhead.
I have LaSalle at 38. Nice. They have come a long way in the last 2 years. And it looks like Colgate and Trinity. Let's get some rates. 1.
All right, so LaSalle really pulling ahead at this point.
I got Trinity at 39. I'm sorry, Colgate at 39. What's Trinity? 1.
All right, so Colgate right now, well,
35?
I guess Colgate's in third, and we have Trinity in what, in second?
I can't call who's in second.
It's just too early.
Between these two boats, I wouldn't call that. I'll call LaSalle ahead right now.
We still have a bit more than 500 meters to go. Probably maybe, well, I don't know, 550, maybe 600 meters.
Look at Drew just counting this stuff off, man. You've come a long way from this morning.
Well, I'm gauging from the buoys. I mean, there was a bit from the buoy to that
500
dock.
meter mark right there.
Yep.
There goes LaSalle. Let's see what they do.
This is still
40. I have LaSalle at
competitive
40.
race.
Where's Temple?
Boy, the competition here among these athletes is fierce.
I have Temple at 39. Let's get Colgate.
I wonder if this is going to be a photo finish for kind of third, fourth, fifth. I'm curious to see if anyone really
37
takes
for
off.
Colgate.
You said 37 for
Where's
Colgate?
Trinity? It looks like Trinity is sneaking into second place.
Sure is.
I have them at 39.
Well, this is tough between
Oh, it is.
Temple.
Second
also-
place. Yeah, second place is.
I couldn't even tell you right
looks
now.
like Colgate is dropping back a little.
Mm-hmm.
Get your sprint on, Colgate. Get your sprint on. Let's go.
Get it done. Coach Tom taking over.
Look at Temple coming through. Temple coming through. Walking on LaSalle.
Colgate and Temple neck and neck. Sal losing a little bit of its lead.
Yeah, Temple at 41.
All right, so we got the red buoys. We're getting close to the finish line. This is the time to finish strong.
41 for LaSalle.
Just saw the geese jump away. Okay, here we go. Let's watch. All right. Well,
We're in the last.
I didn't catch who was second place. I really didn't. That was tough.
Yeah, I can't call that.
Between Temple and Trinity, I don't know.
I'm
not sure.
That was some excellent rowing.
But we're going to have all the
look at
results.
LaSalle coming back. This might be the
Oh, yeah, the one we scratched from a little earlier.
Men's
Second Varsity 8?
Second Varsity 8.
Yeah, so the results for the last race to see who was second and third, they're going to be waiting for you at Knecht
Yes, it is.
Cup Regatta.com.
So we have Marist A in lane 1, Embry-Riddle lane 2, Michigan 3, Trinity lane 4, Mercyhurst lane 5, and LaSalle lane 6.
I'm curious to see what this race is going to be like. We've just had back-to-back-to-back competitive races. They're just coming by our boathouse right now, so we kind of have the eagle eye view.
Here they are. Yeah,
are just slicing through the water like an ice skate. Hey, we got someone from Maui in Hawaii watching Catholic rowing.
There you go.
Thanks, George, for checking in on the socials at True Forecast.
As they come by me here, I've got LaSalle out in front by a length. And everybody else is bottled up. You got lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. All jammed up with Mercyhurst in lane 5 out. Dropped off a little bit, but hey.
The race is young.
It's
lots of time left.
1,000 meters to go. Look at LaSalle. Who doesn't love LaSalle?
You're heavily promoting your Pete's. Where's my Penn State? I talk up Penn State a little bit. Or I also have allegiance, I will admit, not that they're here today, to Ohio State University, having worked in Columbus.
Yeah.
But lots of Michigan representing. A lot of fans for Michigan from around the country. It was great hearing from everyone around the world today. Boy, we had so many different continents. We had people check in from Europe, the Australia area, Africa, and even different parts of North America. So cool.
Let's get a stroke right here on Trinity.
And South America, too.
And Cape Cod.
The only continent we didn't hear from was Asia.
I got Trinity at 35.
And Antarctica.
Let's go to Michigan.
All right, so these numbers not quite as high, but I mean close to the last.
I have Michigan
numbers.
at 39. No, that's got to be wrong.
So you're going to redo that calculation, you think?
I'm going to try.
All right, so there's our marker, probably about what, maybe just a little less than 600 meters?
They may very well be it. Second, third, and
yet again.
this is.
It'll be tough. Might be that photo finish.
It looks like Michigan just barely eking it out here, walking through the competition. 500 meters. I got to get a stroke right here on Michigan. 38.
Wow.
Next to them, Trinity. Let's get Trinity's 1.
I can't wait to see who comes in.
38.
Second, third, fourth.
Embry-Riddle.
So I'm looking at our team in front, disturbing the water more, which just would speak to what?
39 for Embry-Riddle.
More power, right? If they're disturbing the water more?
No, not necessarily. The wind may just be hitting them differently from everybody else.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can tell what's windier on the left of your screen.
It seems to be, but you can also see how shallow it can get.
Oh, that's a good point, too.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why we're seeing there's that little ponding a little bit more from the oars.
Yeah.
The ripples.
Let's sail out here.
Well, here comes the home stretch.
Second,
Second, third, fourth.
38.
Who's it going to be? It's a coin flip.
Oh, jeez.
This one, I'm going to get.
I am nervous.
I'm going to get as close to the TV screen as I can and really focus.
Man, I may need a cigarette after this. This is just.
I can't imagine you smoking.
All we got. Holy smoke! Look at this. This is a battle for second place.
What a way to finish. All right, here we go. Let's see.
Last 250.
I don't know who's going to get it. Wow. Okay. Okay. So, wow. How about that?
I don't know. I'm not calling it.
If I had to pick, I would say Trinity Temple Colgate, but I don't know.
I don't know.
That's why you got to go to KnechtCupRegatta.com to see who finished. It's too close to tell. Too close to call.
So the reason there was an issue here with Mercyhurst had, well, hi.
Hi.
Mercyhurst had equipment problems. That's why they held up the mid-second Varsity 8.
Okay. I was just checking who was checking in from around
Thank
the
you,
world here on
Laura.
the socials at Drew Forecast.
Yeah. So what happened to my hair?
Well, we have what's called microphone head. That's what these things do. You were getting really stressed out when it was who was second, third, and you were holding on to the ear muffs, I call them. Wow, what an afternoon and what a day of all the races. Finishing strong.
This was fun. You did well. Thank you very much for all
Appreciate
your
the
help.
kind words.
No, you just jumped right in and you caught on so fast.
The best for last is what really caught me, and how competitive and how, like, who was going to get second, third, fourth. The nail biters at the end of the day was cool.
No, the Varsity events, there's a reason why they hold them off. They want to keep the spectators here to buy merch.
Which you, by the way, can also get at KnechtCupRegatta.com, like the cool coats we got.
Yeah, don't spend all your money at the beer garden.
These are nice. Yeah, there's a beer
no,
garden.
these are perfect for, like I said, I slept in it last night. I do have headphone hair.
It's for real.
Oh,
Absolutely.
there, now.
You like that?
Phew, thank
I know.
God.
I should fix mine while we're at it. Let's see
But
here.
no, what a great day of racing.
What great weather minus the wind.
This drones are just phenomenal.
Oh,
The referees
cinematography.
were awesome.
Wow. So, you know what's really interesting? If I had to take a pick throughout the day, what was my favorite? Were our shots where we had that eagle eye looking down from the drones. The camera work from Colin and his crew, incredible. And a big shout out to Laura, who organized it. Laura Knecht, you know, in honor of her father that got this started on the Cooper River, a family affair, and that really speaks to rowing. To me, it's all about family and friends. We heard from friends around the world and around the country, and it's been a pretty cool experience and a wild ride.
Well, you took care of the social end of it really well. I do want to real quick remind everybody that the head of the Schuylkill Regatta in October will have sculling events specifically for colleges. So coaches, keep that in mind, please. Jim Dietz, that's because of you. Thank you. And Al Robinson. Thank you.
I love how the rowing community looks out for each other and comes up with ideas.
I've only met a couple of really weird people in rowing.
I think he's talking about me.
Not yet. You're not in rowing.
Well said.
So I can't say that about you.
No, I'm on the news. I'll tell you what, I gotta run because I gotta get going to sleep. I do weather from 4 to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So my bedtime here is in about, honestly, really an hour, but I'll probably go to sleep closer to 6 and get like 4 hours of sleep. My alarm goes off at 12:30.
Oh, bless you.
So you guys kind of wore me out today. I was tired to begin with from working the news last night.
I had a blast here with you today. Thank you so much.
You know what?
For all
I think
your
I'm
help.
done.
And Laura, you run a heck of a regatta. Thank you.
Just incredible. Well organized.
Like I say, the referees, just everybody.
What a team.
Camden County, the boathouse here for letting us use it. Thank you all for everything, and I guess we can sign off.
It's been awesome being with you throughout the day.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for all your support from around the world and around the country. I'm meteorologist Drew Anderson from Fox 29 in Philly. So much fun hanging out. And you are?
Tom Tolan. Don't drink and drive, and please vote.
Bye-bye.